Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final day of Tipsport Conquest of Prague is upon us, and what a final day this will be. One team waiting in the final and 2 teams will battle for the final ticket. Sadly, yesterday we lost 500 because they lost their losers match, so they became the first eliminated team. In the final, ENCE are waiting after beating fnatic pretty convincingly 2-0, so for the finals fnatic will have to play 9 in, as they said, El Clásico of these days. Come and join us here in Prague Chodov at Vodafone PLAYzone Arena to watch the best Tier 2 European CS live, or enjoy it with us on stream.
Greetings and welcome to Hell, that is Analyst Desk with heavy Czech accents. With me, Tomáš Storm Svoboda and Jakub Kotajny. Hello, gentlemen.
Hey.
Are you looking forward to the last day of Tipsport Conquest of Prague?
After yesterday, I'm looking forward even more because I think it was the best invitation for today's matches. And of course, we're going to have the first one repetition of what we have seen in the first day on Friday. And honestly, I'm not really sure if fnatic is going to have it easy because, of course, 2 maps that they actually managed to win, it was pretty decisive. But today is another day, and I think it's going to go a bit different.
Many stories evolve during the playoffs, so I hope some of them will finish happily.
Yeah.
Well, of course, we will see who will raise the trophy after all.
Let's eat some member berries and let's watch what happened in yesterday's matches.
Molly's and HG's down towards Pit, engaging as the first player transition. Then a second! They're going to press ahead of this smoke though. Rainwaker's in trouble. Red Star goes down. Spellin involved in a 1 versus 3. He takes 2 picks back. Tech9 pulled out against Bobek, and he doesn't know exactly where he is. He spams away! Well, they leaves exact positioning. Round the corner, 2 to line up. And the Swede looks for his triple. 1 more to go. Sock missing his bullet, leaves him dead to rights. fnatic's going to try and press 2 aggressive. Body's just seen 1 and times his shot so well. Goes from Glaive, spray back with the Tech9 support, and Glaive can get both of those kills out. Rainspro does come down, but towards long they take some fights that Nighty will be able to win out in terms of the damage. Kaspersky, good transfer of the kill onto Matty into the damage of the second player. Nighty deals with those 2 long players in the end, and Crims can only do so much, missing on the jump phase. Second one doesn't connect either. Third wire finally goes down to Prague and knows that Spellin's moving close. AK in his hands needs the headshot, the damage being done by the M4 though, continuing to compound against the man, but he turns right into that flash.
Crims is a bit more aggressive.
You can see the feet of players coming in. He can spray down 2 men as a result. Spotting a man, but can't take Crims out towards mid. Poddy can, however, towards B sides. Oh, and PLAYzone runs right into the spray. A miracle required. Can get Kaspersky at least to drop that bomb for the time being. Not even that much goes.
Very painful to watch the last highlight for Crims. I mean, the last round was just mayhem. But Storm, can you take us to the first match where we lost 500?
When it comes to the first match, 500 actually didn't really manage to get a good start on the nuke. Of course, it was a pick of 9. They knew why they picked that. I think it was 0-8 from the point of view of 500, and then it was so hard to actually come back. We know 500 are the comeback masters of this tournament, that's for sure. But 9 were able to actually pull through when it came to the clutches in the end, and the lead was so substantial that simply they couldn't do anything. And on the second map, of course, Inferno, it seemed like 500 might be able to hammer it home and take us to Ancient, but it wasn't meant to be because 9, especially in the second half on CT side, were extremely patient and were using utility pretty well.
Exactly, utilities were the difference maker. We've already spoken about that yesterday, so I think today it will be once again around utilities.
What about the second match, Koty? I mean, was it just Glaive versus Fear outclassed on IGL level, or was there some different story behind it?
I don't think so, but maybe the team effort or team performance was just kind of struggling on a Fnatic side. We've seen some impressive plays by PLAYzone. He had a few clutches, for example, on Anubis.
Especially on Anubis.
Or Mattis showed us something. But sad story definitely for Jumbo. First map, he played pretty good, but on the second map, he was missing. And that was the key part which caused Fnatic.
He actually had 7 open frags and 119 ADR on 17th round of Dust 2.
Wow.
But they still didn't do it.
Anubis came.
Yeah, and I have an impression that whenever Jumbo frags, Mattis and PLAYzone sometimes doesn't, and vice versa, and it has an impact on the result itself. And yesterday it was seen that on Anubis, Mattis and PLAYzone were on point, but Jumbo was nowhere to be seen. So this inconsistency that's not really easy to find in him, because he's usually consistent as hell, was what actually probably secured the win for ENCE. But yeah, as Independent yesterday said in the interview, it was mainly about communication. The theory was good, but coming to practice with it was much harder. And they weren't patient enough, they weren't executing well, and that's what costed them the win.
Okay, let's take a look where that leaves us for today's matches. Of course, let's take a look at the bracket. Last 2 best of 3s upcoming in a bit. We started with 4, 500, ENCE, 9, and Fnatic. Now we're down to 3, and but at least one of them will have to play 2 matches today. First, we start with Fnatic 9, and then the winner of this match will go for ENCE. The loser, they will take the bronze. I mean, it's nice, but that's not why any of these teams are here, for sure.
Definitely, and it's pretty good that we have this double elimination bracket, because we can see some rematches, so we can either say, okay, this was deserved, or on either side, well, one time lucky, second time unlucky.
Well, as Huhi wrote for PLAYzone in his preparation for this match, he said that because of the rematch, the teams are actually going to show their true colors, their true quality, and I wholeheartedly agree with that statement.
I took a little sneak peek to what bookmakers say, and I mean, if everything goes as they predict, we should see 2 rematches today. It should be Fnatic 9 and Fnatic ENCE. I mean, is this good thing for CS? Is this good thing for a tournament that in the last day we see 2 rematches of what happened just a day or 2 days ago?
Well, I mean, you had like 5 El Clasicos in 1 year in football, so why the hell not here in span of 3 days? But yeah, I mean,
is that more spicy or is that boring?
Not for me. I think it's more spicy.
Yeah?
Yeah. At least for me. At least for me.
I agree, because we've mentioned that their true colors will be shown, so for me it's more about you can win the battle, but you need to prove us that you can win a war.
That's a very nice set. I mean, there is some room for teams to adapt. Of course, there is always that something little in your head, like where you look at the 2 best-of-3s you played in the tournament and you're like counting the rounds. Like, I mean, if it was just round-based, we would have won. But since it's like they just stomped us on 1 map and then, you know, it's maybe some extended series format where like the previous result counts for the next series or something like that. We used to see that a long time ago, where there was like the finals of 3 best-of-3s and the first best-of-3 already counted from the previous match, right? Yeah. Would that work in CS2? I mean, we have this. It's shorter, right? It's not MR15. Could it work? Is 3 best-of-3s that you play only 2 out of those 3? Is that something that's even feasible? No.
I'm a Rocket League commentator as well, so there it works because of the much shorter format. But I'm not sure if it would work for CS2. I'm not sure about Cody.
Well, we still have BO1 series, so I think everything can work.
Everything is possible.
No one likes BO1 series.
No. Okay, before we get to our analysis of the first match, let's take a look what 9 has to say about Czech food and stuff. Any minute now.
And this is Kraken from 9, and we're going to be guessing some Czech stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so first off, we have 4 pictures of some buildings and stuff. I think this could be a Czech flag.
Yeah, you see the flag. I think so as well.
So I think we'll go with C is Czech.
I think also the B, I saw the bridge kind of looks like something I saw, but I'm not sure. But I think
yeah, there was some bridges in when we got here. Should we say B and C, Czech?
I think.
And then the other 2 Spade. Okay.
Okay, some players here.
We have some players.
Is Glaive up?
I assume this is Glaive. Yes. He's Danish.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oscar.
Oh, it's the tournament.
It's the venue.
Okay, that's in Finland. I'm pretty sure.
That's in Finland?
I'm pretty sure this is Elisa.
It's Elisa, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then we have Guardian. He's not Czech. He's from Slovakia, I think.
Yeah.
Then we have Oscar. I'm pretty sure he's Czech. And then this tournament with Eklot and Sampi. I assume it's also Czech. I think D and B is Czech.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, there's no way these are Czech.
These are the Smurfs are not Czech, I think. I've never seen B. The C I've never seen either.
You choose between A and B.
Take B. No.
B is
yes, B.
B is Czech.
Yeah.
Okay, we go B is Czech and the other is not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This is not my cup of tea.
But this is his wife, I think.
Yes.
Right now. And I have no clue where she's
I don't think she's Czech. So we say C is only Czech.
Only C.
On this picture. Lol. Okay. This one we have. New Prague.
This one we know.
He's from Czech. Czech.
Yes.
Matt
oh my, this is hard actually.
No, he's not. I'm pretty sure he's from Slovenia or Slovakia. One of these 2. I'm pretty sure.
I believe in
New Prague. C is for sure Czech. Pierce is for sure not.
No, he's Swedish. So I think it's only C.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Peter Czech.
He's German. The B.
This guy.
Schumacher.
This guy, I'm pretty sure, is Czech, even though his name is Czech. I have no idea about the fucking
ice
hockey.
About the hockey. They could be. They're pretty good at hockey.
Yeah, they are. Choose random from ENCE, or do we just leave
I'm down to choose A.
Yeah.
Looks like a
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going A and D is from Czech.
Ooh. This is hard.
I haven't played any of these games, but I know Arma and I know Escape from Tarkov.
I have no clue.
If I should guess which one is from Czech, I would go like the Kingdom game.
Okay.
It's also the vibe here.
Yeah,
but I think Arma and C&D, like Arma and Tarkov, I feel like they are not. But I don't know why. I cannot tell you why. Okay, we're going to be not so certain on this one.
I think we should ask these questions to Czech players as well. I think they would have mouthed the same accuracy as the foreign guys, right?
You want to really try that out?
Well, we should try that.
I'm not sure if you would like the results.
I think that may be, interesting. Anyway, let's get to first match 9 versus fnatic. I mean, we saw them, of course. So the first day, they battled it out here in Arena. And both maps that fnatic won, they kind of stomped 9 there.
I would even like cross out the word kinda. It just was a stomp. Yeah. Because Train 213, Ancient 513, you cannot really go around that. You cannot beat around the bush because basically what fnatic said is that they're gonna take this weapon and they spanked the opponent. But when it comes to Dust, yeah, of course, it was a really interesting pick for both sides. Eventually 9 came out on top. But I think 9 had heavy thinking to do before this match because those 2 maps just didn't went their way. And it's a question, I guess, for all of us, if it was an off game, if it was an off day, or if it's something that can be repeated again by fnatic.
Yeah, but the questions can be on the second side as well, because Independent mentioned it was almost their A game. So not every day you got that A game.
Yeah.
So maybe if you get somehow to struggle a period, something can go wrong.
fnatic approached it in very, let's say, aggressive manner. A lot of peeking, a lot of pushing forward, mid-rounds, early rounds, taking space. So can 9 maybe expect this and play around it? Or is this the situation where you will expect fnatic to play the same way and they will play tight? They will eat time of the clock with just passive play?
I don't think fnatic is going to change anything about this because it's like it's their meta for them. I think they have the players for CT side to actually push and get not only the info but actually the kills, and they are pretty well meshed together when it comes to like especially Krems and Blame on Train. We could see a lot of pushing through the B hallways and getting those informations and getting those kills. And I'm not sure if 9 is going to be able to actually stop this. Yeah, good default for sure, but is it going to help against these players? I'm not sure.
Hard to say. I saw that fnatic left this very venue yesterday, or let's say today, shortly after midnight. So they did some demo review and so on. So they will be prepared, of course, with many possibilities and can come out from this matchup. Yeah. And of course, they will try to utilize the strategies they've worked on during the previous match. Because simply, as we can see, judging by the result, they were working pretty well.
Yeah.
Let us see what's happening in heads of 9 players, because we have the interview ready, so let's get to it.
Hello Faven, thank you so much for coming to the interview. How important was yesterday's victory for you to get in the mood of the LAN tournament?
It was really important for us to win at least against 500 yesterday, also for the mental of the team, also that we are not here just being last place, and I think it helped us a lot, especially for the game today against fnatic.
Before the game, many players, coaches are saying the game against fnatic is some kind of El Clasico because you play them so often. How do you feel about them?
Yeah, that's true. We play them really a lot, also online, and now second time even on this LAN. So yeah, it feels a bit weird because now the game plan and all the entities will be different against them because they also know that we play different now and they will play different, and so it will be a good match. So.
You are beating them online, but lost against them offline. Do you think you can somehow emulate the environment to feel like you are playing online against them now?
Yes, we will try our best and to beat them again like we did online some weeks ago, I think. And yeah, we will try to get up the mood and have a better start than the day we played them first time here on LAN, and we will try our best to beat them.
When it comes to Vero, I think you still don't know the Vero, but do you think you have something in your sleeve, something special that you can surprise fnatic with?
Yeah, I think we have something special. I cannot tell yet, but something will be different than in the first game. Maybe it's the maps, maybe it's something else. We will see.
You made it to the final day of the LAN. Was that the first goal to achieve here in Prague?
Yes, this was definitely the first goal, to play at least every day. The LAN is ongoing. And yeah, of course, we still want to go to the grand final. And then when we're in the grand final, if we are in the grand final, then we of course want to win it as well.
Yeah, that's sure. But, you know, you have a hard day in front of you if everything goes well in the first match. So how do you feel about playing 2 BO3s in a row on stage on LAN?
On stage and online it's probably a bit different, but we had it already online often, where we even had 3 best-of-3s online. But yeah, we will try to have a good mental, and I think we maybe even have a better, like a small advantage, because we already played on the stage if we win, and ENCE didn't have, so let's see how it goes.
You are still considered as the third favorite of this tournament. Do you think this can be also your advantage, because there is no added pressure now on you, because you already made it, as you said, to the first goal?
Yeah, that's true, you're right. Also, like fnatic and ENCE, they are pressured because they both want to win the LAN, and now fnatic is even maybe not even in the grand final, so they have even more pressure than us playing this third place game. So yeah, we have a small advantage there as well.
What is the mood and the atmosphere in the team? Are you having fun in Prague? Are you enjoying your time together, or are you now a bit maybe nervous or hyped up for the finals?
I think we're all hyped up, especially after the first day where we lost against fnatic. We're having really good mood since then. We have a nice time here in Prague. It's really beautiful as well. We went for a walk earlier this day, and yeah.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you very much.
So Favan is saying they may have something special ready. Kotti, what do you think that could be, or what do they need to have ready? Something special?
Well, as we can look on the statistics from the first match, we can see that both on Train and Ancient they struggled on the CT side. On both maps they did a terrible job. Only on Dust 2 it worked out well for them. So maybe some setups for CT side, maybe something aggressive that we will see from them, because on Train it was really dictating tempo from fnatic side, so maybe something similar to that. Of course there were some struggles with the CT side from 9, so maybe I think that it can be something from the CT side.
Something from our CT side.
Yeah.
Okay, they need to improve that for sure.
Definitely.
Storm, if we look at what happened yesterday, not yesterday, the first day, of course, I mean, Rals, he's definitely not top fragging for the team. He needs to improve.
He needs to improve well. I mean, if you look at the team as a whole, when it comes to statistics side of things, then Favan is the only one that's actually in green numbers. So the rest of the team is deep in the red. So, of course, all the team has to improve by the individual side. You can see the one staple, of course, Favan. Oh, yeah. Even though it wasn't an easy way into the tournament and it wasn't an easy best-of-3 yesterday, Favan still managed to keep his level up top, and yeah, definitely a most decorated player right now for them.
8th best in terms of numbers in the individual statistics, let's say, with 1.12, so top 8 for him, but he's the only one from a 9 up there.
9. Yeah, I mean, yesterday there were some glimpses. Bob's D played very well, something like that. But
Ace as well.
Let's now move on to the other team. Let's hear what Mattis from fnatic has to say about the upcoming match.
Hello Mattis, tough loss for you yesterday. What is the mood in the team after that loss?
I think it's not the end, right? We know we lost, but we know why we lost, and we are here to repair it. It's not over. We have still 2 chances to qualify for the playoffs, and we're gonna take it.
So what do you think is the main reason that you lost?
I think a lot of it, to be honest, communication, individual skills. So we didn't shoot hard like we did the first game we played against 9 also. And I think also when it comes to decision making, we hesitated in some scenarios that made a difference against ENCE, obviously.
It looked like individually you are not on point yesterday. Not only you, but the whole team, because you lost many 1v1 or 2v1 situations. Do you feel the same about the match?
Yeah, I think we also saw the scenarios. We could have gone both ways, you know. But I think a little bit more dedication towards finishing the round, no matter what, could help for sure. But I think the biggest factor was the communication part. I think the bounce off each other, like, guys, there is one guy here, but I don't think he's gonna copy the ATC, play other areas. This kind of little bounce, I think that make the biggest difference.
What is the main thing you need to fix in the communication then? Because your communication was kind of on point, as you said, on Friday. So what was the main difference yesterday?
Exactly, that's the biggest, not like a solution, I would say, but we can look easily at the way we played the first day and we remember it, and that's what we're gonna look today for.
Against 9, you are switching sides of losing and winning all over again. Your coach said it is kind of a El Clasico because you play them too often. Do you think it's advantage or disadvantage for you now?
I think it's always nice to play them. You know, they're also not random team. You know, they try to play structured, so it's not like you're gonna hate to play against them. You know, it's very nice to play against them. It's a good CS, I think. And yeah, obviously we played many times against each other recently, last 1 or 2 months. But I think it's fine. Honestly, there is not gonna be much special. Maybe they're gonna add some few new rounds. You know, maybe we also. So we'll see. It's gonna be a nice clash again.
You beat them online, but you are losing again against them online. So it is an advantage for you to play online. Why do you think that so? Do you think that you are a more experienced team when it comes to players with their experiences online?
I think experience for sure, but also the feeling that we're gonna play online again after a little bit longer time, you know, especially with the new roster. Since Jumbo joined, we didn't play a single LAN yet. So I think that's also a big plus for us, I think.
What was your schedule like yesterday and today? What are you doing to get back to the focus or also chill a bit?
A little bit chill. We went with food with each other, of course, with a little walk, and now we're gonna prepare for sure for the match. Maybe we're gonna add new map to pick, we'll see, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I asked your coach if you are going to try something new in the Wedo. Are you familiar with all the maps in the pool the same way, or are you maybe different maps are working for you differently right now?
I think it depends on the day, to be honest. We're gonna sit with each other and say, guys, I think this is gonna be the best choice to play against this specific team and this team. We know we can play all the maps we play, especially a part of Instaban, of course, but I think it will not matter what map is gonna be today again. Even on the first day when we joined and we tried to play against them, it would not matter what maps we're gonna play. I think we're gonna keep our cool, we're gonna keep the calmness, communication, we're gonna shoot hard. I think it will not matter what map is gonna be. It's gonna be a great match no matter what.
We are talking together now 2 hours prior to match. Is your plan clear right now when it comes to Wedo, or are you still going through some discussions?
I think it's going to be clear. Obviously, I'm not going to share on cameras, but I think it's going to be very clear.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, for Mattis, it would be very painful to leave on a 3rd place. That's a position he knows very well from this arena, right?
Yeah, for him it would be heartbreaking, but I think they have the right mentality to actually pull through today. Of course, if it's going to come into practices, we're going to see that in quite a few minutes. But yeah, Mattis has the home ground advantage, has the fans here, and has all the needed ingredients in his team to actually pull through. Of course, fnatic, top 2 favorite of the tournament, a well-decorated British organization stapled in a golden history a decade back. And honestly, coming off of a disappointing Austin MRQ, battling it out for their first LAN win of this year. And we cannot not mention new additions of a star AVP here in a Jumbo and an IGL in Fear. Change of mentality with it, ways, and of course with the Swedish legend Crims, 2-time major winner. And a loyal soldier of fnatic, almost 11 years in the same organization. Of course, there was a bit of a hiatus in a different team, but still he's sticking it out with this team. And I have to say that in the near future, probably, maybe in a longer future, they are going to see a bit higher. We are going to see them a bit higher on the ladder. This is definitely not their peak. And we might be seeing champions in the making here.
For sure, for sure. I mean, when we look at this gentleman with a sword there, we have to talk about Crims. He seems like a different animal on LAN than online.
Yeah, definitely. And despite that, he's in a really, let's say, hard position, because we usually see Mattis, who set whole career on the very left side of the team table. But now there is Crims, and we all know that Mattis is playing with mouse in his left hand,
that's true.
And Crims in the right hand, so they can be clashing on the mouse pad. And that's something I would really like to talk about with someone from them, because it's pretty rare to see someone playing with mouse in left hand. And for Crims, it might be a struggle a little bit, because he needs to, Mattis, don't hit me.
And especially with that mouse pad of Mattis.
You don't want to touch that, for sure.
But the only thing I would still mention about fnatic, about the yesterday's and the games before, is that CT side, they're struggling. They're struggling on multiple maps, especially on Dust and Ancient. And I think that's something that 9 can actually take advantage of.
You can definitely ask our amazing production team to maybe point one camera to the clash of mousepads there. But let's get to Vito, gentlemen. Will we see Train? Will we see Dust? What will be?
There's going to be mind games, probably. I'm not sure if we can expect Train. It might be. But so far, it seems like 9 are going for their default bans. Okay. It's Inferno for 9.
It's Inferno, okay.
Why not, I would say, because yesterday against 500, they didn't really look bad. Ancient. Well, for Fnatic, it was either Ancient or Train, given that they managed to beat this opponent 2 days ago, especially on those 2 maps.
9 left Train there. 9 left the Train. They chose to ban Anubis instead of Train.
Is this what they were cooking?
I mean, like Faven said, that something will be different.
Yeah, maybe we'll just go to 2 maps or something.
Maybe the Inferno was what he meant. That's a possibility as well.
Definitely.
Because, yeah, of course they play it, but it's definitely not their first pick usually.
Surprising one from 9.
But they had to be surprising. I mean, after the Friday, they had to be surprising. They had to change something.
Yes, but I mean, leaving Train, where you go into it with the mindset of, okay, everything now is on this map. It's a decider. And last time it was 13-2. I mean, isn't that like so much pressure here on LAN?
On the other hand, it's good for a decider because you have a chance with the knife round, so you can somehow avoid the fact that Fnatic will start on CT side and brutally smash you.
It's a coin flip, though.
That's a coin flip, yeah.
So maybe some preparation was on point there, and they felt like this map could be a possible decider, if not their map pick. And plus, we have to talk about Mattis' curse on this venue, because he was here 2 times on the separated tournaments. He was 1 time 3rd, 1 time 4th. So
yeah,
he was never top 2.
Well, he's definitely at least 3rd now. So he's able to actually get to the best position he was here, but he's definitely aiming higher. I mean, come on, it's Mattis, it's Fnatic. This is not enough for them.
They're definitely not. They will not be settled with a 3rd place. And we know Mattis, he can be very vocal if he wants to. He can hype the team. So I'm very curious. Maybe that's 2 things we need, the guys. We need the camera on the mouse pads and on Mattis if he's gonna hype the team if something goes wrong. Who else can stand up? I mean, Fear, of course, the IGL. He should be the one who can keep the team calm.
And
because
definitely Jumbo.
Yesterday, on Anubis, they went kind of all over the place in the last rounds.
Yeah, when it comes to the Anubis and the CT side, it just wasn't good. There was not enough good decisions, especially in the late rounds. They had good early defaults on T side. Well, you could say probably on CT side as well. But late round decisions just didn't went well for them. And I think they need to improve on that. They know that. And you just said that you met them today around midnight, that they actually came out of the Vodafone PLAYzone Arena here. They were doing demo reviews. So I think they actually concentrated especially on this. And today we're not going to see bad decision making as well as we saw yesterday.
Let's check what our bookmakers think, or bookmakers from Tipsport, our titular partner, think about this match. When we now know Vito, Fnatic still heavily favored against 9, but I mean the odds for first map winner for 9, they are interesting.
Okay. For me, yeah. I mean, it's a decision. It's a surprising decision to pick Inferno, but still, they know why they picked it. So 2.15, I think, is a good odds for the bettors who actually want to take a chance on this.
And I mean, we saw Inferno yesterday, and it wasn't that bad. It was it was nicely controlled. Banana, perfect control there. Bobsky did amazing job. I mean, the utility and usage of that was great. Rotations were also on point. So I don't know, 215 on Inferno. I mean,
it's going to depend. Honestly, it's going to depend a lot how the AVPers actually play on CT side. I'm wondering how Jumbo and how Mantu are going to perform, because yesterday Mantu
himself
extremely well, plus 14 AVP kills, and when we take it in comparison with the first day, he had like 3.
Yes, and on Inferno, that's interesting thing you said, because some op players don't necessarily go for AWP
on T side
all the time on T side, right? But Mantu is one of the players who is not afraid of buying or taking op if it's available.
Yeah, and plus he's really good with AK as well. For example, on one of the previous nukes, we saw him with many kills with AK-47 and not op. So maybe rifle this will work for him.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
No. But Jumbo doesn't really stand in his shadow as well. We could see him pretty much, and you can see
go.
Mattis's mouse.
I mean, it seems to be like plenty of space.
Did he move? I think he moved because
I think they may have switched around, I guess.
That's the edge of the table, right?
Yeah, it looks like that.
Yeah, so maybe Crims actually went in trouble.
That was the reason. That was the reason why they lost.
Yeah.
So this is what they were talking about yesterday.
So different sitting setup for Fnatic. So they are also cooking. they're switching things around. The mousepad is still the same though. It's a daddy mousepad.
I think at the end of its life, whenever Mattis actually hangs his keyboard and mouse and retires, I think it should go to some museum.
Oh,
for sure.
Blast incident preparation there.
I think he should have like a sticker with should be the border, should be the mouse pad or something like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's go to your predictions because I'm really interested on what do you think? I mean, we saw what bookmakers think, but Storm, will this be 3 maps? Will this be 2 maps? What can we expect?
3rd maps depends on Inferno. If 9 get it, of course, 3 maps. If they don't, I think it's going to be 2-0 for Fnatic. I'm gonna go in this direction. I do believe they have the right mentality. They have the quality to actually push through, even though 9 is a really hard opponent.
Do you think Enchant is then like basically settled? It's done?
I think so, honestly. Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Kote? You don't seem to be.
I don't. Every day is different, and I think every Ancient is different as well.
I like this outlook on life. I like this. Yeah.
Okay, so what we discussed Inferno in depth. If we just go for a little bit into the Ancient, then is it same thing as in Inferno? Is it op? Is it default place?
I don't really think so, because you have many possibilities how to take different position, either on CT side and T side as well. And from the last results, we can see that 9 actually beat Fnatic on this map in CCT. So I think they are confident with their gameplay and their plan. But of course, in the first time, it didn't went well for them. But as I've mentioned, it depends how are you feeling it in that very day. So I think the result 13-5 in favor of Fnatic was not just coincidence, but it's not as representative as we can say.
Yeah, they actually met 4 times, and 4 times it was Ancient in the veto. So this is something we can rely on between these 2 teams. And whenever...
And it's 2-2 on Ancients.
Exactly. What I wanted to say just was that whenever 9 won, it was really close, but when Fnatic won, it was pretty much a stomp. So that's the difference between those 2.
Is there something in the mindset maybe of the teams? Because 9 advancing here through win, Fnatic falling down through loss, right? Both teams, 9 excelled in their match, Fnatic lost 0-2. So is there something maybe that can play here? Like Fnatic are on the rise, 9 are on the rise with winning, start of the winning streak, and Fnatic on a maybe beginning of the losing one.
I don't really think so. In my honest opinion, it doesn't matter because you go step by step, as everyone is mentioning here. So
especially coaches.
I don't think that in this short format it does matter. You don't have like 5 days in a row lose streak or something like this. It was 1 bad day or 1 bad match. It doesn't matter honestly for me.
The only thing maybe, I agree with you, but the only thing maybe I'm just gonna add to it is it might matter in the beginning, and it depends how 9 actually handled the beginning of the first map. If that's true, they can carry the momentum from yesterday, maybe sit it right in their heads. Fnatic might strangle in their thoughts, so depends. But other than that, I agree with you.
I mean, they both have veterans. We mentioned that before. Raus on one side, and honestly, if you look at the Fnatic roster, there is many, but Crims is probably the one who has the longest record or longest work record in a CS. I mean, can you look to these players and they have so many lands after that they played in so many lands, right? But now it's long gap for Fnatic before they. Is there some nerves now coming up again? Because it's like, oh, I haven't ridden the bike for half a year, so do I really remember how to do it? Or is this just, no, it's a minor LAN in Czech Republic. I mean, let's get it over, boys.
I think for Crims, it's like, yeah, whenever, let's just use some analogy. Whenever you need to learn how to walk again, you need to have, you know, the sticks to actually, you know, help you move. But he has them in form of experience. He has them next to him all the time. So for him, I don't think it's going to matter. For the rest of the team, he's going to pull through everyone. He's going to take them on his shoulders. And it's going to be much better for them in this case because of those experience. They're invaluable.
Perfect. Well, let's welcome our players in the arena. One team for the very last time. One, well, we'll see them again. But Davkoni, take it over.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Only 2 series until we know who will be crowned the Conquistador of Prague. One team is already waiting in the final. 2 teams will battle for the final tickets now. And the first team to welcome here on the stage is 9. Kragen, I see you are looking forward for the match, you are hyped up. The mood in the team is good right now?
Yeah, I mean, we're ready for some revenge.
Everyone is saying the match against Fnatic is kind of El Clasico. You are meeting them very often, you play them here already. What will be different in this match?
I think it's going to be just as crazy as the last time. We played them, this is maybe the 4th time, so there's going to be some crazy rounds and some mind games, I think. But other than this, I think, yeah, it's going to be a good game and we're going to be ready for sure.
Thank you so much and good luck, Team 9! As we said already, the team that will enter now already beat Team 9 in the first round, but then lost to ENCE, so they will have to do it again in terms of promoting into the finals. It's Team fnatic! Chris, you beat 9 already, but the weather is way different now. How successfully you picked the map, and how do you feel about the third map, the train? Will we see train now today?
Nah, it's kind of a quick tour, I think. We're very confident on every map, so just nice with a change.
What the mood in the team is, because you seemed a little bit tense after yesterday's loss. Is it already different?
Yeah, just sloppy big game from our side. We had a talk yesterday. It should be all good today.
Thank you so much and good luck, Fnatic! Truly crucial match for both teams because everyone wants to be the Conquistador of Prague. Let's see who will meet ENCE in the finals.
Today we crowned the conqueror of Prague, the best team at the end of this long journey. But even before that, we need to see who will be our second finalist. Fnatic versus 9 in the lower bracket. Luba and Pronogo here to review all the action of this day. Will Fnatic make the repeat of the first day, or does 9 have something else to say, Pronogo?
9 has something else to say, all right. They got a very interesting veto. And I got to be honest, from the outside perspective, not knowing what they got up to, not knowing what their practice looked like, this veto looks whack. This veto looks like they are deciding to pick Fnatic's statistically best map that many people avoid versus them, probably because of how confident they are on Inferno. And they're giving the opportunity for Fnatic to start off on the preferred side. So that already spells to me that if, as Krim says, they had a sloppy beginning against ENCE yesterday, well, they're not going to have many tools to sort of continue to keep that beginning sloppy. 9 are not going to have tools to control Fnatic's pace change unless they've done a lot of prep. So already some concerns, some question marks on the veto phase for map number 1.
Yeah, hopefully 9 did their homework. I mean, the sample size is is relatively small when it comes to Fnatic. They don't play as many maps per month as most of the other tier 2 sides, most of the other teams that were in this competition before. However, hopefully 9 did catch some of those matches and see maybe what Fnatic does wrong. I really hope that 9 didn't pick Inferno just off the basis of, all right, you beat 500 yesterday, but that was off of OT, that was off of a sort of a comeback. You don't really want to put yourself in a deficit after your map pick. Of course, we've seen trades of map picks throughout this tournament, but that's not really something you want to hope for if you want to make it to the finals.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And you look at this lineup, of course, they have had plenty of success, plenty of inconsistency as well. A rocky little situation for every team here. Nobody is exempt from that little label, not even ENCE, who wait in the final. So this is an opportunity for poise. This is an opportunity for consistency. Fnatic are going to be looking to dispense with their challengers here and now. And I love that Krim said it's going to be a quick 2-0. I don't necessarily know if that's actually the fate of this particular series, but the fact that he's got that confidence and isn't afraid to say it feels good to be, you know, of course, there's plenty of Fnatic fans in the arena. I'm sure they appreciate hearing that from you know, maybe not the actual in-game leader, that's Fear, but the spiritual leader in many respects, the veteran voice on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, and absolutely. And when Crims says something like that, you know that you might be in for a little bit of danger if you're 9. Of course, Crims hasn't had the best numbers in the recent past, but one of the series where he really popped off was against 9 on Friday. So really 9 got to be careful for the individuals on the side of Fnatic, as it was one of the contributing factors why Fnatic actually won that best of 3, simply due to the fact that they really hit the ground running and their individuals popped off. You got Mattis, you got Blamef, you got Jumbo, you got Crims. All of them posted significantly better figures that you would expect them to actually do, and especially in a LAN environment where you can get a little bit intimidated by your opponents.
Intimidation is a factor, and especially since these little booths that the players are in, they're exactly where you're going to be looking between rounds if you're concerned about that sort of thing. And ladies and gentlemen, we are gearing up for our first pistol. Fnatic taking on 9 on favored ground, despite it being 9's map pick. Fnatic will begin the affairs on the CT side. Just as soon as we are good and ready, we will be seeing those pistols come out. And I want to know, how many dualies are we going to see on that CT side? Where are the half-wall sprays coming down? I'm already starting to play-by-play it in my head.
Oh, yeah. That it could be expected. Of course, we've talked about it, I think, a couple of days ago, that the dualies are much more common than they were back in the day. And now even online CS, you can see a few teams that pick up more than 2 pairs of dualies. I've actually seen them a couple of times 5 pairs of dualies on a pistol round, and that is really something that can catch you off guard. You're kind of hoping that with Glocks you can go into some close quarters combat and actually get a kill, but then the dualies start firing off, and then you might be in a little bit of trouble. Though both teams are facing elimination if they lose their best of 3. Of course, ENCE awaits in the grand finals, and the grand finals will be seen today. But before that, one of these 2 teams needs to leave the competition. It's Fnatic on the CT side, 9 on their map pick, and we are scratching our heads why they picked Inferno. Let's see what they got ready.
Well, they've definitely got a B rush. Ladies and gentlemen, Dobré odpoledne. Vodafone, you're watching Fear take Rawls out immediately. There's plenty more action there, and look at that, another frag towards Pool, and he is staying alive, but easily overwhelmed now. The Kraken been released. Already a 3v2, broken round with the bomb planted on B.
Yeah, Kraken, he saw 2 players towards Banana. They can assume that one is in CT and that one just taps Kraken. Taps him out of the road. Oh my God, what the hell was that? Bob with the clutch. Blink and you miss it. He claims 3 heads and claims the first for 9. Welcome to the last day.
All right. Well, I didn't think that their game plan involved a ridiculous tapathon. Like he's playing whack-a-mole with the USP from Coffin. We'll take that. I'm sure we'll get that on replay here. Here we go. So this is how the affair started. Fear kind of getting a couple of gimmies. And with BlameF taking Faven out elsewhere, just what that, man, that was so good. But look at this, the fadeaway second kill, and he just has Jambo's number there. I mean, you could tell Rawls didn't expect that. He wasn't calling that. Bob go kill. But that's the play. That's what happens. And listen, with the bomb plant down as well, they've got flush with cash into the second round. A very well-equipped second buy. We got plenty of comms on for Fnatic. Let's see what the game plan is here.
Yeah, you just type XD in chat after you do that to them. All right.
Why is he typing the last part of his name? What's going on?
All right, Fnatic on a sloppy buy. Let's see what you can do. 2 SMGs, a scout in the hands of Jambo. You're gonna have 2 pistols in this one, hoping to catch somebody off guard, hoping to maybe surprise 9.
Not a bad setup here for Fnatic with 2 members so far forward. Hometown favorite, Metis. He is in there with the P250 and Boiler. That's close range engagements in both of these situations. A force buy can absolutely find value. Faven needs to clear. Oh, and will, but that's a lot of damage. Mattis might be able to go live to grab that Galil. That's certainly an option. Oh, well, Prague now very, very low, and so is Faven. Easy, fast frags from the P250. Not able to scarp her away with a gun. That might have even been an opportunity for him to slow the whole round to a crawl, but instead, we do have the rest of Fnatic setting up to see if they can't find anybody else. The scout yet to get active. We've got another SMG, another Deagle.
Yeah, they're quite far away from the site. Need to gain some ground if they actually want to search for a frag. Not gonna find it just yet, and without a kit, you know that this might be already over. Though, Jambo did grab that Galil, so they can be a little bit happy with what happened in this round. Taking 2 guns away from the opposition and saving something from yourself. Also doing some economic damage as Bob XD hits the deck. It's gonna be the second round for 9, but a Pyrrhic victory. That's going to cause their economy to be a little bit worse for wear, as Fnatic are going to have some equipment in the next.
Yeah, we'll take that for Fnatic. They're going to have that Galil brought over, an important one. And now we get to see what all's going on here. I mean, really Mattis impressed with the P250, but was set up for success after that, all that damage dealt to Faven earlier. And that close range angle, it's more deadly than you think, rounding the corner to Boiler. So 9 do take some economic damage, and you can tell Rawls on the Mac 10. I mean, we can see that in gun rounds, so let's not be kidding ourselves here. But certainly a familiar weapon. Fear, set up for the spray. Oh, but I don't think he was ever going to be good for more than 1 there, with how elegant that spacing was.
And Rawls, the raid boss with the Mac 10.
Yeah.
It's a 4-on-4. Still, let's not count Fnatic out of this just yet. But somebody is going to have to make a heroic play. Would that be Matt? As the answer seems to be a resounding no, as he's got nowhere to run, and Faven will just take him down. Still, a slow approach from 9 will lead Fnatic to rotate. Give them a chance to set up a defense. As small as these guns are, they can still pose a threat.
Yeah, it feels like Jambo in a one-and-done position, though, and he whiffs the shot, so the Deagle can't bail him out of trouble, and that will be an easy wall bang for Kragen. Overwhelming the site very, very simply. BlameF all the way on the other side of the map. Would have liked him getting a little bit aggressive towards top banana. I know, obviously, if you die there, there's no trade, because everybody else rotated over, but it would have been nice to see him push a little bit away from the site, just to see if he can get info, even if he does it in a jiggle peek fashion where he's not exposing himself too much. Would have been an opportunity for him to confirm everybody was there and maybe set up for more team play later down the line. But it is just the last vestiges of the force buy on the CT side that went unsuccessfully for Fnatic, as 9 are about to string 3 together. And BlameF might be able to upgrade his MP9. Crosshair ever so slightly off the head, but with an MP9, does it really matter? Rawls will fall back away. That was a battle of the 2 titans right there, and he was still going for it at the very end, but not quite to be. always a funny round when the biggest guys on each squad have the littlest guns.
Yeah. Well, they have the guns in real life. Why do you?
I guess so,
Why do
yeah.
you need them in?
Gotta balance them out.
The game, and Rawls. I mean, he showed what he can do with the SMG. Of course, 9 hitting the ground running on Inferno, but Fnatic, they're gonna have a buy in the next one. Already on the big green is Jambo. Good flash, and no chance for the offer of the Fnatic side to even try and hope to get that first kill. Maybe 9 want to bring up some pace in this round as they're already swarming that A bomb site. This is going to be a test for Jambo, but Mattis actually finds a frag. Now it's Jambo's time to come alive as he finds the first, but he still needs a lot of work to do. And Crims fell, Jambo in trouble. Misclick means he's dead, and Mattis follows him to the grave. It's a 3v2 and the bomb site taken.
Well, we haven't had to talk about this yet, but Inferno, the highest frequency CT save map in the pool, and it looks like they might not even get a chance. BlameF, he is in the winery, considering his options. How is he going to path away to keep the A4 into the next round? This is a regular site on this map. No matter who's playing on the CT side, you're going to see a lot of defenders willowing away in opposite directions of the bomb plant. The attack can be just so deadly, and trying to egress back onto the site even harder. With Montu falling, it might be an opportunity for BlameF to score an AK, but
you ain't
he needs
getting
to survive the flank. Yeah, this feels a little bit impossible for Benjamin Brummer, and he's brought down in the CT spawn. A very easy round, it feels like, for 9 at the end of the day. And it makes a lot of sense for Fnatic to call a timeout here. They'll take attack and consider their options. But Yuba, that looked a little bit too easy, especially with the way that Jambo, he only got 1, and that was with a timing on the flashbang. The utility usage really sublime.
Oh yeah, well done by 9. Changing the pace, changing the tempo, maybe catching Fnatic off guard, because Fnatic did start the round with 4 on B, maybe hoping that they're gonna catch a quick push, but rather it was on A, and the defenders didn't rotate in time. Jambo isolated with that up, and the thing is, yeah, he found the first frag, but he missed the second. Even if he had found it, I don't think it would have changed much. That was a one-and-done angle he held on site, and no chance to survive, no chance to tuck somewhere and keep himself alive. Fnatic back on the smaller weaponry, as BlameF is going to have an M4. The rest of the team, not so much. They're looking for something. Jambo with the scout. Of course, he's shown his prowess with this weapon. Only a tag through the wall to the body of Rawls, so he's still going to be battle ready throughout this round.
Yeah, he should still be fine, especially versus the weaponry that might take a little bit longer to get a frag. And look at that, Crims demonstrating it's still a possibility. Oh, Mattis with a P250. He's going to score that AK. Thank you very much. And that puts a lot of pressure onto the B side of the map where Jambo is already rotated with that scout. He can try to tag some players, but instead he's on the receiving end of the damage. Still trying to keep him interested. BlameF with the boost gets cut down immediately. You can't stop the Kraken, apparently. Kraken pushing on forward. And, well, he will eventually be cut down by Fear, but there's a big crossfire here and no numbers advantage whatsoever. Montu claws 1 back.
But
might
Fear,
be a possibility, but Pool's already... Let's just say it's closed, and Montu gonna have to move all the way back with that AWP. Look for a save. You can kind of tell that when the crowd's happening. They are clapping away as Fnatic have been able to post 1. The only question is, will Montu save the all?
Yeah. I don't think there's going to be a hunt courtesy of Fnatic, as they're quite content with the rifles they have. Yeah. And given that this was an eco, it's going to build up a little bit of bank for the CT side. Montu will be able to save this up. The problem is, like, when BlameF died on the site, they knew where Fear was. It was seemingly easy to overwhelm him. I already expected 9 to pounce on the site. They kind of took it slow, waited for Fear to expend his utility, get out of that protective defensive smoke. Didn't really work out for them now, did it?
No, it didn't. And, you know, after the initial sortie down bottom mid, and of course the 2 men in apartments, they already knew that at maximum there were 3 defenders on the site. So they had equalized it in their minds to be a 3v3. You see Crims and Mattis in the kill feed, you know their rotations are going to be relatively fast. And so you know that you've got, at worst, a numbers parity. You know that you're having an even fight. which isn't really what you want as the T's. You do want that unfair numbers advantage, but you can make that work. You just need to go with pace before the rotations show up, and I think they were just stalled out by utility, stalled out by bullets. Fnatic doing very well. Now, it's the jousting for control. They think that medieval jousting is gone. No, it's moved to Inferno Banana. With the first frag going Fnatic's way, Rawls again with the MAC-10.
Brilliant.
Infallible on that gun. He's always good for at least one frag, it seems.
And it's like...
That's just an OP asset on in your book, if you think about it.
It's like there's no spread when he uses the MAC-10. Like, every time you see him, he hits the head, even when he's running. And he brought it back into a 4v4, opened up the map for his side, as Fnatic are going to have to play a little bit of passive game. They're going to have to make a risky rotate, and they've done just that, as Crims might have to defend this side against 3 or 4 players. That is going to be a tall order for the man who's only just actually found his first kill of this map.
Yeah, it wasn't that far long ago, but Jambo will find more impact, relieving pressure on the other side of the map. The rotations can be quick. There it is. Headshot towards Boiler. Crims, very impactful frag, and he slinks behind the box. Bavin, no opportunity to punish. Oh, look at that. Keeping them interested, keeping them exposed. Mattis is here for the firepower, for the support, and it's only Montu. He'll cut Crims down, but at what cost? Might be able to look for more, not possible. Another round where not only do Fnatic score, but they keep 3 alive to have their economy flushed.
Oh yeah, it's gonna feel good for Fnatic. A well-controlled round, even though they've lost a player quite early. They still managed to put themselves in a good spot. And Crims just keeping himself alive, finding that first frag and slinking back to the side. That's what kept this round going for Fnatic. Had he fallen so early, the rest of the players, they wouldn't even have a reason to rotate. Now
it was really important for him to not only be staying alive, but the fact that he was able to do that while looking for information and getting that first frag before the T's were ready to execute onto the site with their survivors. That is not something you can count on every day, but... well, if we roll back the years long enough, that's what Crims was always good for. Two to 4, Fnatic on a little bit of a run back here. First rounds were not their friend, but now this one should be a gimme. He only got some Glocks on the other side, and Kragen's Deeg. Not really an opportunity for 9 to put much pressure on. And this is a point where we can start to think, are Fnatic going to be going for this information? PlayMF is pretty far forward. In theory, potential for him to be overwhelmed. He has fire support from Fear. So this should be a nice and easy wraparound. Oh, Kragen's Deagle does end up finding some value. The smoke there to try to block them off, but yeah, he can tell that position is compromised. So an AK given over to Favin. This should not be a situation where Fnatic lose more than one player. But let's see, as Mattis is smoked off. Oh, this is dangerous. Double pool.
Yeah, not going to be easy for Fear as they're swarming him, and the Glock, it will finish him off. It's still a man advantage, and no Kevlars on the side of 9, but they can hope to plant the bomb. They're going to have to hurry up before that smoke fades, though, as Fnatic have already rotated near enough to the side. Montu has that bomb on his back, and they're just waiting, baiting for Fnatic, but not going to happen as Fnatic have all the info. They have a man on Banana. They know the T's couldn't have gone far. They have to be on the side, and Fnatic have no reason to push on forward until that bomb at least touches the side. Until you hear the plant, you really don't have a reason to face, and now they have to commit. Montu is gonna plant it, and on time. That's a little bit of extra cash. Favin finds 1, but that wasn't enough as Mattis doubles up. It's gonna be 3 for Fnatic.
That's a hugely successful Glock round. Remember, they bought 1 gun, and it was Kragen's Deeg. Opens up onto PlayMF, and Fear not able to throw the smoke down and control top bottom Banana. So that's expensive. That undoes a lot of the work that Fnatic have done earlier in this half, keeping 2 rounds in a row where 3 players stay alive. Suddenly, they've only got 2, and it was versus a round that really there was no real investment from the side of 9. So we have to give credit to Kragen, give credit to 9 overall for being able to pounce on that opportunity. Sometimes your opponents will show you their bellies in unexpected ways, and Fnatic had done just that. Versus a lesser team, they might not have been punished, but 9 are not that lesser team. Not today on Inferno, and they'll be threatened in terms of their lead. This could be a tie game at the end of the round, but now we've got 5 AKs.
Oh,
and look at that, Favin opening up as well. Up out of the picture.
Yeah, that's a good start. Favin, he knows his angles. That's well done. Fear needed that frag, and he found it. 4v4, but now 9 know they have no control of Banana. No info on the side of Fnatic. A wild spray in the end connects as Mattis hits the deck. Now Crim's in trouble. He needs to fight and find a frag. Only one he will, though. And blamef, maybe it's his time to do something sneaky. Not gonna happen, not just yet. Fear on the rotate, but a man disadvantage. They're gonna have to hurry themselves up. They do have a kit and 2 pieces of utility to work with, but this is a question, do you want to commit to this round?
Well, there's no flashing, that's the real problem. Maybe Fear can scrape some together. blamef has the kit, so that's really the linchpin here, as they are taking their sweet time to clear out angles. Make it feel like maybe they've gone for the save. Fear, he is gonna get interested towards apartments, but Bob is so far away. And yeah, the bomb is too far ticked now. There's no hope to get on the bomb fast enough, and blamef getting cut down just adds insult to injury. At least Fear will get away with 2 frags at the end. He'll keep an AK into the next round, and there will be another investment. Fear can drop the op. There's still room here for Fnatic, but that was a round that they could ill afford to drop, especially after losing so many players to just Glocks.
Oh yeah. And a technical, or rather a tactical pause coming in from Fnatic and their coach. We're gonna see what that brings. Their new coach, Independent. Let's see what you have in store. What did you think of in this current state of affairs as Fnatic? It really looked like they're gonna get a tied result, like that CT side has adapted well enough to what 9 have been doing, but this round really didn't go so well. Starting from this kill, early, overzealous maybe from Jambo to try and hold that angle. Then 1 by 1, they just get swarmed.
Yeah, the fact that Jambo ends up going down in Boiler in an untradeable position, no support from the upper apps, it's no opportunity for him to do anything. And I think that move with pace from 9 really did start to cause problems for the defense. Well, Fear's position is known, but no surprises there. There's actually 3 members over here. They're setting up with a big amount of utility, but he has to fight through the flames and just gets cut down with a shot through the smoke. And Kragen, he goes for Mattis's head as well. He's got him. He's got all 3. The B side is open. This is a 6th round for 9.
Oh yeah, that's a definite. As they really wanted to find that frag back, and to be honest, they did find one, but Kragen really is tapping quite well as he's already on double digits. Jambo gonna keep himself alive at least for now, and he's still contemplating looking for another kill. This round done and dusted though. At some point he's gonna have to go somewhere where it's a bit more safe. But Fnatic again in a deficit of 3 rounds as 9 have managed to adjust, managed to adapt. And even starting with that round, they took 3 guys with only buying that 1 deagle. That kind of goes to show that maybe 9 have something in store. Maybe they have something planned for Inferno, and that's the reason why they picked it.
Crafty from Crims to make it all the way into Graveyard there for just a moment. Manages to find Bob lurking through the A-bomb site and stay alive. So there's some promise into the next round that they'll have some weapons with which to fight back. The problem is 9 are just running circles around them in these opening frags. This is maybe the 4th round in a row where I think we've seen opening frags dictate immediately, like with pace, where the bomb ends up going or whether the round goes the other way decisively. And sometimes it's been in favor of Fnatic. You think about Crimson Mattis using lesser weapons to clear apartments. But a lot of the time it's 9 finding an opening pick, and it's usually not just 1.
Yeah, and the thing is, I like that. I like to just keep it simple. Find the first frag, and then you kind of know where the opening is. When you wait for the CTs to rotate, you don't know if they went on a stack. If they decided to stack maybe 3 or 4 players onto one side, Rawls onto Mac 10, he might get destroyed, and he does. But Kragen, they're opening and closing everything. As he's taken control of the B-bomb side, the rest of the Fnatic players can only save what they got, and Favin already at the lurk. looking to relinquish these rifles, and he's gonna do just that, finding one. Damage to the second, but his fate is sealed as Mattis is ready to take him down. Might get rewarded with an AK for that, but it's 9 hitting 7. And now this T side is looking really freaking dangerous.
Yeah, listen, they've secured the half win. Fnatic are gonna have to really move mountains just to score 5 on the CT side. And again, this is a map that they don't play as often as some of the other teams, some of the other maps in the pool for them, but some of the other teams of Counter-Strike anyway. You think about Tier 2 CS and how saturated it is with games, and Fnatic don't necessarily play as many maps as them in terms of just number, in terms of production. 9 are definitely grinding a little bit more frequently. That doesn't mean that Fnatic don't have a couple tricks up their sleeve on the T side. They've got their own game plan, but they are being tested in a way that I don't think they've been tested online and, of course, in recent history. We'll have to see what 9 have in store for us in the final 2 rounds of the half, because it couldn't even look more dominant than this. Remember, they've cut down 3 players yet again, so the money still an issue. Fnatic should have all the weapons that they need. No, even then, BlameF and Fear electing to go for the MP9s. They're saving up some cash for what will be the final round after this one. And this is an opportunity yet again for 9 to continue pressuring. Now that there's utility money, Fnatic can stave off this banana control, but they might need to be calling in rotations as, again, with force. 9 have stormed it. Crims at least finds a little bit of a pressure release valve by clearing Favin in apartments. That's an opening for Fnatic, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that the B site won't be bowled over yet again.
Now 9 are taking it slow. They didn't find the first kill, and they need some info desperately. Not yet to control of any part of the map. Banana is free if you look at the mini-map. But so far, they're electing to put on a little bit of pressure towards A. Still, more than a minute on the clock gives them a situation where they can rotate from site to site relatively quickly. Of course, we're going to find out what that brings them.
Opportunity. Will 9 pounce upon it, or will they be cleared? There's 3 defenders here. Mattis and Crims going to be doubling up in the pit position with, of course, Mattis able to drop down there as soon as he finds first contact. BlameF, oh, did they hear it? Did they know his position based on that? He blocks the smoke coincidentally, wasn't even looking at it. That's just what it's like. Life is like that when you're so big.
Now a bit of trouble. Now a bit of pressure. The defense needs to hold, and Crims finds another one. That makes it a bit more easy, but the other player has been spotted. Madi's good for one more kill, and there's BlameF to bounce with the SMG. Kragan not able to open this site. And Fnatic hitting back, but they're going to need a bit more if they want to be at least content with the half.
And now we're seeing where Fnatic is a little bit more comfortable. I know it's 1 round, so not a lot of sample size, but when 9 stall things out and they get very, very slow, it's not nearly as successful for them. They didn't have enough map control to continue pressuring things, and the actual site take was a little bit discombobulated. I'm reminded of the way that they cleared apartments versus Crims and Mattis. I've brought that round up a few times now, where it was lesser weaponry. Mattis, once again, on the P250 and still able to find kills. But look at this. Instead, the CTs are going to go with pace. Now, Bob has traded back. Oh, but Fear is able to take care of him. It's an all-out brawl in mid. We're playing deathmatch in the final round of the half, and BlameF, well, of course, he's burrowed into a tactical angle. Brings it down to a 2-on-2.
That's diplomatically said. BlameF far away from his teammates, just tactically baiting them, looking for the second, and finds it. It's only Montu on his feet for the side of 9, but BlameF on half HP. This might still be doable as the rotate from Jambu is going to be quite slow. Montu might have isolated duels. That nade was meaty, so he's on half HP as well. Has the molly to use, but he's going to have to find the timing to do just that, as the CTs seem to be electing to come from 2 different angles, just finding a bit of a tag on BlameF, unable to finish him off just yet. They know he's in pit. They're gonna have to hurry up though, as the bomb is ticking. Montu in trouble, but that molly is not gonna get to him, though Jambo's up is for the 5th round of Fnatic. It's gonna be a close half, a minimal lead for 9 at the half of map number 1.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
ať, ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
An entertaining first half of today. A lot of Counter-Strike left to be played by the end of the Conquest of Prague. Don't forget, it is the last day. fnatic with a minimal disadvantage on Inferno. The pistol round could give them, or rather bring them right back into this. But we've already mentioned it before, a 7-5 half can always run away from you if you're on the receiving end, and 9 on the favorable side in this second half. Let's see what the pistol round is going to bring us.
fnatic looking for success in the pistols. Bob seemed to clutch that one out all the way back on Coffins, if you remember. The fadeaway tap with the USP and then clotheslining the final player. Didn't even feel like it was close. That's just a decoy. Prague knows. Facing him on top of the sandbags. fnatic are going to reconsider some options here. They don't have any more flashes, just 2 smokes and a molly, and they are going to commit and easily dispense with the 2 defenders. There's 1 left, and he's cut down as well. Rawls, as big as you are, the harder they fall, apparently, and it is going to be a nice and easy bomb plant with no casualties so far.
Well done by fnatic. Making a bit of noise and then making a lot of steps just to make the CTs think you're gonna disengage and going back to the other side, then striking back and destroying the defenders. 9, they really got surprised by what happened there. A solid tap from Favin. Not gonna be able to make this an active round just yet. Bomb already ticked to half and already a backstab coming in. Now the CTs need to commit, but they got nowhere to go, and Jambo lurking with those dualies should be able to take at least 1, looking for the second and tapping away at Favin. It's a 1-round lead now for 9.
Yeah, and very unlikely for them to be able to make much happen. Favin did score a second kill. Maybe he'll invest into a bigger gun because of those $600. But when you get shut out to that degree, your CT pistol into your CT force buy is not always a great transition, a great conversion. It's not always clean in that respect. So very well done by Jambo to clean up the crew at the back. And we will see Favin with an MP9, Montu with an MP9, but everybody else just on pistols. A very different complexion. No scout like there was for fnatic. They're going to see a different sort, a different style. And fnatic are playing it slow, trying to feel out. What exactly are we up against here in round 14?
That's the question. It's going to be a risky play from 9, and it doesn't seem to be paying dividends, as you can see on the minimap. Crim's already with a forward position and apps, and this is one of those situations where you're going to wait it out, see what the CTs have to offer, whether they want to be aggressive or not. And of course, you got a player with the Mac 10, you're just going to send him on a scouting errand, and Crims is going to pick up all the intel necessary. You can already see fnatic players rotating to A, and they're going to claim this round. At the end of the day, we might even not see a single kill in this one, as 9 are going to be quite happy with saving what they got, due to the fact that in the next round, they're not going to be opting to invest.
That's right. Anything that they get here is just a bonus. The Viking emissary has arrived, and Crims will take Kragan out after confirming that the A site was open to establishing a Viking embassy. I think that's what you call it when you absolutely devastate it, and that's essentially what's happening here. Though there is a bit of a joust for the CT spawn control, a Galil available, and they're using utility just to grab it. It's cute, Bob will take it. But fnatic have fallen away at this point, so we are looking at a nice little tie game here in our first map.
It begs the question, why did fnatic send a Galil towards CT? So isolated was Jambo, he just lost a rifle, so that's going to give 9 a little bit more firepower in the next one. So if you're fnatic, you're kind of facing off rifles, or at least a solid buy in the next couple of rounds. I mean, don't forget, now, of course, 9 are not going to buy anything, maybe a Kevlar on one of their players, the one that died, maybe a few nades, but it's not going to be a big investment. They're still going to pose a threat, and then in the next one, they're going to have a really good buy.
Yeah, they might not even have needed to purchase up anything on the fallen player because you can just drop the sidearm from whoever grabbed that Galil. So that just adds to another layer of it where they're going to have plenty of money saved up going into the next 7-7. And 9 might be able to win a weird buy, a lack of investment bonus from the previous force. Just leftovers in the fridge. Sometimes they do the job, sometimes they hit the spot. Right now with 3 defenders, basically staring down where Crims might poke his head at, and so yet another scouting mission for him.
Oh yeah, just checking things out, quite isolated from his team, but it's not really a big loss if he loses that MAC-10, as long as he actually finds some intel. Not gonna happen just yet, as he's completely missing the 9 players, so it might still be a threat for the Fnatic side. So far, are they committed to A? That's the question that begs. Or do they want to make a weird split towards B? The answer might be the latter now that they've seen players and losing another rifle, this time courtesy of Matasphere, though, finds 2. That's a bit of money in his back pocket, but BlameF quite low, so this round could still get away from them given that the bomb is really far away from the T's, and they're going to go through the meat grinder just to get that C4. 40 seconds on the clock. It's a 3v2.
Listen, I don't care how low BlameF is. He finds a way into the back line somehow, and Jambu's dispensed with Lanto. No worries there. And that is nice and easy. Even through the smoke, finding the last player, knowing he had to be in some ratty angle. It looks like BlameF just kept things awkward by living, and they didn't know exactly where to look. Not a lot of time spent practicing holding the second mid position in case you're getting infiltrated on. Very rare to see, you know, defensive utility and etc. for those kinds of spots. Apparently Jambo doesn't care. The smoke is not a wall. He goes right through it. And that was a scrappy, messy situation, but really what matters is that Fnatic are over it.
Oh yeah.
And they do so without losing too much on the economy. So this full investment from 9, including Montu's AWP, it's not going up against an understrength Fnatic, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is, now the first half really doesn't matter. It could have been any given result at the half, so you've completely forgotten about the fact that 9 was quite solid on their T side. And maybe Fnatic want to make this a quick one. 3 players defending the A-bomb site. It might be a blender they walk into, as the execute seems to be coming in. Montu, not a chance, not this century. Let's see what Kragan can do. He's firing off shots and finding one, gets traded back. Favin finds a double, still alive and in the smoke. Rawls helps his teammate, and BlameF now alone in a clutch situation, but the bomb is not close. He's gonna have to fight these 2 CTs, burning in the molly, and they know where he is. Isolates one, unable to find the other, and 9 tie it back.
Wow, a 1-on-3 attempt from BlameF, and it looked so damn good, going straight through the fire, but cutting noise enough afterwards to leave a question. Did he just tap it on the other end? Not expecting that duel, but very quick swing from Bob. Composure kept for 9 as they grab themselves an 8th round. And really, that was an impactful one to win. I know that 9 have not kept anybody alive besides this one player. Of course, Bob does secure that AWP going into the next, but it does feel like a subdued victory then. They'll take a tactical pause, consider their options. Their money is not necessarily flush, and if they lose this next round, it could be all down the drain.
Oh yeah. This is going to be an important one, though let's not forget the fact Fnatic have lost a lot of players in the rounds they've won in the second half, so their money is not the best. I've seen one player was on very little cash, one was about on $1,000. I think 3 were looking quite good, so it's going to be a buy. But is it going to be the best one? That's the question. No, a few pieces of utility missing. Fear downgrading to the Galil. Fnatic are going to have to make this work. Otherwise, we might see 9 back in the lead, and not just that, back in the saddle on Inferno.
Yep, yeah, it's very trepidatious right now, very difficult. They're not sure that they're on balance, and well, Bob and Kragan were the proprietors, the purveyors of many an opening frag.
Oh.
But look at this, it's Kragan yet again. Not checked and not considered. A little bit too much noise gallivanting through mid. No opportunity there. Brackets is going to be the domain of 9, and Faven even hears a little bit of a move around, a little bit of a dance. 9 are controlling this round.
Jambo relieves at least some of the pressure. So many defenders left yet to go. What's the plan for Fnatic? Just baiting that jump. Montu might have heard that, but is that enough intel gathered? The answer seems to be no, as Montu is holding Boiler. A bit more than 50 seconds actually left on the clock, as Fnatic are looking for the answer. But 9 giving them nothing after that early round aggression.
Yeah, they're kind of resetting their position on B as well, still playing a little bit passive. Jambo, he swings, but that only draws the ire of Mantu. You really got to watch out for that. Jambo does know all the op angles, of course, and it was impressive that he absolutely devastated Mantu on the op in the previous round, but that sniper was saved by Bob, and, well, it has a little bit of late impact holding angles, keeping it safe. BlameF just holding now to see if he can keep his rifle safe. This will be all he brings into the next round. Maybe he can grab himself a couple of flashbangs.
Bit of an
Team 9
awkward...
getting to their namesake. Liuba, it's happening. Team 9 has 9.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right.
Listen, the numbers are mostly over. I do think that Fnatic will eventually take this series, and then we'll have teams with names that don't invoke a little bit of caster ire when you're trying to talk about round wins. And yeah, well, Fnatic has 9, but Team 9 have 9.
Well, first of all, we need to figure out if Fnatic are going to get to 9. Simply,
that is true.
Due to their buy not looking the best. Of course, BlameF saved that gun. They decided to invest completely into this one. The op, let's see what it can do. Montu gets blown away. Tactical airstrike. Perk used by Fnatic as they get the +1 and relinquish that op. So that might still give them a little bit more room. Breathing room at that, as they're going to have opportunities to claim map control. Bobek taking that op. He's gonna just sit tight on Banana, as the A site actually is gonna get protected by 3 of his teammates.
Yeah, they don't know if they're up against half buy or what, so... Ooh, Jambo just clotheslines him. Immediately drops. There is another face. Maybe another angle. Bob has taken out Mattis. They know the op is still in play. Nice attempt on the flick. You can see him just trying to push the weaponry further away. Now they know some of these Fnatic players do not have rifles. Oh, fear is thrown to the wolves, but oh, Bob is so low in the back of sight. Flames got him. Had to go to the pistol, ran out of bullets. And there's 2 weapons on the field there if Fnatic want them. I don't think that any of them are going to be jumping at the bit to grab the AWP in this situation.
Absolutely
not.
not.
He's going to plant the bomb.
You don't want that op, and you kind of know that the bullets are not in the mag. Crims gets tagged to 29, but re-peeks and does damage. But it's a 2-on-2. Still 9 can think about this, as the bomb really hasn't ticked off just yet. So they can close to the site. BlameF, he's going to get tested. Will Jambo help him? He doesn't need any help. And the big Dane collects 2 to get us back into a tied result.
We'll take it. We'll take it. Fnatic are back to 9 indeed. They hit back really quickly, and without Montu getting blown out of the server in that last round, I don't know if it would have gone the way of Fnatic. We have an opportunity for another tactical timeout here, I think. Yeah, indeed, the last one burned by Team 9. So Fnatic have certainly sent a message threatening double digits. And the money wasn't necessarily stellar for the CTs. They committed all 5 players and failed to bear fruit in the round.
I can see Fnatic players laughing, apart from Mattis that scratched his head. So at least you can see that, yeah, he's dialed in. At least you can see that the side of Fnatic, they're feeling good. Optimistic still about this map number 1, as 9, they might feel that creeping sensation that this map might be slipping away from them.
It's a rifle round. This one is all to do. If Fnatic get dropped here, they'll have to, once again, use a scuffed buy. Even if they put the C4 down. 9 could get dropped in a similar way and be facing something of a reset. Their loss bonus will not be too high. Good meaty damage towards Banana, but Bob, in an uncomfortable position, going to use yet another piece of utility to smoke this off and fade away. Mattis hits the deck. Well, he was a stalwart in the previous series that Fnatic have played, so for him to have a bit of a strugglesome Inferno, only ahead of Crim so far in the kill matrix. Feels like maybe Fnatic are playing on a bit of hard mode here on LAN, but Team 9 aren't ready to give up the Ghost just yet. Despite the damage exchanged, it's only a one-man advantage, and Fnatic are going to recommit towards B.
Blame 6 HP. You mentioned that utility damage was really strong at the beginning for the side of 9 as Fnatic wanted to pressure towards Banana. Now they want to strike towards B. Jambo does some damage as he brings Bob to near death. 20 HP left on the 9 player, but Rawls on the boost could still pose a threat. 30 seconds on the clock. Fnatic need to pick up pace, and Rawls gonna get checked. He's gonna get challenged, and Jambo takes 2 to claim the site for his team. Will 9 commit to this round? That's the question. The answer seems to be no, as Kragan is the nearest point of contact, not even interested to spam to that smoke. So that's going to be double digits for Fnatic on Inferno.
I don't think Favin and Monta would have chosen to commit to this particular round, even if they had full buys, rifles, and a whole utility belt. But maybe the whole rest of the round would have looked a bit different. They might have poked out instead of being more timid in apartments, knowing that they had the heads-up duels, and that might have changed the picture. That's just yet another leg of this economic tale where Fnatic have been able to do so much damage to the CT economy, even in rounds where they don't win, that they can afford to make more risky plays and get away with it. Double digits achieved on their opponent's map pick. Now they only need 3. We'll see if they can make it happen before regulation is tested, or if 9 are going to be able to rally. So beautiful for the first map of the day to be so neck and neck, but Fnatic have an opportunity to run away with this. The money really not good for 9. You can see 2 of their players on the default pistol, just having utility on their belts. That's the only way that they can help, besides throwing their bodies at the problem. A1S, 2 MP9s. Oh, this stings.
Of course, just using what they've saved, hoping that in the next round they're gonna pose maybe a bigger threat. Of course, we've seen plenty of rounds where a team with 1 rifle managed to win, so still, 9 is in this, though Fnatic quite interested to go towards B, and Rawls defending it only with the USP, so really not high hopes if they decide to go towards that site.
Well, he's got another smoke on him. Maybe he can keep delaying it. Crims, he'll find Montu. The swing, the timing, it was so bad for 9, and they've lost a player seemingly for free. Rawls gets cut down on the site, and Blame's holding for the re-aggression. He might get spammed through the wood. Instead, he somehow falls away again on 2 points of health. That's the magic number for Blame. Been in that situation at least 3 times now. And it's just Favin and Kragan. They have to save, man. This is so heartbreaking for Team 9.
Yeah, they seem to be really in control of things throughout the first half, the majority of the first half. Heading into the second half, you expect them to do something, and they actually had a good chance of doing so. They had a chance to first hit double digits and maybe still have a bit of a driver's seat position on Inferno. Fnatic, they say no. They had a sloppy buy, and it worked out. Afterwards, it's 9 on the back foot.
Do we have time for an impromptu survey? Anybody in the crowd hoping for a 9 win right now?
Oh, and the crowd goes mild.
That's what I thought. What about Fnatic? We hoping for Fnatic? About the same.
Alrighty. Hopefully...
They're hoping for the end of Inferno. I think that's what they're hoping.
The crowd will be a bit louder when we get into our second best of 3. Of course, when we get to the final, I'm expecting some noise.
Of course, yeah. The serious business.
Oh, yeah.
Well, another set of rifles invested, and Kraken has an opportunity. Flashed into mid, he'll cut Jambo down. That's working. Nice little opening pick here, but Crips has an opportunity to strike back, and look at that, he does. Bobbing, damage dealt. Oh, he's even gonna double up, and that's bomb loose in apartments.
And it's a 4v2. Fnatic in trouble. They're desperately searching for the next kill, and the bomb quite far away from them. It's 9 that seems to be taking back control of things. Fear just seen a player in pit, jump spotting. He's been spotted as well. Ball back, catches BlameF a bit off guard, and now only Fear on his feet. He knows where one is and at least do some damage, but there's Favin on the pounce as 9 hit 10.
We have been able to count to 10 for both of these two teams, so that's working out pretty well for Team 9. They're able to stop the bleeding. Another tactical timeout, this time the last of Fnatic's. There will be no further tactical pauses on Inferno. This is an opportunity for Fnatic to continue putting distance between them and their opponents. 2 rounds required for them to steal their opponent's map pick, but it looks like 9 still have some fight in them. And Independent having some strong words and stronger claps. Trying to get some energy in here.
Well, it's a close fought affair so far as Inferno has been entertaining. Only 1 round separating these two teams, and this one could be crucial. Both teams, of course, having a little bit of cash to splash in the next one, but everybody open to be the first to get to that magic number 12. Of course, this round will also show us whether or not we will see at least 24 rounds.
Yeah.
9 managed to tie us up. There's going to be a few more twists and turns on Inferno.
Monto had to write an email real quick. We're here in the chat messages, and it looks like we'll have a round reset. Somebody has some trouble they need a little bit of help with. Is it you, Montu? He was the one typing.
Could be.
Well, tech support comes in hot on the arena.
It should be a quick one.
Oh, he had the Jame move. NVIDIA.
Oh, seriously?
NVIDIA moment. When you're moving as a ghost and you can kind of operate, but you can't see anything, you know, your visual crashes. Round will be restarted as the only bit of damage was taken after the tech was called. It was a single HE. Scraped Montu's back for 2 points.
Always a bit of a challenge for the admins to see when the message was sent and when damage was dealt.
Get the timestamps, get the receipts, but we're going back live nice and easy. It was just a reconnect, no problems. That's one little downgrade for Counter-Strike 2 is that it does take a little bit longer to launch, but these PCs are beefy. They handle it no problem. And what we did see in the very opening moments of that last round was this propensity to put Montu in the B site to begin with. He does have that AWP. He will post up there yet again. It hasn't always been in Banana. Sometimes it's been more towards A, but I think Fnatic have pieced it together. They are avoiding any instant faces as these utility pieces start to fall away. A much more passive hold on B, but A is anything but. They've got 2 players in that spot immediately right of brackets or immediately right of boiler. The molly won't clear it unless it's meant for the roof. They're all boosted up there. Look at that.
Man, Fnatic quite silent. Only a few nades tossed so far. Just put on a little bit of pressure on the defenders. You don't want a CT pushing you when you're trying to go to the other side. Yet undecided as to where they want to go in this one. 55 seconds have just ticked off the clock as Crims smokes long just to keep the CTs at bay. Still, Mattis saw 2 and actually got away alive, but only just as he's only on 13 HP. And now when they've seen the double boost, they can possibly opt to go towards B.
I think that's what they're doing, but they're leaving Mattis and a couple of other riflers in the area. So it's just going to be a fake. A is the real target. They're hoping to pull lots of rotations, and Favin's already come away from it. But a 3 versus 2, especially with these angles known, still a possibility for 9 to stuff things. 20 seconds left, not even, and they need to go now. fnatic using Crims as the tip of the spear, immediately gut the A bomb site, and Faven has no chance to stop the bomb plant from going down. This is a 5 versus 3, and fnatic look destined for 12.
Yep, fnatic are going to be on 2 map points. 9 are not in a position where they can try this. They can, of course, try and take a few rifles away. Faven, not a chance. Fear was checking his angles quite slowly, and in that state of affairs, your shoulder will be seen sooner, of course, than you'd hope.
It's been well played from Fear. He has been the second highest fragging player on his team, leading by example. When Crims has that level of impact on the entry as well, I think you can forgive a negative scoreline. Matt has given a little bit of time to warm into the series as well, and fnatic, I feel like they've gotten themselves exactly what they need. You see the crowd on your screen, they're enjoying this. I mean, it looks very, very avant-garde, having a Counter-Strike event and then some, you know, picnic-esque tables to enjoy your beer and hot dogs.
Honestly,
right? Beer and sausage.
It's a dream to watch Counter-Strike from that position. Have a few beers, have a few snacks, and enjoy some good CS. Let's see what Inferno can show us. Montu needs to go for an aggressive pick. His barrel has been seen and flashed off position. He's gonna have to pull back. fnatic able to buy a little bit of space in this round, though. Kraken quite interested in being aggressive. He might catch somebody off guard, and that's gonna happen. As Mattis hits the deck, it's 9 on +1. A bit of damage dealt to Jambo. Bobek, behind the smoke, no chance to check him. He's gonna look for the double, and he's gonna find it, going to the op, looking for the next, but Flame finally finding an answer. It's a 4v2, but Montu has repositioned with that sniper, and he's ready for the Dane, as Crims is the only one left alive.
Would have to be a 1-on-4. Rotations are slow, but they are on the way, so eventually he will be playing from a flanked position. A little bit of utility on the floor he picked up, but only really good for a smoke and a molly, so very slim margins here for him to do anything in the round. Might still be able to make it somewhat expensive. He takes a few of these guns away. The next round might be a bit harder, but we are going to be going for every single round. Montu, a steady hand on the sniper. All of regulation required. Maybe more than that. It comes down to this final round.
Well, 9 did beat 500 just yesterday on Inferno after overtime. We'll see if they can do it again. And again, that was from a deficit they were in.
You know, I think about Counter-Strike podcast names. You know what I mean? And there is one called Overtime on Inferno.
I mean,
just to let you guys know how specific it has to be. So we might be running one of those episodes after this, we'll see. But fnatic want to avoid that. They want to wake the crowd up a little bit with a different map. Saves can be grading. Now, at this point, again, only 2 on B for 9, and no real opportunity to go for an info play. This is despite fnatic being much more restrained with their apps control, their mid control. They're actually expecting 9 to be aggressive, try to force the issue, push the issue in the final round of regulation. But that is anything but what is happening right now. Instead, it's very passive, it's very measured. 9 are holding on to a lot of their utility. The flash onto Crims, he does well to not pull his trigger. He's not going to expose himself. Rawls, Rawls thought it was safe. Ice in his veins, the Viking claims another, and Rawls will be felled. Montu on the line here at B. Should be good for at least 1, but needs to be able to get away from the tumult of T's that is about to run forward.
It's going to be a push towards B. fnatic trying to get to the side. Montu is going to be the defender of it. Flick connects, but doesn't kill. He's burning the flames. 1 HP was enough to claim 1 kill, but Mattis doubles up, and that's the control of B for fnatic. A 2-man advantage now, and Kraken hits the deck. Faven with an all-to-do and mission impossible, as fnatic seem to be taking the opposing team's map pick in this elimination match. Faven, that's a desperate play. Blame will be the one that claims him, and fnatic in the lower bracket finals, leading by 1 map.
I can't believe it. They've done it indeed, in style as well, and 9 took them all the way to the end of regulation. It was a stellar performance from them, but not nearly enough to overcome the likes of Crims. And Mattis getting 2 kills on the site take. A little bit of redemptive play from the man who was, of course, our hometown favorite just a few days ago, fragging out so nicely in the series against 9 the first time around. Maybe that's the wake-up call he needs to play at the top of the scoreboard. But BlameF, they did so well at the mid-rounds there. And of course, just a fantastic way to feel out that final round. Composure, veterancy, that seems to have been the name of the game here on LAN.
Absolutely. And fnatic, of course, leading by 1 map in this elimination match. Of course, we'll go on a short commercial break, then we'll toss it over to our analyst desk.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
"24 rounds in the first map. That's what we like to see, gentlemen.
Could have been more, but we couldn't take it all the way. So unfortunately, quote unquote, only 24.
No, it was honestly up till the very end. Even the last round could have gone both ways. So very thrilling start of this series from both teams. Honestly, I mean, we were discussing that 9 at the beginning. I mean, the Inferno, I mean, the odds were maybe overshot, and I think they proved it. I mean, it could have definitely gone their way.
Definitely, especially after the first round where BobXD got 3 kills, assisted by Kragen with 2. But sadly, after that, BobXD got totally silenced. He was quite ill most of the first half. I think he had like 6 kills after the first half, and we praised him for his ability to multi-kill, but he didn't prove it on this CT side, in big contrast with yesterday's performance, where he was one of the structural parts of success against 500. But today, it was unlucky for him. He got into his shoes on the T side, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough. And honestly, we have to talk about other members, of course, of the 9. Before we get to something we have prepared, I want to say that Kragen especially was extremely good on CT side and on T side as well, when he was able to push through B side, B banana, multiple times, blowing through Mattis and BlameF, and shutting down some aggression that they actually were trying to do, take control of the D banana. They weren't able to. And for the most of the first half, fnatic just didn't have any control of banana whatsoever.
It felt like he was filling the role of yesterday's Bobek, and now today it was Kragen who carried himself and the whole team on Inferno. Sadly, the result is 11-13.
Yeah.
in favor of Fnatic.
I think definitely Bobek, I mean Kragan and Faven, those were the two main players that led Nine to winning the first half. But we will look at two different players and compare one player from Nine, one player from Fnatic, and to be exact, they're INGLs, they're in-game leaders, because that may have been the biggest difference we saw on the server.
Yeah, as you say, but we have to say that Rals and Fear are playing in different IGL types, so Rals is more the supportive one. Of course, Fear is able to provide some support as well, but he had a phenomenal first half. He was taking care of the B defense because BlameF was kind of behind him. Fear did a really great job, not only during Pistols, which Fnatic, of course, sadly lost, but especially during the forest rounds and the buy rounds. We can see one of his highlights. He was of course roaming around the map as well, and overall he did a great job. And then they were of course his teammates, quote-unquote late bloomers, BlameF and Jumbo, who were continuing in this tradition during the second half, because especially BlameF was kind of struggling during his CT side, but on the T side he was able to provide us some great impactful kills, and Jumbo of course as well, same position and multi-kills from him, and great performance on Inferno.
Yeah, but when we look at the stats of Team Fnatic, I mean, that's just incredibly even. Like, everyone pulled his weight.
And even Crims, who looked to be behind, he got towards the team stack.
What's most important about Crims is that he has 12 kills, but 6 of them were opens. And he had a lot of impact. There were multiple times he actually had 2+ kills. And it was in the 22nd round, it was extremely important for both sides that he actually was really clever with jiggle peeking, and he managed to get the 2 kills to A side, and then further on, of course, Fnatic won the round and laid basis to actually winning the map.
Yes, also it felt like Mattis got into game maybe a little later than we expected. Of course, I mean, at the beginning we saw some glimpses of the firepower with maybe a pistol in the first eco, but later he kicked in and he made some like serious, not clutches, but like when Fnatic were down a man or two, he came in, did multi-kill, evened out the odds.
And he did a great job during the 22nd round as well, because it was Mattis who spotted 2 players playing on the short roof, and after that Fnatic slowed down a little bit, they pressed their position, then they faked execute on B, they threw some smokes in there, so maybe to fake a rotation, which was successful, and then Crims came with the 2 beautiful opens, and well, that was the key part, because after that we saw great open from Kraken, took it from Bobek to make it 10-12 in favor of Fnatic, but sadly for Nine, B-pop was last round which we saw there.
And the solid foundation for, of course, Fnatic was that they actually managed to win more than 3 rounds on CT side of either map from yesterday to today. It was 5, and especially on Inferno, you just want at least those 5 rounds to win. Of course, Pistol then, and so far, I mean, we could have seen the magical word firepower here. Oh, yes. Because Mattis wasn't really fragging as well as he can, but there was Blame, there was Fear, there was the rest of the team, and this is a huge advantage when you can fall back on something like that. Not many teams can say it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, we saw the stats, and there is no one player that is just like weak spot for Fnatic. It's not like sometimes in here in the Czech scene we see, okay, we just need to find out on which side this player plays and then just push there, right? This is Fnatic is not that team. I mean, there is no way. It doesn't matter if you come into BlameF, Jumbo, Mattis, Fear, or Crims. I mean, it's always challenging to play 1v1 against these players.
And I think this is in stark contrast between Fear and Rals in this regard. You said properly that he's a different type of IGL, he's not there for frags, but on CT side especially, you just have to take up the mantle and actually frag something. Given your side, it doesn't matter, but you have to actually take some kills.
Yes, Fnatic proved themselves on the server. Let's see if they can do so with, well, knowledge about Czech Republic and its monuments and celebrities.
Hello guys, I'm Fear from Fnatic, and this is my friend and sniper Jumbo, and today we will guess what is Prague and what is not. Okay, so C and B is Czech Republic, A is not, maybe D even Czech Republic, not sure, but
I see C and D.
C and D?
Yes.
I think C and B.
B for sure, Tampi, Dynamo Report.
Oscar also Czech.
I mean,
B and D.
It's Oscar?
Yes, it's Oscar.
Okay, so B and D.
Yes. Guardian is Slovakian.
Yes.
And first picture is...
Okay, B and D for sure.
B and D, me too. Oh, interesting. Good question.
What?
We have anime for sure.
No, not B for sure.
B?
I would say C and A.
C and A?
Yes.
I'll say D and C.
Okay. I don't know anyone except...
I will say A. I realized that in Czech, many people forcing Puma.
Puma?
Maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, I trust you, okay.
I will say A, yeah, and then I don't know, really hard for me.
Okay, A and D.
A and D?
Just round.
Let's go. Okay.
Okay.
We have pro players, and one of them is our team. It's Neofrag. He's Czech.
He's Czech.
He's Czech.
Yes.
Matoš is not.
Matoš.
But he lives in Czech.
It doesn't count.
Chris is... I was thinking 2 days ago that it's...
Chris is Czech.
No,
No?
Chris is Sweden. I was thinking it's brother of Freddy. But
no, Chris is Sweden. I mean, this guy.
Stiko?
Yes.
Slovakian.
Slovakian?
C.
Okay, only C.
C. I have
come here.
I have one. I have one. D for sure.
D?
Petr Čech. Petr Čech. Ski.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Legendary goalkeeper. I also watched the documental video why he is playing with helmet. And we can check sponsors or something.
Yes.
Repeat. Joffo. Hard for me. But D
okay.
is for sure.
D.
Let's go with D.
I know every game, but I don't know where is A.
I hear about Mafia. I'm not sure Mafia is Czech. With views, what I see here, I think is this game. Many castles.
Okay, yes.
All the stuff. I think it makes sense, right?
Maybe
I will say B. And yeah.
Okay.
I guess guys just play Counter-Strike, or I don't know. I mean, I know all of those games. It's Kingdom Come, come on. Mafia, that's the legendary game.
You need to broaden your horizon, man.
Yeah. But let's talk about this duo, because, I mean, Jumbo coming into Fnatic, that was very discussed. I mean, everything is discussed on HLTV, of course, everyone's a genius there, but it was heavily discussed in the comment sections that it is a bit of a coin flip transfer.
Well, let's say typical for Fnatic. They had a problem on AVP role for a long time, and maybe Jumbo will be finally the one to fulfill the requirements which Sniper for Fnatic has to meet. Well, the ex-Passion UA duo played really well on Inferno Fear on the CT side. Jumbo were able to find his form on the T side, and on Ancient it will be, for me personally, different making duo once again, because Fear has to play strong around the B side, and Jumbo, of course, needs to frag with his op on CT side. So, at least for CTs, these two players will be, I think, once again the difference maker. Not even if they will have a good game, but they can't have a bad one.
They can't have a bad one. How about 9? What should change there? I mean, someone has to step up.
Yeah, definitely Rals. I'm just gonna say it, put it out loud, because that's definitely true for this.
I mean, is that his role to put the frags on?
Not necessarily, but put out a bit more frags, definitely yes. But when it comes to the whole team, I think Kragan really stepped up this previous map. He was really seen. Faven, bit of a muted performance compared to some of those we could actually see in the previous days. But I mean, it was 13-11. It was really close, and it was only miniature details that were actually leading to Fnatic winning the game. Split moment decisions, late round decisions, and of course some fragging capacity. But it could have gone either way. So I'm not sure if 9 actually have to change a lot. They just have to concentrate, throw this over their heads, take it step by step, as we like to say, but it's true. And hopefully Rals will show up as well, and that may be the final detail that actually will propel them to win the map.
Yeah, maybe just 2-3 more kills, and we could be there, right?
Yeah, right.
Well, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to map number 2. Pronogo and Liuba, of course, are ready to take us there. Guys, it's yours.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the slight technical issue by my side. I humbly apologize. Of course, we're ready for our second map. It's going to be quite interesting to see if 9 can bounce back, simply due to the fact that Fnatic kind of clinched the first map, right, Pronogo?
Yeah, listen, it was really easy for Fnatic last time on Ancient, 13-5. I mean, they barely broke a sweat. This is after a comeback victory on Dust 2, which is not in today's veto for 9. So, looking at the fact that it was 13-2 on Train and then 13-5 on Ancient, Fnatic dominated them in the map wins and really only barely lost Dust 2 because of some miraculous clutches. We didn't really see the clutch factor favor 9 on Inferno. And this is an opportunity for Fnatic to really stretch ahead in the series and show that they can not only coast to a victory on Ancient once again, but that they can conserve energy for their forthcoming match against ENCE if they're able to put 9 to bed here and now.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Fnatic on kind of the right foot heading into the second map. They stole away the opposing team's map pick. And now 9 might be in trouble. This pistol round might tell us what the future holds for the second map. On ramp, this might be interesting as it seems to be all a ruse. 9 have allocated all of their players towards this side, and Fnatic just disengaging now. They can easily get to the side, but BlameF collects 2, and that's catastrophe for 9. Not getting frags and losing the other site, it seems quite confident from Fnatic as they're destroying them with these pistols.
Yeah, Mantu lost alive. Really unfortunate timing there for a lot of the Team 9 players. BlameF really fragging well, and Matt is getting up to his old tricks on Ancient. Should be good for the second as Jambo takes away what would have been his third frag. Easy as you like on Mantu. And we have ourselves a Fnatic pistol. They are now up in pistols. Of course, as the half switches, 9 will have an opportunity to equalize. But worth pointing out, the T side is where Fnatic just got onto a tear. It was 7-5 after the first half of the last time these two teams met. And Fnatic were on the CT side to start. So they've deliberately switched up their pick here, or rather Team 9 have, being that this is Fnatic's map pick. 9 have decided to start on the CT side, so to see if they can weather the storm. But it hasn't worked out on the pistol. And now with the CT force buy, well, they've got a couple of players burrowed in A. Let's see what they can do here. Bob, not good for more than one. No, not even good for one. BlameF, again, back-to-back rounds and double openers each time.
Oh, yeah. Doing quite well as BlameF, as like we talk about him, the meme is there with Bait F and stuff like that, but it is true to at some extent that he is often in the back lines hoping to find something, but often enough when he's the one leading the charge, it kind of pays dividends to his teams.
It does, yeah. And when BlameF is able to take even CT aggression under his domain, he's one of the most successful players on Fnatic for CT aggro. So even when the half switches, 9 are not free from the menace. From Denmark, Faven scraping together the MP9, the Galil onto Rawls. Of course, courtesy of Crims, as he was tasked with figuring out where the other CT members were. Fear doing very well to hold mid, consider his options, and call that we need to know where the stack is, because you find 2 that easily in the CT force buy. You don't know if that's the only set of defense on the A site. Now going on the hunt. I love this from Fnatic. Yeah. They want to see if they can steal away that Galil. Oh, and you know, his itchy trigger finger. Rawls pulls it a little bit too fast. Nice and steady. Jambo accelerates at that point, and it's only Faven with an MP9 into the next. This is not going to go very well. He's actually looking for anything that he can see at the end, but he'll stay alive. It's just not really what you want to see, especially looking at everybody else here on the side of 9. They are not going to want to invest into this round.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're probably going to try and do something just off the back of that SMG. BlameF heading into this map quite well. Finding the first double in the pistol round, then finding another double, of course, in this second, as Fnatic are looking to convert that pistol round victory. It seems a given now, a freebie. Let's see if there's maybe a little bit of magic that could come off of the 9 players, with Faven leading the charge with that SMG. Actually might catch somebody off guard. Mantu fires quite well to begin with, and now it's Faven's time to do something, but Menace takes 3. And cleans things up. Now Fnatic are looking for an easy round 3.
Yeah, I would love to leave Mattis here as well. Obviously, there's the risk that he gets overwhelmed by a force buy, but he's playing so nicely. 5 frags to his name in just 3 rounds, and he wants to guard the weaponry to make sure that Kragan gets nothing. Fear actually decides to play ahead of him, and they end up clearing that, having dropped the bomb previously. So it's all down to Rawls with the USP to see if he can do any damage or collect a weapon, but it both seem almost impossible at this point, and he should be sailing on through. A 3-round start for Fnatic, mirroring how 9 began Inferno. We'll see if it ends the same way, or if Fnatic are just going to continue plying their trade. This is a map that they are very confident on.
Oh, yeah. Statistically speaking, they look good on it. And currently, they start off quite well. As, I mean, 9, they're no slouches either, but Chris, you never know what they're going to show us. And these two teams have battled each other 4 times in the month, or rather 3 times in the month of May. All right, let's see what's going to happen as Bob has been felled. His teammates looking for that second frag in the round, maybe trying to equalize the manpower situation. There's Kragan, and now he can pull back, or rather try and fight, but that's not going to do anything. Favin trying to do the same, but PLAYzone ready for both of them. As Montu is the last alive now for 9. Fnatic knocking on the door of 4. As really Montu can only hope to find a frag and try and save that up.
Look at that B side, that A site take, man. The fact that the bomb still is able to go down, Favin running out. I'm gonna look into hiring Blame as my private security after this match, dude. That had real precision written all over it. Montu, as you mentioned, just trying to save the big green. And pretty difficult task as he's so close to the bomb, but he should be fine in CT spawn with such health that he has. Tucked away as deep as he can. Marauding our Fnatic. It is so difficult for Team 9 to get into anything here. They'll take a CT tactical timeout. Independent ready to just fist bump and leave it, but he immediately pulls his mic down and begins to talk, taking full advantage of the opponent's tactical.
Well, yeah, you got to do that. I mean, this is one of those situations when you're on the T side, when you're the one attacking, maybe try to do something with pace. Make a way to destroy any sort of tactic the opposing team might have.
Yes.
That's sort of textbook tactic when the CT side calls for attack timeout. You don't really want to give them a chance.
Hasn't been much of a chance for Team 9. A lot of action in favor of Fnatic so far. The Riflers definitely showing up. Early grenades going to soften Kragan up just a bit, but they are attempting something with pace. It's mid-control. 9 have no response. They're not attempting to parry it or hold them. Limited utility. They've got 1 smoke on Kragan, 1 on Favin. So they are hoping to just hold them at bay with weapons from lesser weaponry, no less.
Montu opens things up. That's big for 9. They can stretch their legs a little bit in this round, as now Fnatic are under duress, under slight pressure, yet not knowing what equipment the 9 players have. They know it's not perfect, but it can still be a threat. Ooh, though, PLAYzone, that's a good lurk. And that might split the defense. Oh, no. The Rouse fires back, gets traded back right away. It's a 3-on-3, and Bobek was not ready. He was not careful enough, but the bomb is in no man's land, and Montu can just guard it. Still, Fnatic are fighting an uphill battle, but an off shot missed is going to give them a little bit more breathing room.
Well, they also recover a little bit of utility there as well, so options now. Favin can use that flashbang, get himself out of the smoke if he wants it, but Blame is just gonna wait the clock down, and he's got his number. So much damage dealt through the wall. 25 seconds. Jambo, what has he got? With only 8 points of health, it feels risky for him to peek in, but maybe he can be the first one thrown towards Montu. 15 seconds. Fnatic have to make this happen, and indeed, leading with the charge with the low HP player. Favin and Mattis win their duels, and it's a 5th for Fnatic. Oh, that one was a little bit closer, but closeness just makes the heart break faster. And 9 are down in a big deficit.
Yeah, a good start for Fnatic on our second map. This is an elimination match, of course. Both matches today are quite important. The first one leading somebody to the final, the second one deciding the conquerors of the great city of Prague. 9 back on a bye. They're gonna need to fire back now. Otherwise, we could see fnatic strolling on this T side. And of course, Ancient is one of those maps which is quite well balanced, but still, you gotta get some rounds on the CT side if you want to hope to do something in the second half, no matter how good your T side looks.
Absolutely, yeah. This isn't, you know, inverted train. This isn't old Vertigo or even Anubis currently, where the T side can afford to make up for a deficit incurred by the CT side. Not when it's looking so clean. Again, the last round is really the first time 9 had much to say about what fnatic are doing. Artillery strike, deep red room. Kragan forced off at about half health. Calling in for a little bit of backup here as Blame is starting to take control, but he's just gonna stay passive for now. Instead, they'll be facing Rawls in cave. He throws that smoke. I would like fnatic to try to play ahead of that, but instead, with 50 seconds left on the clock, they're gonna elect to wait it out, and yeah, Blame is gonna get activated now. Jambo finding a wallbang timing, and look at that. Favin now very much under duress, half HP. He's gonna swing at a different elevation, just enough to get Blame off the angle, but that's just gonna force more utility out. The HE, just to try to distract it, must have, because Favin wins the duel. Now Rawls getting run down by 3 players. The spray down has to come in big, but it's not enough. Jambo is able to scrape it together. Can he get out? Favin, I don't think he saw that.
15 seconds. They need to plant the bomb, but not a lot of HP on the fnatic players as Favin finds one. The bomb is gonna get planted, but only just as Montu hits Fear, and it's all down to Jambo. No chance 9 get their first on the board.
A lot of that came down to Blame dropping that duel in mid. If he doesn't end up letting Favin get away with that, in a situation where absolutely Blame was favored, make no bones about it, sometimes you whiff the spray, sometimes it happens. Hasn't happened until now to the fnatic riflers, so a rare sign that 9 are able to stabilize off of that potentially. They got a long road to climb just to tie things up in this first half, but it's not impossible. And they're showing us maybe a blueprint of how to do it, keeping 3 alive. Obviously putting down lots of damage with utility, with spams. Matus was on basically death's door as the round began, so good initial pressure. And once again, down to half HP is the hometown favorite.
Oof, Montu well placed. Kragan helped him out with that dink. Blame F, the first casualty of this round, and Mattis also on half HP. Not gonna be the easiest round for fnatic from how it has begun, though they did take control of mid. That's something. And Crim's tucked already in red room. It's gonna be an important duel against possibly 2 players. Jambo helps his teammate out. Now this might be an active round as fnatic are piling the pressure on towards B. And Fair already getting in front of ramp. Smoked off, but there's Favin, finds one. Matt is good on the trade. It's a 3-on-3, but Raw's already on the rotate. He's gonna get taken out, and Crim's on the lurk. Puts the nail in the coffin of this round, and fnatic not letting 9 chain together too.
Yeah, you think you got rid of all that pressure from lurks, from cheeky little flanks and angles, and instead, just because Blame F went down, Crims picks up the mantle. He's absolutely a solid lurker in his own right. He knows exactly where to position himself to catch cheeky CT rotates, and Montu back to saving the AWP. Second time he'll attempt to do so. As the bomb goes boom, we are going to be looking at 6-1. A very commanding first half already from fnatic, and so much more opportunity for them to build on this advantage. Oh, Montu, you must keep that gun alive. There's the crowd. Happy to see fnatic back in the driver's seat in a big way here.
Yeah, and those KFC product placements, they're looking a little bit too orange for 9's liking, as fnatic, their color is orange, and they're hoping that this tournament will be in the same sense theirs to take. Of course, 2 best-of-3s needed for them to be the conquerors of Prague. They lost yesterday to ENCE, So they want a rematch as soon as possible against that team. Now, piling the pressure is the side of 9. Kragan draws first blood. Crim's good on the trade, but traded right back he will be. And fnatic, what is the play? You want to pile the pressure onto the other side? The answer seems to be a resounding yes, as 9 have struck back. Now fnatic need to take the site, guarded only by Bob XD's pistol before the rotate comes in. fnatic want to find a way and plant the bomb. There's the 5-7 as he takes down Mattis. A bit too late as Montu already felled. Still a man advantage for 9.
That feels like the bigger frag to take here, getting rid of the AWP. Especially when you don't have that much utility to block off the site. That ends up being massive. Now Blame is going to be looking towards A. They planted for this, so A main is where a lot of these Ts are going to be. They might decide to boost up. Indeed, they will. Fear will take the first point of contact by this tree and hold for any exit towards Brokey. The 5-7 does well, but Fear does better. And that's a 3K for the in-game leader, 7-1. fnatic establishing dominance on Ancient. They have won the half, and their opponents have only won a single round.
And just the tap to end the round. Fear's feeling good, and so is fnatic, as their in-game leader shows off his individual prowess. This T side is doing great, and 9 have tried everything. Passive, aggressive, a mix of both. Nothing has made it work so far for this CT side, and 9 just looking for a lifeline now.
Delicious, delicious. And Mattis is playing this with, there he is, trying to egg the crowd on. Mattis has been very, almost reserved, right? He's so focused. Every time you see his player cam, when he's entering onto a site, he's calming little bits of information here, but he's got his game face on in a big way. It's nice to see him dialed in, but also nice to see some emotions and some showmanship from the in-game leader of fnatic. It's going to be 5 rifles yet again. Yeah, they have elected to keep off the AWP for Jambo. They know his rifling on this map can be so good. A little bit of an audition for when they save those AKs over. And well, Montu just caught sleeping perhaps this whole map, but especially in that moment, can his teammates bail him out? Looks like dancing back and forth. They keep Crims interested until they finally tie him up. And now Fear blocked off from success with a smoke. Is he gonna try to look for a cheeky angle? Looks like the answer is yes. As the smoke billows and blooms, he catches sight of some movement. Was it just an illusion, or was it that gun moving up against the wall? Either way, Blame at the flank. Kragan, oh no!
Not gonna happen for Bob, not gonna happen for Blame F, and now Fear alone in a 1v2 with 26 points of health. A bit sloppy for fnatic as they tried to pick up pace, but 2 players were a bit late. And now again, Fear needs to be the hero. 50-ish seconds left on the clock, so he can rotate across the entire map should he wish to do so. And that's gonna leave the 9 players thinking. They're gonna have to take control of some entry point of this site. Fear looking for a backstab and isolated duels. Rals has no armor. Aim punch is going to play a contributing factor. Kragan timing. Will it be on his side? The answer is no. And Fear looking for the clutch. Not going to happen as Rals saves them to get the second round for 9. fnatic stopped in their tracks in this round. Let's see if 9 rather can chain together a few rounds and make this actually an interesting affair, as they're really in a position where their backs are against the wall and not a lot of room to maneuver.
Yeah, it would have been a 1v3 from Fear. He only finds the first 2. Close but no cigar. Lots of economic damage, and now Kragan, he's going to bring the pace, only with 1. Mattis trades. There's still room here. Ross can find some more damage, and there's a lot of potential for firefights throughout the map. Bobbin will take out Mattis. Gets them the better of him through that smoke, through the wall. Jambo walled off from being able to help his teammates. They're going to rotate through the swamp and see what they can do to exit out of these double doors, but this can be such a murderous position.
And the thing is, if you're 9, you have no reason to budge. You have all the map control necessary for the CT side. You know what's going on mid. You have control of the entrance towards B, and you kind of know what's going on towards A. Got a good crossfire as well, and Faven uses it to his advantage. Take out the opposition offer. Not the best smoke. And that is gonna cost them a little bit of timings, a little bit of space as Crims opens up the site. He wants to plant the bomb as soon as possible, but he's not gonna have to be the main man. It's BlameF that's gonna have to lead the charge. Crims might be in an awkward position, and should be a little bit easier for 9 to take him out. Now they know his position and just tagged him a little bit. Crims out of the picture. Let's see what Blame can do. 1v3. He has utility to work with. Let's see if the CTs can swarm him. Finds the first. He's looking for isolated duels. Looking for more. They just tapped that bomb and BlameF. He's not gonna move. He knows what's going on. He knows that was all a fake. And now looking for more. Looking for the firefight. Again, just tapping and now holding. That might be enough as 9 are defusing the bomb. BlameF not gonna get it. 9 claimed the third.
Yeah, nice to see that from the perspective of Blame, the decision making. At the end of the day, when the smoke goes down, the odds of the T's being able to spray him so slim. Did not have the spray down. But that's another round where, yeah, sure, 9 win, but they keep 1 man alive? That's it. Their economy is not developing. Fnatic will take a tactical timeout, and they'll consider their own options. They've had a bomb plant. They've had plenty of rounds of success up until this point. The fact that they're investing resources into a tactical timeout here might be a sigh of relief from Team 9 so that they can, again, try to keep control of this Cobra that threatens to bite them, poison them. A not so slow demise it has been, but Fnatic are held at 7 for now.
Still a lot. Oh, that was so close. We didn't have the X-ray during the round, so you didn't really know how close the bullets were, but 1 could have been enough for Fnatic to take their 8th round. 9 with a lifeline. But they need these 2 last rounds of the half, and Jambo, the missed op shot is not going to help his team.
No, that was a gimme. Faven was not doing anything fancy there when he exited stage left, and Jambo missing the opportunity. 3 defenders for this B-bomb site. We've got 2 in Donut. Faven will once again face Jambo's AWP. Now dismounts after a second missed opportunity, though that one was a lot harder. Unlikely to get an opportunity from this point forward until the site take actually happens. He sees a little bit of Rawls' leg there on the outside, but once it commits to cave, it's going to be down to the riflers to entry this.
Nasty timing for Jambo. Could have found something, just missed a chance to do so. And now the CTs, they're playing it passively. Fnatic doing the same, but 45 seconds on the clock means that at some point they're going to need to hurry up. It seems that B is their target once more. Jambo catches Kragan and Rawls falls as well. It's all down to Faven, and he's unable to do anything as Fear is putting up important frags for his team on this map. It's finally going to be 8 for Fnatic. 9 have been holding them back, but Fnatic are going to have a convincing lead at the half, and the half ain't done just yet.
Yeah, we have 1 more round after this, and this is a 2 versus 5 just to save. Absolutely, Fnatic can go for a cheeky hunt. They don't want to lose too many players, but Blame will be able to drop a rifle into the next, and he's going to drop this AWP, in fact. Montu clothesline from the back. Great positioning from the lurk. No opportunities for 9. Back to the drawing board.
Gonna have to think of something. Fnatic in the driver's seat of this best of 3. Inferno was close. Ancient does not seem to be painting the same picture.
No.
It's a commanding, dominant lead from this T side, and look at the buy on 9, not looking so good. 3 SMGs, only 1 rifle, and that's a FAMAS. Not the rifle you want to have in this position. Fnatic want to pick up some pace, but the frags come in 2 for 2. But Rawls so low, Kragan tagged as well, not looking good for 9. Good flash from Montu, but only good for 1 was Rawls, and they know that at least 1 more player is there.
Bomb is down. Is he really going to try to plant this? It's just to bait out some shots, it looks like, but Montu is too wise for it. Oh, Jambo, another whiffed shot. He did land that one on Kragan last round, but he needs to do better. Fear He'll have the opportunity. It's a one-on-one clutch, and he's running all the way to the A site.
Yeah, and Kragan is not even close to B. He's gonna not know what's happening until it already happens, and fear he's gonna have more than enough time to take a pretty good post-plant position and put the opposing player on the back foot. The only good thing for Kragan at this point is you gotta smoke, so you can play around it. You can just smoke off the bomb and hope to bait Fear out. That molly is gonna get annulled.
Well, that HE, though, can absolutely break it. He'll hear the smoke bloom. He'll know his opportunity. Breaks the smoke, sees that nobody's on the bomb. Kragan brought down low. Now knows where he is, and look at that. He tries to go for it. Tried to have the confidence, but it's 9 for fnatic.
Oh yeah, looking
Team 9
good.
are stuck on 3.
fnatic seems to be 1 foot in the final. 9 are gonna have to hope for a miracle if they want to get through. Oh, look at that. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Please be a knife. Please be a knife.
Come on, make history.
Please be a knife. I'd be so... No, it's not gonna be a knife. It's gonna be a...
Khalil, it looks like. All right.
Underwhelming.
Well, that would have been a sick moment to cap this victory for fnatic off. Their first half is resoundingly theirs. Now, Team 9 have an opportunity to claw back, but they need this next pistol, man. If they drop that, it's basically over and open and shut.
Yeah. It's so important for Nia to start things off well in the second half. You train together a few rounds, you already forget what happened in the first. But of course, they're gonna have to play, or rather fight, an uphill battle if they want to get themselves even a shot at tying things up in this best of 3. ENCE awaits in the grand final. The schedule says the grand final should start at 1800 hours, but that has the potential to change depending on when this best of 3 ends.
fnatic want to keep us on time, that's for sure. Preparing their CT pistol round, talking over their options. I'm still thinking about what could have been in that case, man. That could have been different. Team 9 are thinking about what this series could have been. They gotta quiet those thoughts and think about what it could still be. Charging forward into mid. They've got the bottom of mid control, and the red room smoked off. Default pistol moves here. Is Bob just holding for any aggression outside of A main? Jambo won't give it to him just yet. Pretty far forward though, great scouting. But nobody is towards Donut, and now maybe Jambo hears it. He's gonna call in the rotation. This is gonna be an A take, and they might get the bomb down without any casualties. Bob changes that story.
Yeah, so that was important, Frag. As Jambo is down, fnatic with a man disadvantage have to go for a retake. They do have a smoke, and 3 players with armor, as well as Blame F being that raid boss with the dualies, hoping to find something. And now the retake should start. They know that they don't really have a lot of time, so they need to pounce onto the side as soon as possible, look for kills, and that's a good start as Crimson Mattis take 2. Now in trouble might be 9 as they're getting swarmed, they're getting destroyed. Favin only good for 1, and Montu the only one left in. Donut takes 2! Oh, that was important. That was vital, and 9 are gonna claim the pistol round. This best of 3 might not be over just yet as Montu takes a triple.
High emotions onto Favin. Looking at his player cam, you'd have thought the round was over, but Montu smiles brightly and carries them to a pistol round victory. So no team has dominated those opening rounds of the halves. 2 for 2 so far, tit for tat. fnatic are gonna be held back from getting to their 10th round. But they have an opportunity in the CT force buy. They got enough kills to look into it. Instead, they save. And they're going to stack their players in interesting locations. Sounding off with the Deagle. When you hear a Deagle, you don't know if it's a force buy or not. You don't know if it's a save. You have no idea. Your thoughts are that it's going to be a force. Let's see what the protocol is.
Prim's the only player with something to offer on the side of fnatic. When it comes to weaponry, of course. They're just getting spammed a little bit. Not trouble just yet. fnatic hoping that this stack towards B can actually pay dividends, only leaving Blame F on the other part of the map. And with the P250, what can you hope for, as it seems that 9 have set their sights on A?
Yeah. And it's only Blame with a P250. Not really a great opportunity for him. Especially if Rawls and Kragan end up going for some scouting reports. They might end up finding some frags of their own. And if they go down, it's just SMGs, which Fnatic are going to discard into the next round anyway, having fully saved. Oh, okay, well, never mind what I say. After Rawls only clears 2, it's down to Montu, who has been brought down to quite a low amount of HP. The Deagle, if it connects on him, could be it. And look at that, Fear just uses the MAC-10 instead. He'll be brought down, but the AK secured by Blame. That is a nice haul for Fnatic. Could have been better. Could have been even more expensive, but as of right now, Team 9 will get their 5th. This is as good as they did the last time Fnatic played this team on this very stage, in this event. It was 13-5. 9 need to do much better than that if they want to extend play and take us to Train, which also, I remind you, was devastating for the side of 9.
Yeah, but the thing is, should we go to Train, I can see it being a completely different story than 2 days ago. It was like 13-2, right? Fnatic didn't even give them a chance on that map. But I think that 9 were a bit surprised by the way that Fnatic played. And of course, 9, first of all, need to take us to Train, and then we might talk about things. They still have a 4-round disadvantage. They need to complete the comeback. It was 9-3 at the half. Now Fnatic fighting back. Ooh, well played from Blame. That's been looking for the second in the smoke, keeping himself alive as well. It's a +3 from Fnatic, and 9 destroyed at the beginning of this round. Mattis actually might put the nail in the coffin, though Rawls awaits with that AK. At the end of the day, we can say that it was a mistake made.
That's the only one. Blame F with a masterclass with that AK. Controls the spray well into the smoke. Finishes off a second frag. And for Fear to also collect one, man, everything kind of fell apart there. 9 had no recourse. They are in a 2 versus 5 with the first found, and Fear, he can just slink back here with the AK. He's already got 1 frag. He's got 16 kills in map number 2. He has been playing lights out this series.
And of course, when the one leading the tactics is doing good frag-wise, we know that can often translate to the team really playing well, the calls being made well, as he's contributing with the frags as well. Not only that, but also maybe having the courage to take some gutsy plays. 9 not giving this round up just yet. They're gonna walk to the site, but now contested. Rawls finds a frag. That gives them an opening. Don't forget, Blame F is so low and Fnatic can't stop this plan. Might there still be a chance for 9 as Rawls wants to make a little bit more room for himself, but Fear is the guy on Ancient, and you can't stop him on this map. Finally, Montu does, but Krim's good on the trade. It's double digits.
There we go.
For Fnatic.
Double digits, finally. But it's come so easily for them. That was a slow, grueling round, and yet still, Fear posting up 17 frags after the back of this play from Blame. Blind, and readjusts for another blind kill, and gets away before the HE sails him to the next dimension. Worked out so wonderfully for Benjamin Brenner. He has worked tirelessly with this squad, and of course, you mentioned earlier, public opinion not always on his side for his style of play, but right now, he is serving up the goods. 14 kills and only 5 deaths. Stats gonna look so green.
Oh yeah, and that makes you feel good. If you take a convincing victory in the lower bracket final the same day you're playing a final, we might see a different story in that Fnatic ENCE matchup than was the case yesterday. Still, of course, Fnatic need to take that victory. 3 rounds left to go as 9 want to contest Red Room. Mattis waits. Ooh, a labor trade from Jambo is going to lead to a 2-for-2 trade. That led to Fear as well, playing something a bit more risky, and Faven takes him down. Now trouble looms for Fnatic. Only Blame F and Krims remain.
They don't know where the T's are going. Blame F and Krims burrowed into Donut. Prague gonna be looking for them. He spots BlameF, but that's the last thing he sees. And the bomb is dropped at the feet of BlameF and Crims. This is still an opportunity, and they take it! 2 versus 3! Outnumber them, but never outgun them!
It seems that everything Fnatic does on this map turns to gold, especially against 9. It was 13-5 2 days ago. Seems to be a similar scenario awaiting us here. Broken is the side of 9, hoping for a miracle.
It would have to be quite miraculous. It would have to be shades of Dust 2's closing rounds the last time these two teams met. Favin having crazy low HP clutches. Bob XD fragging through smokes blind. These are the shades of how that map went and how the comeback was cemented. But that's what they would need, it feels. Something miraculous to even get started on Ancient.
And look at this. No money. They're gonna have to play for overtime, of course, unless they make some magic happen with these pistols. Not to be expected. Fnatic are already grouping up towards B. They wanna, or rather 9 grouping up towards B. They want to try and surprise Fnatic, but already info gathered. Fear with the SMG can just shred them with that gun. Good only for 1 though, but still, Fnatic absolutely know what's going on, and 9 between a rock and a hard place, felled 1 by 1. It's 12 for Fnatic and 7 match points.
Like it or not, and the crowd clearly likes it, Fnatic look like they are going to repeat history. The last time they played on Ancient against 9, 13-5. Apparently the next time is destined for it as well. There's another buy available. 9 have 1 last chance, and as you mentioned, playing for OT. 7 map and match points. Fnatic feels like they would never squander a lead like this. 5 rifles, including the AWP. Team 9 just onto AKs, and their utility already partially spent. They're going to need to make this a slow affair. Round number 18 could be where we end things yet again on Ancient. Fnatic will fire their way into that grand final, but not if Favin has something to say about it. The trade elsewhere with Crims, but Natus still standing. Will Rawls check him? Rawls will not check him. An opening, courtesy of the hometown hero.
Now things are looking dire for 9, even more so when Jambo checks Kraken and info gathered, damage dealt. 9 in trouble, and Fnatic, they can pounce toward this site. 4v2, bomb planted. There might still be a hope, as Favin was the hero for 9 so many times before, and now he needs to shine. But against 4 players, not a chance. Finding the first, looking for the second, and he might give himself a chance. 50 HP, now gets swarmed by 2, and that is it. Fnatic go through to the grand finals. We're gonna have a rematch on our hands. It's ENCE Fnatic in the finals of the Tipsport Conquest of Prague.
The favorites make it through. ENCE may have bested Fnatic last time, but they are gonna have to do it again in quick succession. Fnatic dismissing Team 9. No opportunity for them on Ancient. 13-5, twice in a row in the same event. And that's gotta feel real good for the favorites here in this particular match, but not so against ENCE. They're gonna have to take on the little label of plucky underdog and upstart. Despite their veterancy, there they are. Winners of the previous match, we are gonna see them once again, one more time for Conquest of Prague.
And credit to 9, they had a miraculous comeback in the Swiss stage, doing well online, going to LAN and claiming 3rd place. That's not too bad. But from the start of this tournament, we knew which 2 teams are the ones to look at. It's ENCE, it's Fnatic. They've played the best Counter-Strike out of all of the teams, of course, in the Swiss stage, and they've proven that on LAN as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, a big cheer for the second finalist, Team Fnatic, that bought their tickets to playoffs. And the second cheer is also welcome here, because Team 9 are the third place of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Come here, guys. Come collect your medals. Also your check for 2,500 euros. Favor, now you know it hurts right now, tough match. What was the most complicated part about the second meeting with the Fnatic in the tournament?
To be honest, I need to rewatch the game as well and see exactly what happened, but I think we didn't play our game at all today. On another day, I think it will be closer at least, and yeah, they just played better.
Do you think the first lost map, your map pick, was the key problem? Because Fnatic are great on Ancient in their current form, so the first map could have been the key for the victory.
Yeah, I think especially we had good rounds on Inferno, like we lost then afterwards. So if we win just 2 or 3 more rounds, which we had the advantage, I think we will win Inferno, and then we would see at least a third map.
To wrap this tournament up, you started with a pretty rough start of the tournament, but still you made it here to Prague, you made it to the 3rd place. So in the end, not so bad tournament, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we wanted to go to the grand final and maybe even win it. It sucks to go out now, but it's better than last place, of course.
Thank you so much. And for the last time, Team 9, 1st place of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. VRS points also plus 2,500 euros for them. Next up, the finals, Fnatic versus ENCE, coming shortly.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
It felt like nothing went Nine way, of course. I mean, no matter what happened on the map, it always felt like Fnatic either outplayed 9 or it was just a bit of luck needed for 9 to close some rounds for sure. And I think my colleague Kotti has just such a round ready to analyze and to show us that it was indeed the case.
Well, we'll take a look into round number 16, which, in my opinion, decided the result of this match. It was the last chance for 9 to make something with this matchup. During it, we can take a look how they took mid and took even man advantage, but sadly for them, the situation crumbled after a great setup made by Fnatic. Let's take a little pause right here. We can see two players, Fnatic right in the donut, where sadly Nine didn't have any information about them. One player in a red room, one in heaven, and then of course there was BobXD playing in front of A bomb side. You don't have any kind of information what is happening either on the A side, either on the B bomb side. Where are these guys? Were Nine asking themselves, and they had to somehow to risk it with a minute and 12 seconds on a clock. They didn't, sadly for them, made the right choice. We can see Kraken with a bomb on his back, trying to somehow sum the situation up, but Blamef and Crims were frost in the donut, just waiting for their enemy reaction, and Kraken, because of that missing information on the top part of the map, he had to go through the middle, back towards his teammates, and fall back towards Heaven, then go B. That was the game plan for Team 9, but sadly, Crims and Blamef were strongly against. Here we can take the information where Blamef dropped Kraken, saw the bomb, and now they know that enemies have to react. Crims with a beautiful smoke to somehow deny push from A side, and then 2 1v1 duels that sent fnatic towards 11-5, that sent Team 9 to not only 5 points, but what's the most important is eco in next round, and of course 12 point for fnatic, and then rest is history, and bronze medal will be hanging on neck of Team 9's players.
Thank you very much, Kote, for great analysis. I mean, we mentioned 2 names after the first map, after Inferno, on 9 side that needed to step up, that needed to lead the team to a victory on map 2, and that was Rouse and BobXD. Storm, I mean, how did they perform?
An omnipresent player for the 9 efforts, but it didn't matter. Whenever he actually got 1 or 2 or 3 kills, the team never made it to actually securing the round, so the effort went in vain. And about Bobek, it was not his day today. We couldn't really see him on Inferno, we couldn't really see him on Ancient. His famous multi-kills that we were talking about quite a lot just weren't there, and whenever someone doesn't perform like this, and especially Bobek, he was pretty instrumental yesterday after 500, in the game against 500. It's just seen somewhere, and the results, yeah.
And the thing I was talking about before this very BO3, they need to improve CT side. That didn't happen on Ancient. 9-3 in favor of fnatic. Terrible start of this map for 9. Only 3 kills across the first 4 rounds. On the other hand, in 5th round, Blamef had 8-0, Mattis had 9-0. In total, you can get 25 kills, and 17 of them had these 2 players combined.
That's just insane numbers.
Blame actually had the first 2 rounds double openers, so he was just blazing through the defenses and penetrating them like nothing. So yeah, the start wasn't just there for 9, and from there they just didn't recover.
Well, great T-side from fnatic, obviously. For example, 7th round where Fear was in a 2v3 situation with Blamef, bomb planted on the A bomb side, but no utility. They've decided to play around A main. Fear was boosted by his teammate onto the boost, and then he made a beautiful 3K, and then beautiful hype to cheer fans on. Really strong T-side from fnatic. Sadly for 9, that didn't work out well for them.
Again, Fear extremely well played today by individual means. I mean, if you look at him on Inferno and Ancient, he was just everywhere. And these clutches or these situations where he has so much impact, that's the difference between the difference between fnatic today and fnatic yesterday.
For sure, for sure. I mean, let's hear from one last member of 9. Let's hear what Barry has to say.
Team 9's coach, Barry, thank you so much for coming to the interview. How do you feel right now, right after a match?
I'm very disappointed. I felt like we had Inferno. We lost this stupid, where they saved 1 AK and had eco round, I think. After that, we let them into the game again. And I think Ancient, we didn't, they also owned us pretty hard last time. So, but I think we would have a good chance on train. we talked everything through on trainer from last time when we lost 13-2. So I felt like if we would have gotten the decider, we would have won. So.
Throughout the tournament, you struggled with bad starts, but on the first map it looked like you had a great start, but then failed to close the map. Do you think the players have this problem in their minds and then couldn't wrap their minds around the good start and the ending of the map?
No, I think we normally have pretty good mental, and I think like it was just this round that like they got the momentum back in the game. So I would say, yeah, it's not. It's just how CS works sometimes. You get the momentum and then they start to snowball the game, and yeah, it's hard sometimes.
You and the players said they were comfortable with the Wedo. Was the train your trick you had in your sleeves for this match? Were you really comfortable with that map?
I think normally train is our best map, so I think first time we played them, like they came with a very unexpected game plan, and we were not adapting in the game, so I would not say it's a trick, it's just our best map. So we were very pleased to get that as a decider.
But after all, how do you feel about the whole tournament? Because you started with a struggle with 0-2, then you made it to the Prague. After all, right now 3rd place, not so bad, right?
Oh no, not bad at all. I think when we joined the tournament, we expected to come here, and we even had the expectation of winning. But when we had this 0-2 in the Swiss, we were okay. Let's see what happens, and let's see if we can qualify. And then we were bootcamping when we did it, and we were playing really, really good in the bootcamp. So actually, our expectations was very high here because we were playing so good in lane environment.
Right now, you are after the bootcamp, you are after another LAN. Do you think this month, will push you forward since you spent a lot of time together with the team?
I think we gained a lot of experience, and it's like we still have like some unexperienced guys. So I think we gained a lot. We have a lane later next month, which I think it will be valuable. Like this tournament, I think we learned a lot, like how we need to do stuff in lane environment. So yeah.
Thank you so much for the whole tournament, and congratulations for 3rd place.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for having us. It was a pleasure.
I mean, what Barry said is so much truth in that, because they started 0-2 in this tournament, in the Swiss stage, right? So this is where the one match at a time can lead to, right? All the way through Swiss to actually close it 3-2, and then of course decider match against Navi Junior, one of the favorites to make it to LAN.
Exactly.
And now 3rd place. I mean, that's amazing run.
That was one of the biggest surprises of the qualification phase, that actually Navi Junior didn't make it to the LAN. On the other hand, we had Fashion UA as well, but that's another story. Still 9 impressive. Of course, the 2 losses they actually have, it was 2 best of ones. It was 11-13 in both times. I think one of Sashi, I'm not sure about the other one, but it was both Kubiks. It was not easy opponents, so close. But after that, they showed the mental fortitude that actually Barry was talking about. They did show it. They won 4 in a row. It was best of 3s. So they definitely showed their quality. And yeah, they get here. It's the 3rd place. And I think for them, it's still success, honestly.
But still, according to the script, quote-unquote, we wrote before this tournament, because we were thinking that 9 and 500 will somehow end up on 4th and 3rd place, and of course Fnatic and ENCE being the 2 top teams that will face each other in the finals.
I just saw in a chat that we are already running the voting for MVP of this LAN, or just the whole tournament. Do you think there is someone on 9 who can aspire to be the most valuable player? Or will it be just someone from Fnatic? Can we just say that?
That's more likely.
Yeah. Not even, I mean, Mantu had not a bad tournament, but Faven, for example, I mean, he excelled in like first day, just with exception of the train. I mean, he was there.
And that's the problem. We have to admit that the train, I think, totally erased all of their chances to not maybe attempt the MVP voting, because of course if they reach somehow into finals or won the tournament, they probably would be high in the statistics, but like this, with the 3rd place, it's very unlikely to see MVP someone who isn't even in the finals.
Yeah, it's gonna be some op again, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Really well, maybe not this tournament. I mean, it's in the world scene, it's I mean, you can there's like 90% it will get to
Zyvu.
Zyvu or just some sniper.
It's basically pick your name.
Right?
Oh, it's Zyvu again, huh? What a surprise! But yeah,
but in here, I mean, we have of course amazing snipers like Jumbo, but we have also very good rifles who carry the teams often.
Exactly,
so,
and either it's Kaspersky or Blamef and Mattis, they are still high in the statistics, and these two names were high here as well. Of course, Fear somehow mixed up in there. 18 kills, great performance by him, and I have to say that he proved that his qualities on IGL are not pushing away the qualities on a rifle.
No. And again, Krims, he was such a silent but dangerous force to be reckoned with, because he didn't really have any flashy kills, I would say, but so many important kills he had.
The close round when Blamef actually ended up almost killing Rals while defusing. There was the round where Krims ran through the smoke, where 9 kind of missed their smoke into the doors. Krims went into the side, find an opening kill, and secure the bomb plant for fnatic. So little plays like this were in his favor, and 13 kills, of course, it's nothing amazing. But if we take a look at the impact of each of the rounds where he found these kills, that's the difference maker.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, when we looked at the stats for fnatic, it's the same exact thing like we said on Inferno. There is no one who fell behind quite a lot. I mean, Jumbo with 10 kills, right? But still, that's not too shabby.
We gotta say that fnatic, of course, started on the T side, and yeah, that's a good way to not get three rounds on CT side when you start on T side and stream your enemy. But funny thing is out, Jumbo on T side, yeah, you have the AVP, but you have other options as well. It's Ancient. So he wasn't really that much on the AVP on CT as he would if he started there. So that might skew his stats a bit, but still he did what he needed to do, and that was enough.
Yes, for sure. I mean, that's the beauty of fnatic, that there is no one who will lack so much that the other players can't make up the difference, right? So, I mean, when we looked at it, if Mattis and Blamef will continue in this way against ENCE, I mean, is there something that can stop them?
Kaspersky.
And SDY.
SDY, of course, we spoke about him as a keeper of the team who is able to show a consistent performance, but Kaspersky was amazing yesterday. Either it was opening kills or closing rounds or multi-fragging, every stat went in his favor, and he was definitely one of the most highlighted players of ENCE to yesterday's plan.
I mean, 5 maps, 147 rating, and they already played fnatic, so I think that speaks for itself, this statistic, and yeah, Polish extravaganza. I love the guy.
Yeah. If we look at the both IGLs that will face off in the next match, I mean, Fear, Glavy also is not like the most fragging IGL, right? So could that be something to worry about when ENCE look at it and see like 18 on the opposing side on the IGL?
I think that, no offense to Rals, but I think Glaive is able to frag a bit more. He used to be a really good fragging IGL back in his time, but it changed a bit. But I think depending on the strategy, I don't think it's going to matter that much, because he's going to be able to pull up his weight in the duel.
Yeah, and I think we can find some similarities between Fear and Glaive, of course. For example, utilities, Glaive, the founder, let's say, of today's meta, or how the CS is played with utilities. So, for example, the showcase from the previous matchup, we've seen fnatic versus 9. Fear called also some cheeky-breaky nade stacks and so on. Round number 18 on Inferno, the ace strike onto the banana car, which killed Mantu, and then it costed 9 the round. So
and there were numerous other tries that actually fell apart, but it was a good try. It was good intention. Of course, you could see that they actually have read the positions of 9 quite well from the previous, I think, data they had on them on Inferno, and it showed. It really did show. So I agree with you.
I now wonder what Independent, the coach of fnatic, has to say about this past match.
Independent once more, sorry. Independent, congratulations for the finals. You managed to beat 9 for the second time in a row. What was the main difference in this match? Because you looked more convincing, you looked more consistent.
We just played Counter-Strike, I think. That was the difference. We played Counter-Strike. when you feel the game, when you have the flow, you don't really look for something extra, you know. You just try to find the rhythm, and we just play Counter-Strike. Yeah.
In that case, this was a huge swing from the momentum you had yesterday to today's match. What did you do specifically? Did you do some chill? Did you do some sightseeing in Prague, for example, or just another day, another game?
We didn't change anything, really.
So for the finals, will you try anything special? Because you didn't beat ENCE, now you can do it better. So is there anything you will try?
I don't think so. I think we have a clear idea how we want to play, and hopefully we're going to give you guys very good finals. And I'm proud we made it to the finals, and the job is not finished.
You seem more confident today than you did yesterday, so I might believe you, but still I need to ask, is there anything special you would or you will try in the Wedo? Because this Wedo looked kind of in your way, I would say, since you are good on both of the first two maps. So is there anything you want to try in the finals?
Not really. We can play 7 maps, and that's good for us.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck for the finals.
Thank you.
I mean, fnatic felt like a complete team, these two matches, right? These two maps. Yep. So what can ENCE kind of use for their advantage? Yesterday, we saw ENCE utilize they were amazing in identifying weak spots, right? We saw it on Anubis, that there were some perfect pushes from two sides when they saw, like, okay, we got open and just go. It was amazing calling, amazing communication. Will this be enough against this fnatic that we just saw?
I think finding the open spaces, the pockets in deployment of each player is always way how to work and how to win. But well, fnatic felt really strong against 9 today, aim-wise, strat-wise, and really focused into the game. But of course, ENCE made it into finals. They 2-0'd them in a previous match, so I think they know how to play against them.
Yeah, but what I gotta say on Fnatic's behalf is that they actually managed to do something that they weren't able to against 9, especially winning those man advantage situations for themselves, not losing them, and actually getting those clutches, getting good late round calls, which didn't work out yesterday against ENCE, and that's the improvement. That's the way they want to play, and as you could see from the interview with Independent, he's very comfortable. He even said he's not probably going to change anything much. And that's the difference. It's all about confidence. It's all about patience, about fixing the little mistakes. And that's what helped ENCE win yesterday's game. It was small decision-making there.
Exactly. For example, on Ancient, when the bomb was dropped and they were up 1 man, they stay calm. They didn't push. They didn't take 1v1 duels. They played together, waited for enough time to make their opponents crumble. Yeah. And even the mid rounds compared to yesterday were looking sharp today.
Yeah. When I looked at the yesterday match, the only player on Fnatic side, of course, they lost 2-0, so it's kind of makes sense. But the only player without negative KD was PLAYzone. Today in the second map, he had like 3.5 or something, 3.4. That's amazing. How can you stop him? Because these were not like eco farming kills.
Poof. Well, I think that's a question that a lot of teams were asking themselves whenever they played Prime PLAYzone. So not a lot of them could actually stop him, even given his 4 top 20 earnings on HLTV, top 10 to 20 players. Glaive probably is going to have something in store for us. He's going to be cooking up something to stop PLAYzone, Mattis, and the rest of the guys. But if he's feeling it, and you're against him in a duel, you have a slim chance of winning. And what can you do against that? Trade. Go together, 2 guys, maybe some utilities, try to get him out of his position. It depends, of course, on CTT, but it's definitely doable, but it's hard.
It's, like, for me, it's still insane to imagine that he only was at 2 majors to compete. Like, with the Australis, I mean, that was just... It shows that if you're just unlucky for little bit of time and you get out of the main series of tournaments and you have to compete to get to the tier 1, it's just so difficult to perform. Yeah.
But when it comes to both these teams, actually, right now we're still going to look at the recent results of Fnatic and 9. As you can see, Enchant again, by the way, 13-5.
13-5, yes, again.
So it seems like a cursed number for a 9 on this map, especially against Fnatic, but it is what it is, third place for them. But what I wanted to say about Fnatic and ENCE, the ENCE are extremely good in utility and actually mitigating the utility. When I was looking at Flash stats, when I was doing research for today's game, they were actually in average, blinded 1 second less most of the players than Fnatic. And when it's between 1 and 2 or 3 seconds, that's a lot. So it means, of course, that they're able to properly utilize anti-flash positions and then go for the kills, etc.
I mean, but today we saw similar from Fnatic, because yesterday, or even today before the Inferno, we were talking about like how 9 were super good in holding banana. They were using utility to basically 500 couldn't do anything there.
And we could see it today too, a bit.
Yeah, a bit, but Fnatic kind of overwhelmed them there. Bobsgdy, he didn't do anything there in the first map. So is Fnatic like more ready to this kind of play?
I think maybe they learned a bit from yesterday's matches on Inferno, if we're talking about this map from 9 point of view. We could see Bobek in one instance on B Banana upper where he was, I think, jumped up on top of sandbags, that he actually got multiple kills. 9 got the round. It seemed like it might go to overtime. It didn't at the end, but it did, almost did. And that was only one instance. And I think Fnatic actually did their research. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were expecting. And on the T side, they just plummeted through B.
Yeah, today the aggression towards the bottom banana wasn't working really well for Team 9. Rather than playing around the top banana was the right choice. But, well, Fnatic were ready for that as well, and we could see many late rounds on Inferno where they just threw the utils late and pushed through and did, for example, multi-kill without any chance to refrag. Mattis, for example, had one beautiful round in there.
And it was incredibly hard for 9 to actually take space, even on the A side, or actually around the A side, because there was Crims and I think Mattis quite a few times in the apartments pushed out, and they were getting those kills, even with SMGs, even with pistols. So in that case, 9 actually had really big trouble going either B or A. They still got a lot of rounds, that's true, but they had a lot of trouble.
Speaking about Mattis and Crims, I need to correct myself. They are sitting in the old rotation, so Crims at the very left side of their booth and Mattis next to him.
Yes, we checked. But for now, let's check as well where we are standing in this tournament. Of course, we know because there is only one match left to go, but let's recapitulate. 500 were the first one to leave us yesterday against 9. 9 follow them today, but with at least some pricey metal on their necks. Bronze for Team 9, and now it's going to be a rematch of Fnatic and ENCE. I mean, that's what we hoped for, I think.
Definitely, but I feel kind of sad because of the last result, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I was hoping for 2-1s to make it somehow spicy, so maybe they are leaving it for the final triple OT, quadruple OT, and so on.
I have some chili here in the back, so I'm gonna spice it up for the finals as well.
Yeah, no, I think we can definitely witness that, because even though yesterday it was 2-0, there were a few rounds that if they went Fnatic way, we would have definitely seen 3 maps.
And gotta say, especially on Anubis, because it was 13-9, this was 13-10. But why I want to say something about Anubis is because that's where it felt like Fnatic crumbled a bit in the late run decisions. It seemed like nothing went well. They had good defaults, they pushed the right side, but in the end, whenever it was a decision to throw smoke there, or just go somewhere in 2 people, they look at the wrong angles and just fell apart. And I think that's not gonna happen again today in this quantity. So this is gonna be a difference maker, and this is why I think, honestly, it's gonna go to 3 maps, and it's not my chili in the back.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, remember to vote for our MVP, Steel Series MVP of this whole tournament. Of course, now we'll get to the last match. Last match of Tipsport Conquest of Prague awaits us. Once again, it's ENCE versus Fnatic. Fnatic has to play 2 best-of-3s today, but I think they can manage We'll take one last look at 9 in the last video we have ready for them. So say goodbye to, if it's your favorite team, to 9.
Hey guys, I'm Craig from 9 and I'm gonna taste some Czech stuff. So yeah, let's see how it goes. I guess I'll just start with this bad boy. This. It's quite good, I think. This I don't like. It tastes of a bit of marzipan. I don't know what this tastes of. I think this is May also for me. Oh, now it's getting a bit too much. This is Mac. I guess I will go for the chocolate here. There's something inside of the chocolate I can see. This tastes like Polish, like Bavaric. You guys don't know, but this is really good. Nah, I think this is May. Now I'm also a coffee enjoyer, and I think it tastes a bit of coffee. So I would give this a really good one, actually. We have this pickle. How the hell do I eat this? Do I just suck on it? Oh. Didn't I get some chocolate stuff? What is this? Yeah, tastes like chocolate. It's very sweet, I think, but it's okay. It's Mac. It's also Mac, I think. Mid, maybe a bit under mid. This looks really dangerous. I don't know about this one. Hey, it also smells a little bit. I can have a bit. Oh, the smell already. Nah, this is not good. This is... No, I don't like cheese. This is horrible. But, oh, it's a bit strong for me. Oh, this is really bad. Okay, now the cola. This is also bad. But maybe it's the cheese with the cola that's making it bad. It's weird, bro. It's like, I don't know what it is. This is good. It tastes like a bit normal Coke. Sorry, chick, but this is not me.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
So today, me and Paddy is going to look at some pictures and we're going to guess what pictures are from Czech and what is not.
You see on C there is flag, but I don't know if it is Czech.
Yeah, I think the number C is Czech. And I know for a fact that B is also Czech. Yeah. So we have B is Czech, C is Czech, D is Hogwarts, and A is Greece.
Okay, let's go. That's good. Wait, isn't this Elisa?
Bro, I mean, we have to guess the players first.
Guardian is from Slovenia.
Slovakia, yeah. I think so at least.
And Oscar
is from Czech, no?
And this tournament is Czech because there is Sampi and Dynamite, but I don't know.
Ah, yeah.
This is Elisa for sure.
Yeah, it could be. It is actually, yeah. So we have A is Finland, D is Czech, B is Oscar from Czech this time, and Guardian is not from Czech this time around.
Yeah.
Okay, this is mine, bro. This is mine because I'm watching the most cartoons probably. Bro, I'd never seen any of this.
I remember watching this as a kid.
Bro, this one Smoking is from Czech for sure.
Smurf? No way it's from Czech. Why they would put Smurf there? It's not even like the others. Oh, I don't know, let's say B and A is. Yeah, look at this guy. It's like Victor.
Yeah, okay. We say B and A. This is Dua Lipa, no?
Yeah.
Is she from Czech? No, I don't think so, no?
But she had concert here yesterday.
She's from Czech, bro.
I don't know, she had concert here. This guy, I have no fucking clue.
This guy is probably from Italy or something, no? I would say A and B from Czech.
I would say A and B.
Okay, we say A and B from Czech.
Bro, I don't know where people are from. Neofrag is from Czech. Right?
Neofrag is from Czech. Do you think Stuko is maybe from Slovakia? I have some kind of feeling that he's from
I'm pretty sure he's not from Czech, bro.
I think we're going with D and C, no? From Czech. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, let's go. Sport people? What the fuck? He's wearing a diaper.
Bro, you know who this is?
No.
Petacek.
Petacek?
Yeah.
Czech?
Yeah.
From Czechia?
Bro, he was goalkeeper for, I think, for Arsenal and also, I think, from Chelsea, no? I think this guy, he won so much. I don't remember his name, but he won so much in F1.
So for sure it's not from Czech. If he won a lot.
Okay, we'll say D is from Czech.
Mafia.
Yeah.
Czech Mafia.
I would say either A or B, right? Could be from Czech.
I don't know. Okay, let's just go for A and B.
What about D?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't think so.
It's very good.
We say A and B. A and B.
A and B.
I think everybody knew Petacek.
Yeah,
he's Czech.
And
so
by name, that's
Czech,
cool.
Czech,
But
right.
it was interesting to me that I think it was Glaive who actually said he played for Arsenal and he actually remembered the last team he played for.
Because he had the Arsenal jersey on the photo.
Oh, that's right.
But he was thinking about the most known
Chelsea.
team, and he guessed Chelsea as well.
Yeah. But I mean, no one got Jaromir Jagr. That's just
interesting.
no hockey, and it's like Nordic countries.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, Denmark popped up this year, but for example, Finland, Bodhi is from Finland. Yeah,
that's definitely a hockey country.
Yeah, no, that's surprising. And the gaming, I still can't get over the gaming part. I mean, that kind of hurts.
Yeah,
I mean, you play CS a lot.
Yeah.
But you also play like Escape from Tarkov.
Yeah, I did.
Other stuff.
It's not a Czech game.
Yeah, no, but it's there. So you should be at least like, oh, this is not Czech. For sure.
Well, to be honest, KCD or Mafia are more towards the single-player game, and personally, I'm not a big fan of those. I like to compete against other players, so maybe that's why Podi and Glaive and others just didn't know exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I can sit next to someone who doesn't like Mafia, but
I don't say I don't like it, but
I'm just kidding, bro.
Oh wow,
that was a low ball for me.
Okay, let's get to ENCE versus fnatic. That's why we are here, right? That's what we have been waiting for. the finals. These two amazing teams that some people from the very first look at the top 16 that made it to the online stages, they were like, okay, it's gonna be ENCE for sure in the finals and probably Fnatic. So I think everything is going as planned so far, but they met yesterday and it wasn't that one-sided, but it wasn't even like
that close.
That close as well, right?
It was closer, though, when it comes to losing maps for Fnatic. Each time they actually met in the last few weeks or months, let's say, whenever Fnatic lost a map, it was not even double digits. Yesterday, it was 13-9 on Ancient. Of course, that's not double digits, but it was very close.
On Anubis.
Anubis, sorry. It was 13-9, and on Dust it was 13-10, so it was much closer than it was in the online stage where they actually met. So I have high hopes that Fnatic are going to be able to pull something at least close like this.
Yeah, or at least win one map, because we were talking, it was not that close, but of course the results on the maps were pretty tight.
Yeah.
How much does that you have to play 2 best-of-3s in a row on LAN comes into play? I mean, for Fnatic, they will have like an hour break between the matches, but still, it's LAN. It's different than being at home online. You know, you can do whatever you want there.
That's true, but I think Faven nailed it perfectly in his interview when he said, "Oh, online we play sometimes even 3 BO3s in a day, and I think that's way more tiring than 2 BO3s online."
Yeah, it's a different setting. Of course, you have all the service you need here, so you can just eat and rewind between the matches. You have enough time, so I think that's the case, what Faven was talking about. You can have back-to-back online matches, but you have at least 1 hour here between those two.
That's true, but I mean, even here, you have 5 players with different, they did like different conditions. Of course, the booth is AC'd, but everyone likes a little bit something else. You were mentioning even the space for the mouse, right? If you have the left-handed and right-handed player. So can this come into play, that you're just, you know, not comfortable?
That's true, that can affect someone, but I think all of these players are pretty experienced, of course. Some are less, some are more. Maybe the flashing lights around the celebrated ending of the round can somehow flash you in a little bit, but...
Get blinded,
Yeah, I mean, people are moving in front of you, the camera guys.
Distracting.
There's some distractions for sure.
But the thing is, it's distracting for both sides. So I think it actually applies to both of them. Again, you said it well, both of you, because each player is different, right? Yes. So that's the truth, but it's still the same for both sides.
Yeah, and I think you're all still focused on the screen. You're not really out of the zone. You're just aiming to the crosshair and looking at what's in front of you.
Right.
Plus, I think that for someone, it's even a huge motivation. For example, if we take a look at the past LANs we had here, we had Bad News Eagles here in PLAYzone Arena years back, and they had like Fnatic fans. They were cheering right in front of them, like 50 centimeters behind the monitor or something like that. That was crazy.
That's a really important fact you actually mentioned, because you can get the energy. And that's different from the online setting between those matches, because you can actually draw the energy. It's going to fill you up. It's going to help you a lot. And come on, let's be honest, it was 2-0, so it was rather quick for Fnatic now. So I don't think it's going to come into play now.
Okay, let's hear from the other side. Let's hear from a representative of ENCE. We have interview with Pody lineup.
Hello, Pody. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Your first game online today. Do you think this may be a disadvantage since Fnatic played their game already?
I mean, probably they are warmed up, but I don't think it's really a disadvantage. Maybe they will start hot, but yeah, I don't think it's an advantage.
Did you see them play against 9, and is there anything you took from the game? Is there anything you discussed specifically for this game?
Not really. I mean, we watched a little bit, but we just prepared our own things and that's it. Not really from the game against 9.
So you are not preparing anti-strats, but more of your strats?
Yeah, I would say so.
When it comes to your schedule, what did you do this morning, this noon? Because you had some time to prepare or chill, so what did you do?
I mean, I slept a lot. I was just chilling in the morning. Then we went to dinner, or not dinner, but for lunch together. After we had a little walk together, and then we checked like some stuff that we're gonna do in game, like a game plan, and that's it pretty much.
You are still unbeaten in this tournament. Isn't that maybe a little bit of a disadvantage because the pressure is high now and you can't afford to lose not even single series now?
Not really.
Or maybe unfair?
I mean, not really. I don't think so. First of all, we only played 2 games, so it's not really like we played 7 games to get to the grand final or something. But yeah, I don't think so.
For you, as a Finnish player, how prestigious is to represent ENCE against fnatic in the final of LAN tournament?
Yeah, of course, it's really nice. I mean, it was kind of like a dream to play for ENCE since I was watching them have this 2019 run with the Finnish roster, right? And it's the only like Finnish organization that's doing good right now, I would say, in CS. So yeah, it's a pleasure.
You want some more Finnish teammates for your organization, for your team?
For now, not really, but we'll see, maybe someday.
So you wouldn't change anyone, of course. For this match, is there something specifically you prepare for in terms of enemy players? Because there are big names like Blamev, Krims, Matis right now. So is there anyone you are cautious about?
No, I wouldn't say so. We will just play our game and that's it. If we play good our game, I think it's gonna be a win for us.
Of course. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
This is something that maybe goes little unnoticed about ENCE, because for people who started to watch CS in, let's say, 2023, there was the Polish lineup, so the ENCE was not, for at least a little bit, it felt like it's not a Finnish organization, but more of a Polish one. They definitely have a lot of fans there. But Storm, do you have ENCE in your memory as fully Finnish or more international one?
Both, I would say, because the international side was actually more recent, right? Because they managed to climb to the 2nd position of the ladder. Eventually, they were there for quite a long time. And what struck me the most, what's in the back of my head, is that they were so often second in the big tournaments. Yes. And I think the last win, the big win on a big LAN, is actually IM Dallas in 2023, where they were able to manage to lift the trophy above their heads.
Yeah.
But that was the international roster, and that was before the Glaive era now.
Sun Pius took place in top 20 HLTV for that season. He played really well, and now he will of course join G2 after the major, so I'm looking forward to that. And of course, to the Polish era of ENCE, we need to remember, of course, the, let's say, giving the Polish passport to Glaive and renaming him into Łukasz Rosander and so on. So that was pretty fun. Internet had a blast with that. So I think every part of their era had something specific.
So far, we can see ENCE, this is going to be probably a new era for them. Top-rated team here, of course. Really sorry about, they are really sorry about missing Austin. Didn't work out. Actually managed to kick out from the competition. ENCE, it was 1-2 Swiss. They were able to pull it off. 2 extremely easy matches for them. They only lost 1. And the 2 new additions, gotta say, Kacpersky and Natu feel really good. They are even proving themselves here in the on-LAN environment. And Kacpersky is definitely a man that's aspiring to be an MVP of this whole tournament. Glaive, 4-time major champion. We were speaking about Krims. We cannot not mention this guy. I think these legends can sit side by side, and no one is gonna sit lower.
Yeah, and I love the beautiful scenery of Vyšehrad here in Prague, just vibing in there, and like some of them look, they can really shoot with weapons and so on, so I think they wouldn't be lost even in medieval times. But Kacpersky, of course, the man who isn't lost as well in the online times and on server. Currently the statistic leader of the MVP, let's say, run, because he's definitely up there.
147 rating, 154 KD impact is the most important part. 171. That's crazy stats across 5 maps, of course. The road to here for ENCE was not easy, because they actually managed to overcome 2 overtimes, but they didn't lose a single map. Coming here, they managed to lose only 1. It was Dust 2, but from then it was a smooth sailing up to the finals.
Indeed. If you, when you look at this roster with Kacpersky and Natu, do you think the ceiling for this team is higher than it was for the snappy era, or even maybe the Polish one with Hades?
I honestly don't think so, that they will out-frag and out-reach the Snappy's era, because there was something phenomenal. And despite don't having any, let's say, star name of a huge worldwide potential or sound, they played a really good CS. Senpai, I've mentioned him already. He was great, but of course then the sad part, leaving ENCE's departure towards Falcons, where everything fell apart.
Yeah, what didn't in Falcons, to be honest, in the late times.
Indeed.
But maybe now, of course, with the new iteration.
Very recent. Not the very recent.
But before that, it just didn't work out at all.
Yes, if you spend enough, you will. There must be some solution, right?
That's true.
Okay, let's look at the roster right now once again. And is there some like weakness that Fnatic can target? Because we said Fnatic complete team. And is there someone that you can be like, okay, let's you know, go for OP duels and op duels, and we can base it on that, or let's find where the IGL is, and let's go to that side.
Well, I mean, when it comes to the big green players, I think Jumbo is a bit better currently when it comes to the form than Pody, but still Pody managed to frag yesterday quite well. It was the first day, I think. It wasn't really his time of the day, but still, there's not really any blatant weakness there. When you look at these five, Gleifes, DY, Kaspersky, Pody, and Natu, who do you want to target? For me personally, no one.
Yeah, exactly. Like in the last match, Natu wasn't feeling it that well, but other players were there at their top level. Yeah. And despite being kind of different on the scale, like Kaspersky with 47 kills, Natu with 23, there was still a winning cocktail that was enough for Fnatic to beat them 2-0.
Yeah.
Maybe the representative of the interview with a member of Fnatic, PLAYzone, will help us get around this question.
Hello, PLAYzone. Congratulations for the convincing victory. How do you feel right now? Momentum is high.
Yeah, I feel good. I'm happy that was a quicker game, because we have one more game, you know, so obviously we're happy that we didn't burn ourselves out with full energy, so yeah, it's good.
We are still sad we didn't see Train, so do you think there is a chance for the Vito, including Train, maybe in the first two maps for the finals?
I don't know the Vito yet, but I'm not sure, because I don't think they will pick it, I don't think we will pick it, but yeah, I'm not the guy in charge of the Vito, so I don't know.
You managed to beat 9 on LAN for the second time in a row. You lost against them 2 times in a row online. What is the main difference playing them on LAN versus online?
I don't want to be, you know, BM or anything like that, but yeah, they don't feel that good on LAN. I'm not sure, maybe they're a bit nervous when they play on LAN or something, I'm not sure. But yeah, it felt pretty easy. So yeah, I'm not sure honestly. Maybe they have some nerves or something. It's hard to tell. Or maybe we're just playing good on LAN, I'm not sure. It could be us as well.
I don't think this was the BM, that was more of an analysis, so it was fine. Against ENCE, what do you need to do differently? Because yesterday you didn't look like in your A game, so what is the main thing you need to change for today?
Yeah, I think just bringing good mood and making sure that we don't let like bad rounds affect us properly. I think they're a really good team. I don't think it's like, you know, we think that we're like way better than them, but we have to win. Obviously they beat us many times, so I think for us it's more about if we can somehow play a game, then we have a chance to win, and if we're gonna, you know, not communicate well and not move around on the map and these things, then I think we're gonna lose, you know. So yeah, for us to have a chance, we need to show up at our A game, and we just have to do that, and we showed we can do that because we just did it against the last team, you know. So we just gotta continue with that.
In terms of experience and boosting your team play, you played 9 for 2 times. Now we'll play ENCE for the second time. Is that the best outcome from Prague you can take?
Maybe. I mean, for sure we need to win the event for us to be happy. But yeah, I think sometimes when you lose the first game, you have an advantage next game against. So maybe we have that against ENCE this time. But as well, as I said, like they beat us 3 or 4 times in a row. So clearly they are comfortable playing against us. So yeah, I think just as I said, like we need to be comfortable and happy and good mood and bring energy, and then we'll see if we can beat them.
Let's see then. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, it's one of the phrases that players tend to use more often. It's about good mood and communication, but I think in this case, actually, it is. It's what Fnatic lacked yesterday.
I'm pretty surprised how much is the term A-game used in here during the interviews. I think I didn't hear that anyway, but it's so important to target the recent form into the best shape possible. And most likely the LAN is the place you should outperform your LAN, of course, show your online showings, because this is where something is on the line, and sometimes it crumbles, but I think for me personally, the best showing should be on LAN.
Yeah, the best prizes and the best titles are won on LAN, so of course you have to perform in this setting, and fnatic sure do look like a LAN team. Of course they're fatigued by the all the online tournaments. Even Krames, I think even BlameF said it, all the players usually say it, that you are potentially forced to play as much online tournaments as you can for the VRS points and so etc. So it takes a toll on you. But online you can actually spread your wings, you can actually show your true selves, and just think about the moment, connect with the fans, and actually try to win and do your best game. So maybe that's why the fans and the setting, that's what actually brings your A game usually.
Do you maybe think that it plays into hand of Glavy, that he's not against like extremely young team? That there are the veterans. It's not like CS2 team, like players who started with CS2 and they don't know the mechanics of the Go, and it's just very different game. So is it advantage for Glavy that he can call against Krames, against BlameF?
Well, that young kids who started on CS2 are still in a crib, not here on a server. So, well, it will take some time to see these youngsters. But of course, this looks like an experienced team. BlameF, of course, man on the interview, he's ready for this map. And match, of course, Mattis, Krames, Fear, Jumbo. Well, I think the loudest voice is the one they are speaking on the server, because yesterday, of course, they lost against ENCE, but their showing was decent. They played highly a team game. I've already mentioned that between the best and worst players of ENCE there was 24 kills, but in Fnatic only 12 kills difference, and the worst fragging was there actually IGL, and on the other hand in ENCE Nikyu didn't have his best day, so I think Fnatic are strong in the team game, but also they are able to frag piece by piece, and Matt is one of the best fragging ones, of course, still in the debate who will be the MVP at the end of the tournament, currently sitting after 7 played maps on a 131 rating, and here the other stats, 125 kills. Of course, he will get more than his opponents, but it's thanks to the more played map. And here, history, maybe the reason why we are talking about him the most.
Of course, he played his whole career, except of course, the part in Fnatic here in Czechoslovakian region, because we kind of join it together. It's not Czech scene and Slovak scene. It's kind of all together like a big family. And he went through some interesting teams, of course. Like he said in the interview yesterday, Enterprise, Sampi, that was the peak of the Czech era.
His last 2 teams, first Enterprise, red logo, then on the other side, blue logo, so now Fnatic, orange, somewhere in the middle.
So we were destined.
Yeah, I think so.
He even said in an interview that he actually firstly rejected Fnatic, that he tried to propel some team, Czechoslovakian team, to major. But then he realized that at the time it was just not possible, and he accepted the offer of Fnatic, of course, with the storyline of winning the Czech championships in 2023 and then moving on to Fnatic for a record sum. But Mattis's journey is impressive, and I think for a lot of players, not even in our region, but globally, it still can be seen that you can work your way from the bottom to the top if you're talented enough, if you put in the work, which he did.
Mattis was right here because Pavel, in a recent time you had interview with COOs on the one as well, local Czech organization, and he said that it's a huge problem that all the investors had to come together and create one super team, or because all the other teams like creating
they just pick their best. Each of them have the one best player, but never together. I mean, those one nation or national teams, they always make a history. Like Bad News Eagles, everyone will remember them. maybe the Turkish one, everyone will, of course, remember these, unless you're Danish, of course, then it kind of is faded a little.
Like 2 to 3 years ago, it all suddenly changed when FaZe won the major. I think it was a team, first team ever to win it with worldwide player base. So. Meta is different.
Speaking facts.
Yes, now we'll do something completely different, ladies and gentlemen, because it's my pleasure to welcome here, at least through some technology, our good casters Lyuba and Pronogo. Hello, gentlemen. How are you doing?
We're doing fantastically. Thank you for asking. I hope everything is good on your part as well. And hopefully next time we might get to see you live. At this point in time, we're casting, of course, from our homes and hoping, of course, to bring you all the action and the excitement when the finals begins.
It definitely would be amazing to have you here to enjoy the atmosphere with us. Maybe, indeed, as you said, next time. But how do you feel about the upcoming match? You didn't have the chance to comment on ENCE versus fnatic yesterday. Did you at least have the chance to rewatch the match?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, what we've been doing for a long time now, Yuba and I, is we've been following ENCE in particular. fnatic a little bit less so, but we've casted ENCE a number of times already. So it's nice to see that they are still finding success, because, you know, it was starting to get to that point where we were wondering, are they going to be waylaid in Tier 2 for a prolonged period of time? Here they are on LAN, getting to the grand finals. They 2-0'd fnatic, who are the other favorites for the event, and certainly the name on everybody's lips in the arena, as we found out recently. But now there's an opportunity for redemption, and it's nice to see that all of the players are a little bit confident. I'll point out, I thought it was very funny when BlameF, you could see the reaction on his face when he was asked what the difference was with 9 playing online. I think maybe he knows a couple of things that he can't say or shouldn't say, but either way, funny stuff there. And, you know, indicative as well that they were a very different beast when it came to the LAN stage. I'm looking forward to the grand finals.
How happy are you with the performance of teams on LAN so far? Because, again, it's for some of these teams, for our finalists, for example, it's first time this year that they are playing on LAN.
I mean, the first day, I have to say, the first day was a bit sloppy for most of the teams that have played. There was some hit or miss moments, some moments where it kind of goes to show that most of these teams, it's been a bit of a time since they've last played on LAN. Even the experienced players that kind of feel at home when they're playing on LAN, now they're still finding their footing. But after the second day ended, I think that we're in for some pretty good Counter-Strike. I mean, the first best of 3 of today kind of showed that, where fnatic really found their footing and really seemed quite strong against 9, of course. And now we got fnatic and ENCE. It's basically the duel that we have expected ever since the competition began. The 2 best teams in the Swiss stage, the 2 teams that had really a good performance throughout the tournament.
Yeah, and if I can just say, it's also, I think, worth pointing out that both favorites did falter on day 1. They dropped their own map picks to the underdogs and sort of pseudo comeback manners. Obviously, 500's a bit more steep than 9's in that particular situation. But looking ahead, the favorites appear to be dialed in. Obviously, a 2-0 for ENCE is one thing to talk about over fnatic. But the fact that fnatic are having to play back-to-back series and their first one was so quick, impressive stuff, and does bode well for an electrifying grand final.
We see players are getting ready slowly, but I just have to ask. I mean, right now in chat, there is the voting for SteelSeries MVP of this entire tournament. Who is it for you guys?
Oh, Mattis has played so well. Of course, you guys know him and you've seen him play so well in the Vodafone Arena before, but this is one of those tournaments where you see that a player is just feeling very refreshed to be on LAN, to be in front of a crowd that is rooting for him, and that kind of checked out when it comes to the numbers as well. Let's not forget, though, the individuals on the side of ENCE, where a few players can actually pop off. You got one SDY, you got, of course, Nate Yu that had incredible moments throughout this tournament. So you really can't tell who's going to be the MVP until the final ends. Of course, Mattis has had some really good numbers, but do numbers really count if you lose the final?
Perfect. Yeah, fair point. I think also, as far as the MVP race is concerned, you got to think about not just Mattis, but also how impactful is Jambo going to be? I don't think he's going to be able to put up MVP numbers, but he is the favored opper compared to Pody. He has much more stable performances, and he can rifle, I think, better than the Finn as well. So there's a little bit of a mismatch there in the head-to-head. But yeah, I think SDY would be the second name on everybody's lips after Mattis. We're going to be seeing some very explosive rifling in this.
Will this be the major impact on the game, that the difference between snipers on both teams? Will this be the something that Fnatic can move on from yesterday?
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that you got to think about is the fact that Train eluded us in their past meeting in the day 2. So going into this one, I'm salivating over that as an opportunity, not just because of that op mismatch, so to speak, where there is going to be a little bit more for Jambo to do. But if we get there, and we can absolutely get there, Fnatic have shown a lot of poise in today so far, then I do think that that mismatch could give Fnatic the edge. If we go to 3 maps, Fnatic could easily take it 2-1, be off the back of Jambo just playing lights out.
And how about the IGL performances so far? Because what we've seen from Fear in the last match, that was just insanity.
Yeah, I mean, when you perform so well as an IGL, I mentioned that, of course, during the cast, it kind of feels a lot better to call when you're the one that actually commits to fragging, actually contributes to the team. Fear really played well, but you can't really count on your IGL to post up numbers, right? Especially in a match like the final will be, where, of course, you're looking at the star players to be the ones to push through, to be the ones that make the numbers. Of course, in a way, you can say that there is a mismatch, definitely when it comes to experience. Of course, on one side, you got Glaive, 4-time major champion, a guy that really knows what he's doing. But I never want to count out young IGLs, and Fear really showed class during his time in Passion UA, coming to Fnatic, his first really good opportunity in an organization that is known and has been here for 20 years. I really want to see actually Fear perform, and at points, maybe even get the better of Glaive when it comes to calling, especially.
I mean, you're mentioning experience, but when Glaive was doing his for a major run, it was very different CS. It was like, of course, different version, but also very different tempo and very different gameplay. So is that really something that he can use in his experience of the past, or is it just now like straight start for all the IGLs?
Well, I think one thing you got to point out is that at least individually, Fear obviously did pop off ludicrously, especially on Ancient, to dismiss 9 earlier today. And if you're having a hot day, that's not likely to abate once you go to that second series. I think Fear is essentially playing himself into a really nice form where if people were doing that level of production, you'd start thinking maybe they're going to be the MVP. If that was the whole event for Fear, he would actually be in the race there. So I think that alone all automatically kind of levels the playing field a little bit. But Glaive also has had the experience of being able to watch Fnatic play. And while there's not that much overlap in the veto, which is, I think, a wise choice from Fnatic, they haven't had to show any of the maps that they're going to play in the grand final today yet on the stage. You can still point to some tendencies, and I think Glaive will have the ability to do so. He's got so many moments where he's kind of down, that the team is maybe down a few rounds. They've been being outsmarted or outwitted, and he finds the answer. He finds the solution given enough time. So I think that's one of his key advantages in this head-to-head.
Lovely. One last question for you, gentlemen. How did you enjoy this event? Because it's the first ever fully international CS2 tournament organized by PLAYzone. So how are you happy? Because it may be, it is the last match you will be casting for us. So how did you enjoy your stay with the Czech production?
Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, the boys in the production team, a big shout out to them. They've been friendly throughout the competition. They've shown us good welcoming ever since the Switch stage started. And afterwards, of course, when you get to LAN and see everybody that's in the crowd, it really seems really good. It's a casual tournament. It's a smaller crowd, it's a smaller audience, but it's always good to see that the people are kind of very happy to see some very famous players coming into Prague, a land where you can actually have a chance to meet them. I mean, I've been at majors. You don't really get a chance. Even when you have a press pass, you rarely get a chance to meet players and talk to them in a more of a casual sense than let's just interview them and they get the job over, they get the job done.
Yeah, what we heard from Crims was that he was enjoying local beer. Maybe it was at the event after some of the matches with some of the fans. You never know. I'll say this. I really have enjoyed the time with the PLAYzone event. I think this event has been very memorable. And one of the things that I most enjoyed was hearing back the crowds and the reactions and stuff like that to all of the action that has been on our screens. It's been a glorious time. Right now, I say Dobre odpoledne, but soon I will be saying Dobre wieczór.
Perfectly said. I mean, I'm from my side, guys. The commentating is just amazing, and it's always lovely to listen to you guys describe what's happening. And of course, right here in our LAN setup, it's amazing for you to balance the Czech English, the London we speak here. So thank you very much for that, and good luck in the last match.
Děkuju.
Perfect. That was, of course, Luba and Pronogo, our lovely casters who were with us during the whole tournament. We need to settle only a few more things before we go to the last match. One, of course, is the veto. So, gentlemen, the question is, will we see Dust 2 again?
I mean, could be, but it's one of the staples between those two teams that actually they're meeting quite a lot on this map. But I think the more omnipresent map is Anubis. Yeah. And that's definitely going to be either a decider or some pick. I presume, it's Mirage.
It's
so
Mirage.
Fnatic were able to actually pick Mirage. Okay, that's interesting for me, because usually it's the band that usually goes against them. Okay.
Yeah, well, pretty interesting veto we got here.
Wow.
I am pretty surprised that Ancient won't be played, because it was a hell of a match yesterday where they faced each other in these jungle preferences. So, well, Mirage, I'm surprised.
Because it's the first pick of Fnatic. I would be quite sure that they would actually, I mean, ENCE, they would actually ban this one, but
they have Inferno as insta-ban, so they had no other option.
Yeah, pretty much. You always get at least one shot on a good map, so in this veto format. So, yeah, why the hell not? So I think Mirage is going to be extremely important and enjoyable to watch between these two teams.
Yeah, but we have to remember the first day when ENCE were playing Mirage, they actually played really well. Netu had beautiful statistics there, and of course other players as well.
Spassky as well.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was the play-in match of ENCE where Poddy played Grey with Op, so I think Mirage can be close, whether on paper the statistics are in the best.
And we have to say 500, of course, probably not up to par with Fnatic on this map, but still they are a really dangerous team, and they were able to cope with Rainwaker from his A extremities actually pushing, and the A side was overloaded. They still managed to win it, and it was quite comfortable in the end.
Yes, let's look at the odds, because that's the one last formality we need to get done. Of course, Tipsport, our title partner. What are the bookmakers saying? I mean, yesterday it was more even, slightly more even, right?
Very even.
Yes. So now Fnatic 196 and ENCE 176.
I love the last one. I love
Jumbo
the last
over
one.
16.5 kills on Mirage.
Well,
that's
AVP on Mirage definitely could be happening.
Yeah, definitely the difference maker. Of course, usually you get a window smoked and you have to play around that, either Zoom Palace or go towards combat. You can still be active. You can still find the deals. Usually we can see snipers just popping this mode off with grenades. So HE will be, of course, used by Jumbo as well, trying to find the open kill on the long distance. And definitely 17 kills are possible for him.
From what I could see, from what I could say about Jumbo and Poddy, that Jumbo is extremely aggressive. Given the current meta about AVPers, especially on CD side, 24% attempts on actually opening duels, and on CT he has 93% success. That's an impressive statistics. Let's set aside the opening frags, of course, but still, this is a whole package AVPer here that we are seeing right now playing, and Poddy is going to have a hard time matching that.
Yes, is that the only thing you feel like Fnatic need? Just to shut down Poddy with Jumbo and then it's good? Or what do you do with Kaspersky?
Well, you kind of fuel Blamef, Mattis, and Jumbo all at the same time. That was the problem.
Yeah, and then you pray.
And then you pray. Yeah, on both sides, honestly, if it works out or it doesn't. But yeah, still, it's something that wasn't meshing well in the previous matches. It was either Jumbo or it was Blamef, Mattis, and Fear. So if they can put it together on one map, I think that might work out.
We'll see how it goes. Of course, there is one more question that needs to be asked. How about Netu? I mean, he was excelling in the first day. Second day, not so much. Some of it, honestly, was he didn't get too much action. He was just on dust, for example. A lot of the action was on the other side. He never got around to, and when he did, it was like 1v4 or something like that. So he never got to many chances to prove himself there. But still, when he got, it wasn't always in his favor.
But I think it just NetU. Sometimes he pops off, he has a beautiful showing, but some matches are weaker from his side. But of course, he's not the #1 star player in the team, and he's more likely the support rifler. When he shows off, it's wonderful, and the team can just take their steam off. But if he's a little bit behind, I think it doesn't that matter as much.
I'm just going to add to you, because he's usually the anchor position. So, of course, whenever someone doesn't go to his side, as you just said before, you don't get the kills and the retakes after that on CT side. Sometimes you just don't get to play it, and you just save. So everything affects the statistics from this. So that's maybe the reason why he wasn't so visible. But for ENCE, he did the job. Because if he didn't, they wouldn't win. So good enough for them. We're going to see if it's good enough for them today as well.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much, and we'll see what's happening in our arena right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the finals, of course, we have to feast. Our friends, our partner from KFC brought us these 2 giant buckets. And my only question is, are you hungry? Sorry, I have some problems with hearing because of this headphone. Are you hungry? Okay, looks like we have pretty hungry crowd. Our ambassadors, Anduli and Fluff, got these buckets, and in one of these buckets there is a huge load of KFC. It's amazing. I saw it. I saw them load the buckets, and there is plenty for everyone. The rules are there will be timeout, and after the timeout goes to 0, the bomb will explode, and you can rush to one bucket. You need to choose Anduli or you need to choose Fluff. I have a deal with Fluff actually. He wants to say hi, but only hi. He wants to say only hi.
Hi!
He did it, okay. So, deal was closed. Deal was closed, it's fine. Let's start the countdown. Let's start the rush. You said already that you are hungry. Now you need to decide Anduli or Fluff, B side or A side. And the clock is already ticking. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Choose the bucket and go. Wow, okay, everyone actually chose the wrong bucket, I guess. But in the bucket of Fluff, there is also something, but I think like only 3 buckets of KFC. But in Anduli's buckets, there is plenty of KFC for everyone. Enjoy, have a good meal before the finals, and then enjoy ST or Counter-Strike.
Thank you for opportunity to say hi.
Hi, Fluff. I mean, I think I have a good idea why his bucket was empty there.
Oh! I'm sorry, that was so funny from Fluff. I love the guy. Anyways, excuse me, I'm gonna grab some KFC.
Oh, for sure. No.
But you look like you had already some.
Oh yeah, true.
Wow.
So we're gonna go for these burns. Okay, you're right. So.
Last questions before we go to the match. I mean, there is some probably it's just mayhem happening right now with all the chickens there. So I'm gonna ask you for some predictions, gentlemen. Again, MVP. I mean, it's gonna be highly based probably on who's gonna win, right? But if you have to guess, still series MVP, who's gonna take it? Is it Kaspersky on ENCE? Is it Mattis? Is it Blame? There is so many fan favorites in these teams.
And this very MVP is from fans, or
It's just voting.
It's just voting.
It's just voting.
So then I think it's Matisse.
Yeah. But it's voting on English channel though. So it's you know, it's not because we for the Czech we have the fun watch party here. So it's not just people who are like, oh yeah, Matisse is Czech, so let's vote for him, Slovak.
And you just grab some of the names who are nominated, or everyone is?
Everyone is.
Okay, so we are a internet community, so I think definitely Oxygen is
okay, that was a good
that
one,
would be hilarious actually, but I think when people don't see him that day to play, it's kind of in the back of their mind.
He was playing here.
Yeah, some people probably don't. So no, some serious comments, some serious answers.
For me, I think it's definitely going to be from ENCE or fnatic, that's for sure. It's either going to be Kaspersky, or I think it's between Blamef and Matisse. I think these are the three only objective possibilities that are on the table.
Yeah, but Fear also played good during today, so maybe some people will like it because they saw his performance.
So it will skew him a bit.
Yeah, exactly. They know he's IGL, but he's still performing well. I think this can be a game changer as well.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you're nicely dancing around it, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking who's gonna take it.
I said Fear.
Yeah.
Kaspersky.
Kaspersky. You're going with
yeah, I think he's gonna perform today as well.
Interesting. Do you feel like Fear is just because of the performance that people will be like, oh yeah, he's like amazing, fragging IGL. He's part of the success of fnatic right now, and they will just very, let's say, contemplate the actual value of the player and vote on that?
I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit delusional because usually players or fans don't appreciate IGLs as much, but
I don't even remember.
I need to be delusional to prove something that even IGLs are important. Maybe the most important sometimes as well.
Yeah, I don't even remember like when was last IGL that won MVP. But ladies and gentlemen, let's now debate this any further. Let's go to the stage where we have two last team in Tipsport Conquest of Prague.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear fans of Counter-Strike, Vodafone PLAYzone Arena is packed right now. I don't see many places you can still sit on, and there is no wonder why. Finals like this is a celebration for the home scene and even for European Tier 2 scene. These teams, these organizations are legendary. Among the players are major winners or upcoming stars. So let's have an epic final for the title of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. First team coming from Finland, Team ENCE. Glaive, the arena is packed right now, but I know you are used to majors, but still, this may be a fine opportunity to again win some title in front of an audience. How do you feel right now?
I mean, this is almost like a major, no? So good, such a good crowd. So I think it's going to be a good game. I'm happy to see that people got some food. I tried KFC myself. I once ordered from Foodora, and I know it's also a Czech app, right? That a Czech company. So and it's also our lovely sponsor, of course. So yeah, go order some more KFC from there, maybe.
Absolutely epic marketing segment, of course. But how do you feel about playing fnatic and Crims yet again in the finals? Because you said it's like a major. For us Czech fans, it's definitely like a major, but for yourself?
I mean, I think it's good. I think we always have close matches against this team. We beat them some times in a row now, and hopefully we can do it one more time. I mean, Blamef told me before the game, you're not going to beat us 4 times in a row, so I will do my best to prove him wrong.
Let's see then. Thank you so much, Team ENCE! When we are talking about epic organizations with many fans worldwide, there is no organizations with the history like this one. Please welcome Team fnatic! talking about this crowd as a small major maybe. Do you feel the same?
Yeah, it's full of energy. It's really nice to be here and hear all the cheer and stuff.
Yet again, the audience will be definitely more on your side. How do you feel playing in front of these people, Czech fans or foreign fans that made it here to support Fnatic?
It's been a really fun experience, to be honest, and Matters is really happy as well. Just having a joy.
For you specifically, how it feels like to play against ENCE and players like Glaive in the finals?
Nothing special. Gonna be easy today.
Thank you so much for the interview, Team Fnatic! Epic teams, epic crowd, epic finals. Let's enjoy this.
So many best of threes, so many matches were played so far. You got the Swiss stage, you got the deciders, you got the LAN. 5 are behind us and only 1 left. Who will be the conquerors of Prague? Will it be ENCE or will it be Fnatic? Yuba and Pronogo here. We're not going to give you the answers, but we're going to give you the excitement.
Yeah, listen, we'll find out together, I think. And we know who the crowd is favoring. We know which team has the home field advantage, but it hasn't stopped Glaive and ENCE from storming to the finals through the upper bracket. Only losing 1 map so far, and it was a miraculous comeback from 500 on Dust 2, a map that has not been chanced in our finals veto. Not at all. Fnatic opting to pick Mirage as our starter. We will absolutely see the second pick of Anubis, which did not go Fnatic's way in their previous showing. And if we get it, oh, I so hope we get it, Train will decide things.
All right, I'm hoping for all 3 maps as well. We want this to be an exciting final, and let's see if Fnatic have what it takes. As you already mentioned when the previous best of 3 was over, they're coming in as slight underdogs, but this is a name that's been in this situation before. They've been favorites as well, and they know how to play in every position, especially Crims. He has had a few really good maps throughout this tournament. Maybe the veteran can lead him to the trophy.
Maybe, maybe. There's veterancy on both sides. There's a healthy, I would say, split between steady hands that have proven it over and over and upstarts that might write their own names in the history book. Of course, BlameF being something of a, an old head himself at this point, but he's been known as a bit of a technical guy, a guy who definitely spends a lot of time in refrag from all the way back in his complexity days. So many hours spent in demos. Don't know how he found time to hit the gym as he does, but maybe that's because Counter-Strike is his life, the life of all players here, gearing up for their grand final on LAN. Doesn't get more prestigious than this at this level of competition. Both of these organizations, they're fighting to once again be considered a tier 1 Counter-Strike side. And it has been a while since we've seen Fnatic, since we've seen ENCE be title contenders at the big stage. There's a chance that whoever ends up claiming the trophy here could start to change that narrative.
Yeah, and absolutely. You win the trophy, you're going to get a lot of confidence. You're going to show that on LAN you can shine. And also, let's not forget the VRS points. You're going to get a pretty good nudge if you exit Prague with a victory, simply due to the fact that you managed to win the trophy, you managed to win the majority of the prize pool. That all gives you points, all puts you in the right direction. And of course, we're still at the start of teams collecting points for that second major of 2025.
Yeah, and you know, talking about collecting points, talk about collecting veterancy, right? This is a squad with a younger in-game leader in Fear who has been popping off so far at the event, fragging well above his weight, even today against Team 9. And that's how they managed to dismiss them on Ancient 13-5 with 17, maybe more frags by the end of it. Fear had an immaculate impact, and his other players were not far behind. You think about Jambo, who can rifle well as use the sniper to great effect. And of course, everybody's thinking about Mattis. He's been playing lights out for this event on home soil. A key reason why they qualified through the online stage as well. So a well-rounded player who, for many, is still up and coming. Although I'm sure the people in the crowd They are very happy to see him take stage yet again. This is not his first rodeo.
Oh yeah, far from it. Of course, fnatic have that element of the crowd being behind them, hoping that they're going to do something. I'm curious to, of course, know how much the teams, or rather the players, can actually hear what's going on due to the fact that they're in booths with those noise-canceling headsets. Is it actually a factor when you hear the crowd make noise?
Well, there's so many little things you can do on LAN. Little details like being able to maybe catch the rumble of an HE grenade going off, knowing that that means the observer was following it and that there was somebody there to receive it if it's from the POV of another player. Really small little things. But I don't know if this game is going to be tight enough to come down to those real small trivialities, the little pieces of trivia you can use to get a very slight edge. I think this is going to be a game of fundamentals, and that's where we start. On one of the most fundamental maps of Counter-Strike history, Mirage will open us up. Prague, Ideminato, let's go!
All right, let's see what this final is going to look like. It's a best of 3 grand final for all the marbles and for all the glory of Prague. An old city it is, and not many people had that title of the Conquerors. BlameF starts off well. fnatic starting on that T side. The defense is ready, and SDY tucked in. That's a good start from the CTs, but a 2-for-2 trade. Kaspersky finds one more, and he's in a good position. Crim's now the only hope of fnatic in the pistol. The Glock is going to have to do work. The question is, can he do it? More than a minute left on the clock, more than enough time to rotate to the other side, and he has the bomb on his back. Would be a pretty good way to enter this final.
Yeah, this would be a 1 versus 3. He's already found the first. Nachu will not be the first point of contact. He's burrowed in on stairs towards A. Glaive could have the flank. He's got at least the initial bit of attention. Crim's brought down to only 11 points of health, but he's going to commit to the site. Rotations can come, but they're both going to be hitting through short, it looks like. Oh, yeah, look at that. They're not sure that he's burrowed in quite so deep, but they end up double facing him, and Crim's with such little health. There's no way he can win a long-range duel.
Yeah, no chance. He just has to buy time as long as possible, but they have a smoke, they have a kit. Little that the veteran can do. At least getting the bomb plant for his team will acquire them a little extra cash, and now Glaive comes in, but he is felled. Crim's, maybe he bought himself an opening. Not gonna happen as the Frenchman takes out the Swede. It is the first round that goes to the favor of ENCE.
All right, grand finals, nerves might be striking. That looked like Crim's could be the steady hand to bring fnatic a pistol. He'll at least give them a bomb plant. T-side, force buy incoming. And the CTs are gonna need to really cross their T's, dot their I's, and for that matter, their J's as they get ready to make things happen here in round number 2. Already we're seeing great action in the grand final. And again, you gotta remember some of these players haven't played too many of those, certainly not on LAN.
Oh yeah. Of course, the pressure is high, especially when you're in the grand final. As you said, fnatic with that bomb plant, they're gonna have a force buy-in. Not a bad one at that, given that they're gonna have 3 rifles to play with. Always a danger, always a threat. Pody, he managed to see at least one of the players. Nate, you under duress, he's gonna get taken down, and that's another rifle for fnatic. Maybe that gets the ball rolling for them as the CTs are coming in, coming back to the site, but fnatic have control of it. They can plant the bomb and see what they can do in the rest of the round. Smoke gonna get broken, but Jambo managed to go through it. There's Pody though, brings it back into a 4v4. That stalemate short-lived, and now the CTs are finding frags. Only Fear and Matt is alive for fnatic.
Still doable for fnatic. They have to kill Glaive though, and they're not gonna be able to. Mattis is dropped. Yet another frag for the in-game leader. He doubles up so far. The bomb defused, leaves Fear all alone in the corner. He'll save that Galil into the next. Good damage, another bomb plant. Will we see a follow-up force?
That is the question. Though they did not get a lot of kills, it begs the question of, is it really worth it to commit all of your cash to the next round? Taken into account that they, I think, found only 2 kills in the end. Could have been better for the side of fnatic, as ENCE are the ones that draw first blood. A hero Galil gonna be in the hands of Fear, as he did manage to save that gun. So fnatic will have a better buy in round number 4. In the third, they can only hope to maybe started off quite well with one of these pistols or that saved Galil. Look for the first frag and find a way to spread the defense. That's a good start as Kaspersky falls.
Fear still combat ready, 66 points of health. Fnatic have opted into a brawly buy. They've got head armor on so many players. Oh, and it was almost good enough. But SDY gets away with that frag. So much damage dealt, still technically doable, and that gun recoverable. It looks like it might be in the hands of Jambo, who is rotating over to grab the bomb. He'll be able to recover that Galil. Now, CT's tested. This is a 4 versus 4. Oh, and Glaive's gonna get cut down by Mattis. Again, the P250 from our hometown hero. Nachu as the next point of contact. Crims takes his head.
That was impressive. Crims making it work, and it's a 4v2. Don't forget, SDY, he's been low for such a long time. 12 HP on him. So, Bodhi, you said maybe the rifling is not the best for him. He's going to be under duress, and that's a good start, but a lot more work left to do in this round.
And no confirmation of the rest of the T's. He might think that it's still going to end up being B. He's already rotated, and I think BlameF has heard this.
Yeah, possibly so. Or at least just took an already good angle. The thing is, once the T's plant the bomb, what are you going to do if you're on the CT side? One player so low, the other one on the other site. Best just to save, and Fnatic, that's a 1 round in a great time.
Yeah, great opportunity for them to build on this. They keep 3 members alive. There's an opportunity for them to find something for BlameF to grab, but it would just be on the floor as opposed to anywhere else. And in fact, actually, they're being very safe and diligent about safeguarding this bomb, making sure that no other exits are coming. So Blame might not end up with a gun at the end of everything. Maybe he can try to charge in later, or they've tracked down exactly where they want to grab a CT weapon. Either way, we will indeed have Blame. Oh, look at that, pushed away just a little bit, but he still gets the A1S. Okay, all good. So because of that, Fnatic have absolute control of the economy here. There's going to be an investment from ENCE back into things, but if this doesn't end up giving them what they need, this will be a weak buy into the next, and Fnatic will finally have an easy round on their hands. This one felt so unlikely, but remember, they bought head armor. They wanted to be able to duel with those A1Ss, and sometimes the deagle shot is all you need.
Absolutely. Buy on both teams, but a bit looking worse for wear on the utility standpoint for the side of ENCE, as Fnatic probably have information about that happening, and they're going to take their sweet time taking this round. As I said that, I see a B-split already looming, coming in, though Jambo tagged quite low, and there's Glaive with first blood. Kaspersky on the repeat, not gonna take Jambo just yet. Now the attack commences through apps. Bodhi, good angle. Matisse taken care of, but still a bit more work left to do for the ENCE side, though that tap from Kaspersky, burst rather, took out Crims, and ENCE are back taking control of things on Mirage. It seemed dire for a moment, but now it's a clean round coming in from ENCE, and they've doubled their advantage once again.
Yeah, that's as good as you could have hoped for ENCE, keeping all 5 alive. Immaculate stuff on the CT side. They'll extend their lead, prevent Fnatic from chaining together the rounds that they need. Remember, they are looking on the T side on their own map pick here. Look at that, the second bullet was for the bricks anyway. It wasn't even for him. Very nice stuff from Kaspersky. He also finishes Jambo off later on. And all of those were rifle fights. Remember, that was a full investment. Fnatic breaking out the AWP. This could be their advantage. This could be their option to crowbar into a site. But Jambo, as he plucks SDY, there it is. Name on the lips. This guy, the standout for Fnatic, needs to be in this round as well.
Yeah, and ENCE, they need to try something, get a bit of intel gathered, and that's exactly what Kaspersky is doing, just taking control of top mid. At least ENCE know that there's no threat from that position, not just yet. And Fnatic again lurking toward B. Glaive, the only line of defense, finds the first, looks for the second, and takes him out as well.
No way!
Okay, Glaive's gaming. He's ready for the finals as he took out 3. It's a 3v2. Still an active round for Fnatic, though.
Yeah, the rotations are really quick. I mean, really, Fnatic are up against a very mobile CT side. And this is admittedly one of the only bomb plants that they've been able to get since the guns have come out. but they can still make things happen. Kaspersky going down in apps relieves a lot of pressure. Fear can hold this window. Is he going to be able to do better than what Glaive did? Well, the answer right now is not. Only good for one. Half HP. Jambo should still favor the op for this fight. Oh, they've caught mobile. Oh, the re-peek is good enough. Pody gotten the better of by the sniper on the other side for 2 rounds for Fnatic.
And Jambo is so tricky when you play against him in a 1v1. He's gonna re-peek you when most operas are just gonna tuck tail and try to reposition. We've seen that plenty of times from Jambo throughout this tournament. He misses a shot and actually swings back. You don't expect it. And that was the case here as Fnatic, again, make this a 1-round affair.
It makes sense for Jambo to do stuff like that. He's used to online CS. He's used to that peeker's advantage. And, you know, sometimes if you're caught slipping, you'll give him it over, even though it's theoretically easier to punish that on LAN. Pody's brought out his own big green. We'll see if he can do better. And ENCE, obviously SDY dropping underpass in the last one. Jambo just held for it and he opened it up and closed the round after. Very impressive, but ENCE regularly will struggle on CT side aggression. This will be a problem for them sometimes. And then Kaspersky only good for the trade, but Glaive is there to double back up. Now the problem is B site's open.
B site's taken. Fnatic, they're gonna close the door. ENCE, can they climb through the window? Of course, they're gonna try it. But it's just the question of can they do it. No money in the bank means if you lose this round, it's Fnatic ahead.
Yeah, not only that, but it already looks like they're taking more defensive positions. They're gonna save this. It comes back down to the difference in impact, man. The first round that the AWP breaks out, opens and closes, first and final kill for Jambo. Pody breaks out the sniper, he gets overrun on B. We didn't see the exact kill, we'll get it in the replay, but the problem here is that he doesn't end up delaying or thinning the herd before the B site gets taken, and at that point you can't justify a retake, not when you have this little money. Fnatic, they'll pounce on the opportunity given to them by the Finnish sniper. Not something you'd think to say. Everybody knows the legendary Finnish sniper of World War II, classic story. And Pody is not living up to that level of lineage.
Oh yeah, he has a little bit more work left to do. Forgot what the kill count was for, was it Mr. Haiha?
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I wish I could tell you that I know the name, but maybe when I cast Espoo Masters or something, I'll learn Finnish too. You know, I got to stick with one European language at a time. Krasny.
All right. First tech timeout of the grand final, courtesy of NKJ. ENCE have good reason to readjust this CT side and try and stop Fnatic's attacks, as Fnatic was quite good, especially at attacking that B-bomb site. By looking a bit scrappy, yard sale gun in the hands of Pody, though we can know that MP9 can really do some damage on close range. We'll see if he can actually close the range. Jambo completely blind, needs to reposition.
Very different look for the setup here. ENCE committing so many to short. This was very successful for them before, but Glaive was part of that setup. Now he's off to jungle, and he's actually going to be brought down in window, but this boost is good for SDY. Ult was good for the third onto Fear, but the spray down, the crossfire, Nachu helps out. He could be pressured from Palace at any point. Crims might have to do it all himself. It would be a 1 versus 3, and he finds the first.
Yeah, but the bomb's so far away from him. Kaspersky misses the op shot, and he's quite low. He doesn't have the luxury of missing again. Also, the HE grenade might actually do something. Pody only on the MP9. This is a possibility for Crims. Not gonna happen though, as the second shot from that big green connected, and ENCE biting back right away.
Pole using the pole, finishing it off, and that will keep ENCE in front. Fnatic not quite able to fracture that defense. The tie is broken in the CT's favor. A lot down to SDY. And this mid play, this had legs to it, man. They were deliberate about this. ENCE really setting up for that crossfire in mid. They took the fight to them. And remember, ENCE's CT aggression will backfire sometimes, man. It's not always so clean. They don't always convert on it. And even that round, they lost some bodies. They're gonna have to think about chaining together a couple more CTs, and otherwise we might end up seeing Fnatic break it. A counter timeout there from Independent, representing Fnatic as coach. It's an opportunity for them to talk over their tactics, figure out exactly what they're doing here, as they're down 1 round, but definitely not out. This is another really scrappy buy. We've got 2 Galils and just pistols on everyone else, but Crims has done magic with the Deagle. Maybe Jambo's turn.
Let's see. Jambo does know how to wield that hand cannon. As Fnatic take control of mid, that's going to buy them a little bit of space to work with. Again, pressure towards B. It's like they're expecting that to be the weak point of ENCE's defense, and at some points it was the case. Even though Glaive had that triple kill, BlameF, oh, that's perfect timing as SDY is felled. And now the pressure piles on. Glaive needs a multi-frag, only finds one. One more player there. Pody tested with the op. Let's see what he can do because there's a lot of bodies coming at him. And the first shot miss, he can't do anything. They're just swarming him and no chance. Ooh, that was a no-scope to fear, saving him from being knifed, but not saving his team from losing the round.
Yeah, this is a 2v3. You can't go for this. Again, no money. But Nateju, he wants to at least take a look in. Very risky when the AWP has been brought over. I know Jambo's not on the other side anymore, but you still can't afford to peek into that. Crims found that out when he was facing Kaspersky. Not the normal opper, but still enough to hold the line and pull the trigger. Sometimes you just set that tripwire up and it's over for you when you're trying a rifle. But this will be a 4th round for Fnatic, keeping it neck and neck. Exactly what we wanted to see in the grand final. We didn't want ENCE to be able to just run away with it. Make them work for it. Make them earn it if they're going to be the conquerors of Prague. Mattis still trying to defend what many consider to be his home turf, but we'll see. Another round for the boys in the orange and yellow, or orange and black as it were. You were talking about those KFC tubes, those little clappers.
Oh yeah.
You know, representing the colors. The problem is orange is kind of a color for both of these, right? And so is black, so you got to think about that. Different tones, maybe. If you're colorblind, I don't envy you.
Understandable. Let's not forget, the interesting thing is, Mattis, last tournament he played before he joined Fnatic was actually a tournament that he won in the Czech Republic. The group stage, though, was only played in the PLAYzone arena. But he kind of ended his stint in the Czechoslovakian region with a victory. He wants to do it again now in Fnatic.
Yeah, that would be one hell of a storyline. Back-to-back, perhaps, at least as far as his career is concerned. Crims is good on the opening, but brought down to 4 HP. Pody looking for the trade. Even just a little bit of spam could do him, but Crims is so crafty. Refuses to die. Falls back. Persky will get him. Lots of forward A control. So even though Crims goes down, this is still information for Fnatic to work with. They know that A has a lot of bodies on it, and they will start to rotate over.
Yeah, the old faithful B site. Oh, Kaspersky goes through the smoke, and that'll be costly for ENCE. Glaive again on the MP9, but he had this angle before. They can expect it. Not firing shots off just yet. That's one. That's a chance for ENCE. And now Pody on the rotate finds the frag. Things are starting to complicate for Fnatic as Glaive is still lurking it out.
No
They've
way!
forgotten about him, it seems, as BlameF lucky to be alive with 28 points of health. Fear relieving some of the pressure, but now he's tagged up as well.
It's just aim duel so far in this round. A lot of it is down to positioning. Pody, he's gonna get another. That's impact from the Finnish hopper. The ENCE Academy graduate finding value, and the leader finishes the job. These two teams can't chain together 2 rounds, I'll tell you that much. All smiles, though, from SDY, watching his leader pull a rabbit out of a hat.
No smiles on the side of Fnatic, though. Losing such a crucial round, you know what it could mean. They've been in this situation before, and they managed to pull through. But can you do it time after time on a scrappy buy? That's a pretty big question. And Pody, a lot of impact. Glaive as well did his job. Again, a 1-round lead for ENCE.
We talked about Fear fragging out, but Glaive is doing the same, and he's not a player you would expect. You think you'd have more trouble with the deeper roster, but Fear still good on the entry. So much damage dealt to A-ramp players, but Glaive has to clean it up again versus the force buy, and he might be in prime position to do so. Crims trying to find his head.
Oh, Glaive, he wants to fight. He's peeking out of that smoke, looking for a frag. Might even find it, but as you said, 5 bullets is enough to take out Jambo. BlameF and Crims also die, and finally, somebody chaining together too.
There we go, there we go. Worth pointing out, they've already used 2 out of 3 of their tactical timeouts on this map. ENCE do not want to give away the first half. Of course, they'll save that 3rd and final one for our 2nd and final half of Mirage, but I do think that this is just a sign of the times here. It was a couple rounds ago, and now here they are chaining them together. ENCE working wonders as they secure at least a tie half, but they want more than that.
Let's see if they got what it takes. Oh, that's going to be a cleanup as Fear took the life of his teammate. Only 1 casualty on the side of ENCE, and that was a pretty looking floor, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, you got to get the carpet there. That's going to be where the players are taking their walk off, right? So
you can sell it on eBay.
Cheeky little skill jump for Kaspersky. He gets a couple of eco frags, nothing really to write home about. Fear gets a TK as well. He's on the board, guys. Oh, no.
Alrighty, fnatic trying to get their 5th, make this just a minimal lead for ENCE at the half. Let's see what they can do. Not a lot of utility for them, so they're gonna have to pounce on B as soon as possible. Glaive, he plays so well so far and finding 2 and apps. Still alive, gets away with murder. Glaive continues to frag. Number 15 in this half, and Fear just a 1-for-1. That wasn't enough. It's 8-4 on map number 1.
I can't believe how good Glaive has looked. They keep going to B thinking it's gonna be weak. It's not weak. Glaive looking powerful there. On all manner of weaponry too, A1S, MP9, just making it ratty, making it difficult. Fnatic need to find answers here before we switch halves on map number 1. This is Fnatic's map pick. ENCE looking very good, but they've had similar situations before. Hey,
all right.
Talk about history. Let's make it here.
He got the dog in the back. Let's see what we got. The answer is disappointing. It's gonna be an again.
Me for a reason. Get that out of here.
Well, not gonna put that in your loadout, I hope.
Most people forget that Negev even exists, man. There used to be that player's agreement not to use it in pro play. Then it was unbanned unofficially, right? Because it was never officially banned, but people still mostly didn't use it. And now in CS2, you don't even have the loadout slots for that. Do I take A1S and A4 in the same loadout, or do I add them again?
Yeah, it seems
difficult choice.
A very difficult choice. Like, do you want a gun that's worth something or a gun that's worth something if you're in silver?
Well, once upon a time, I think many of us were in silver. It really depends on when you started.
That is true.
So, you know, you never know. You never know.
Oh, Jesus freaking Christ. Yeah, nice looking mouse pad, Mattis. It's been a meme for a while now. I think it's been more than a year since it was really famous on social media, how his mouse pad looks, and he's sticking it with it. And, I mean, if it gets you the numbers, it might be the magic mouse pad. Second pistol round of Mirage starts in Kaspersky draws first blood. There's SDY as well, and ENCE are strolling on map number 1, it seems, unless Fnatic can find an answer. Not gonna happen for Crims, though, as he's been spotted. Fear under duress, finds the first headshot, needs to do more. Yes! Fear fires back, and Fnatic, they're in a 2 versus 1 situation. Still not over just yet, but Natew needs to get to the bomb before he can even contemplate taking this round.
1 versus 2 for Natew. Will it be très bon, or will we be disappointment? Soleiman, he finds Fear. He's got the aim duel and sticking to it, but thinks better. He's got bomb. He'll move over to the other site. He's not making it tricky. He's not going underpass after all that. But Jambo doesn't know that. Jambo has no idea. Now facing CT spawn to clear it. Oh, for a second I thought he'd go back B, Luba, but it's not over yet.
All right. Let's see what Nate you can do. Can he outshine Fear's 4K? The answer is no, as Jambo takes the pistol. Fnatic whip themselves back into this.
Wild scenes in the pistol round, and we said Fear's name, we said it a lot. He needs to be the hero, and leads by example on the pistol round. 4 kills was that?
Oh yeah.
3 maybe? That was wild.
That was
I think it was all 4, it was.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, and of course he had the 4th earlier. So clean, so easy. Nateju, a lot of heroics, but didn't expect Jambo so close. At the end of the day, clearing CT spawn is what cost him. But well played and well tried. NT. It's not going to matter, though. 3 rounds separate our 2 teams. They can absolutely be closed here. Jambo with the A4. Lots of rifles. Really only 1 MP9 here, and it's on to Fear. ENCE are going for it.
Oh, yeah. They want to try this. They want to reset Fnatic, and that's a good start. Kaspersky gets the first frag once more, and Jambo in trouble. He has a smoke, so that's not going to be an issue even if the fire spreads, but the bomb is planted with a man disadvantage. What do you do if you're Fnatic now?
Yeah, no HP on a Jambo, really. He can't be the first point of contact, but Mattis clears the way. Taking Nature out nice and early. Glaive with the MAC-10 was holding, and Jambo falls. Oh, this next duel really important to Connector, but it doesn't look like they're going for it, even after Fear wins it out on the MP9. Indeed, Crims is slinking away. Mattis as well. Tucked tail. This is going to be a 9th round for ENCE.
Oh, yeah. Fnatic, again, under pressure, as winning the pistol round you'd think could bring them back. They're going to have to work hard for it. At least managing to save 3 guns, and going to get something for the other 2 players. Jambo and BlameF are going to get a little bit of equipment for this round. There's still a chance for Fnatic, but ENCE, they're in the driver's seat of Mirage, and it's been like that for a long time.
It really has, yeah, ever since the first pistol round where Nature clutched it out against Crims. Just think of how different this match could be if that 1 versus 3 in the pistol had gone the way of the Swedish veteran. Just a moment off, and you can say that about Nature's attempt in the clutch just of 1 round to go, but what matters is that the T4 spy ends up breaking it. And when that happens, when ENCE actually get the 4 spy conversion, they break the pistol, they break the economy, their win rate skyrockets on a T side. It gets absurdly high when they do that. They know how to lead from the front. I know that that match on 500 on Dust 2, that reminds people, wait, what are you talking about? But that was when they were on their CT side. This is different. They are leading, setting the pace.
Absolutely. BlameF wants to do just that, but Kaspersky, that's 3 rounds going when he finds the first kill. 2 for 1 trade. That's not good enough for Fnatic, as ENCE have claimed a lot of territory with those 2 kills.
Glaive, the steady hand with the A4, trades out his fallen pole. Jambo with the heady.
There you
SDY
go.
brought down immediately, and they look there back to Fear. Turns out there is somebody behind you. Nature, what happened there, buddy?
Oh.
The quick switch.
Hate to see it. Misclick that led to his demise. Only Glaive left, but he was the raid boss so far. The final boss for Fnatic. 1v3 and a minute left on the clock. Let's not count out the leader of ENCE just so far. He can still do something out of this. Looking for isolated duels. The side of Fnatic, they don't want to face him though.
It's going to be a while before he's presented with any opportunity. He's going to need to path very intelligently here. 40 seconds on the clock. I think his first port of call might end up being Crims if he continues to push forward. Instead, he's just looking around, seeing what he can come up with. Eventually, he's going to have to make noise. Half a minute. Oh, he's failed the mantle. First part, not exactly there. And now it seems he might be saving. With only 20 seconds left, I guess he'll go for a little bit of a face and then otherwise slink on back. You know, quick switching. It has a weird history in Counter-Strike at the top level. I mean, Jax was cut for less on Ancient. Everybody remembers that era of G2.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't make it to major playoffs. At least they made it to the major that time, though, you know? Better than some teams that Glaive has animosity towards.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. Alrighty, Fnatic, again, making it work. Keeping themselves alive, just for now. As ENCE, ooh, is that the last tactical pause?
Is their final tactical pause. Fnatic still have 1 in the tank, so ENCE definitely talking this over after losing that one. Remember, Glaive preserved his A4 that he's now brought through for, I think it survived 3 rounds in a play, which is very interesting. You rarely see the A4 on the T side. I'd still prefer it over the A1S, I'll tell you that much.
Understandable. For some people, of course. I wanted to banter,
about the T-side entrance,
yeah,
right?
I'm not good at that. All right.
It's going to be a T-side investment here. Deagle on a Kaspersky. Natsu's got the MAC-10. The utility is light. They're going to have to go with some pace after the initial salvo is fired towards middle. And it looks like Jambo hasn't been able to find anything.
Talking about misfires, BlameF still on 4 frags. Star player of fnatic, or at least the statistics say he is, still struggling to find impact on Mirage.
Well, the IGLs are running this show. 15 frags for Fear, 17 for Glaive.
Oh, yeah.
And only 7 deaths for the storied Danish IGL. And it's on the hunt for double digits here. Nature's going to get parked up in apartments. This does look like it'll be a B finish, but they're keeping fnatic interested. Really, the only point of information is Mattis's very impactful Palace push. This is going to allow them to rotate over to the B site, so it's not going to be an easy fight for ENCE.
Yeah, Crim's just jump spotting. It's going to be quite slow for ENCE. It's going to be a late round hit on B. Can the defense hold with 3 players there? I'm sure as hell it can, especially with Mattis already on the backstab. Let's see if this is going to do something, though. Glaive finds the first frag, gets traded right away, but the attack starts now, and Crim's unable to do anything more than 1 kill. Fear not even bad. And the defense overrun. BlameF maybe gives second life to the CT side. But now he's just counting on Mattis to actually kill somebody from that backstab. It's been a long time coming.
Has to stall. He has to stay alive. There's so many T's staring him down. Everybody focused. It should be an open and shut case for Mattis. He finds the first. SDY hitting the deck.
Are they going to find anything else? They do have a kit, but the time's running out. They're going to have to hurry up. Both players on the inside tag. Mattis trying to figure something out, but they're just running away from him. Finds one, gets traded back, and no time for Glaive. It's double digits for ENCE.
And they lose everybody. They don't save a single gun. CT side here might be crumbling at the 11th hour on their first map, on their map pick, no less. Needed to see a very steady hand indeed, a stalwart defense. And it was an attempt, but with Fear going down without scoring a single frag, and with the same being said for Crims as he got overwhelmed by the MAC-10. No way else to say it, that just sucks. They are stinging after that slap in the face, and they're gonna need to come back with MP9s, a Deagle onto Fear, Jambo's scout. Crims has the soul rifle, needs to be the impact player. If they go A, he'll have a chance, but otherwise he's gonna need to rotate as ENCE have a default line with maybe a little bit of a B lean.
And the thing is, if you're ENCE, you can take your time in this round. You know that their equipment is worse for wear already. fnatic have spent all of their utility, all but 1 grenade. That one on BlameF. But what is the plan? Are they gonna pounce towards A? That's the question. If so, fnatic might still have a fighting chance, as most of their players are on that bomb site. 3 MAC-10s in the hands of ENCE. That could also be a factor. Whether for the worse or for the better, let's find out what's gonna happen. Crim's waiting on the site. One of the defenders, but the only rifle in the hands of fnatic needs to make it work. Jambo, good tag. Crims and BlameF finding frags, but they get traded, or rather the first one gets traded. Jambo somehow still alive. Not for long as Pody collects. It's a 3-on-3, 40 seconds left, but now ENCE still have enough time to rotate, and rotate they do through CT, through market, in the crosshairs of Fear's Dig. As he finds the first, he needs to find more.
Yeah, there's way more to come. Pody and Glaive can overwhelm this easily, but he has got the lineup. It's not good enough for damage. Pody still on about half HP. Glaive checking apartments before he plants the bomb. He'll have the time to do so. It's going to be the first to rotate over Mattis, only with the MP9. Maybe those cheers earlier helped invigorate him. He is going to be going for this. fnatic cannot afford to capitulate on so many rounds. They need this victory, and they'll have to hunt Glaive first.
Can they do it? Find the first frag, they do. Bodhi on half HP, but good positioning, and they still don't know about him. Now they do, but the time is running out. They still do have the time. If they can take it out as soon as possible, that's gonna happen. And fnatic again saving themselves.
Keeping it competitive. Only 3 rounds separating the teams, but that was an expensive one. fnatic had to commit 3 out of their 5 members to the grave in order for fnatic to get another round, for ENCE to be staved off just a moment longer. I love their setup. I think it was very well put together here. But this is the final tactical timeout of the map.
Oh yeah.
And at this level of score, we're only going in around 18, guys. This is still kind of early days for there to be no pausing left.
The coaches are gonna have to shut up until Mirage is done. Bar a chance we go to overtime. 0 tactical timeouts, both from Independent and NKJ as well. The players are left to their lonesome and to their team speak.
Yes, left to their own devices. That's all they have left. Whatever ideas they can come up with. Secondary calling for ENCE, mostly on the shoulders of SDY. Of course, Blame F used to be an IGL once upon a time. He has plenty of ideas for Fear to chew on. It's gonna be rifles.
What the hell is that in Poddy's hands? What the
Oh yeah, baby.
What? Hey! All right, we got a new sheriff in town. He's looking for more and finds a tag.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get Jambo with it too. Arrest this man. He's got the sheriff.
What did you say?
Got the sheriff. Hey,
yeah, wrong game, my friend.
No. It was called the sheriff before Valorant even existed.
All right, understandable. I can't believe that we've actually seen Revolver get a kill in a professional LAN tournament.
Grand Finals, Revolver. We love it. We love it. All right, Crims, you're gonna need to do a little bit more. Oh, only one. Only a trade, but Mattis has the steady hand necessary. Fear is here as well. Blame getting traded, that's a problem.
Now, that might be
3 still has legs for ENCE. This is a very fast round.
Yeah, let's see if Glaive can make something happen. He's gonna be alone now, but he's been so good, so crisp so far. There you go, Glaive, 21 kills and looking for a quad in this one.
It could happen. Jambo is staying put in jungle, and Glaive is threatening with a minute 10 on the clock in this 1v1. He will go B. But will Jambo believe it? Will he call his bluff? He's already cheating towards middle. I think maybe the Danish mastermind might have convinced him at least enough to get a bomb plant, because he's already slinking towards market. The doubt was planted, and so is the bomb.
Yeah, and look at this. Glaive has a molly. He can just hold on to it. Does Jambo have a kit? The answer is no. He might get a chance to pick one up, but it's not close to him, not just yet. He's gonna take a rifle, it seems. Oh no, he just dropped that AWP away that Glaive can't hand it. Nade comes in, but Glaive, he's the one that has the upper hand. Now Kit picked up on Jambo, also throws the molly, but Glaive, he's played this to perfection, unable to finish it though.
All right, the comeback, almost too expensive for fnatic to afford after Jambo's buyout. More than enough to finish the round, bring us even closer in scoreline. But again, think of the economy. He'll recover the sniper, but the cost is very, very high. The 9th round took a lot to purchase.
Oh yeah, so many lives lost. Only one stayed alive. Jambo, that was a pretty good looking flick to get around for fnatic, and that feels good for them, almost choking it to the hand of Glaive. Back on the pistols, the end side is fnatic on the verge of tying things up.
They should be able to versus this Pi, but this is where, when you let your guard down thinking you've got an easy round, you got to be tense instead. And at some point, too tense, you'll break. Will ENCE be able to apply the necessary pressure? Smoking mid, connector, and window. Plenty of things to keep those A defenders thinking about what might come next. And Fear, a very forward position, not quite forward enough to hear the footsteps of the ENCE players. But he's quick on the rotate, and Crims atop the bench will be the first port of call. fnatic are counting on the veteran.
Let's see what they can do. Had a few really good holds so far during the tournament. Might get another chance. No, just blown away by Kaspersky. Fear in trouble. Missed shots means he's dead. And the pistol's doing work for ENCE. fnatic unable to tie the scoreline. And do they want to commit to a man disadvantage retake? The answer seems to be no.
They recovered the smoke from Crims, it looks like. That's a CT smoke. That finishes the job in this round. 11 for ENCE. And Glaive getting the better of his fellow IGL. 22 frags, guys. Glaive was never the star fragger of Astralis, but he is putting on a major masterclass in Prague.
11 for ENCE. fnatic, a wasted opportunity again. And this is not the first time they've fluffed around where they have the superior equipment.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nilo Glaive goes down with the ship. Money is still there for an investment into the next round, courtesy of the bomb plant, courtesy of the victory. As the target has been bombed. B site no longer open for business. Again, no timeouts, no way to pump the brakes. If one team gets too far ahead momentum-wise, it's going to be way too much.
All right, those still
9 rounds to 11. The AWP out as well for Potty on the T side. This is the first time it feels ENCE have been able to afford it.
Jambo, that might be an op-v-op duel. He sees the shadow and Pody's a dead man. Well played by Jambo. Not so much by Pody. That's a +1 for fnatic. And this is such an instrumental round for them. They lose it. They can wave goodbye to Mirage. It's their pick.
Oh. He knows. He knows he's there. Kaspersky already good for 1. Does he want? Does he dare? No. Falls back away, but puts the fear of God in Jambo. Certainly the fear of having no IGL active in the round, as he's already been taken out. Blame should be able to equalize. He's not!
Man advantage ENCE. Matisse in the same position. His teammate fell. Kaspersky finally taken care of. He was a nuisance in this round, jumping from window and making noise, making it happen for ENCE. But the A-bomb site, lightly guarded. Missed shot, Jambo on the repeat, catches SDY. That's a man advantage now for fnatic, but he needs to stay alive. Jambo really doesn't have the luxury of dying. That'll be a lot of space for ENCE if he does. 35 seconds left on the clock, more than enough time for Nate and Glaive. And Nate, he's been looking worse for wear on this map, but he's got Glaive that's been firing all cylinders. Let's see if the Frenchman can do something, and if the Dane can cover him while he plants. Glaive in the duel, sees the player in connector, needs to find him as soon as possible. Missed shots, and now pulling back, but look at Crims. Look at the timing, that might be gold. Then he finds one, and looking for the other, not gonna find him though. Buys time for Jambo. And fnatic hitting 10.
Double digits for both squads. Very tight affair again. Jambo, sole survivor, as Glaive takes Crims out. The money is so tense, so tight. They are scraping together buys by the skin of their teeth and round wins in much the same fashion, but fnatic refuse to let go. It might be an icy cold dead grip by the end if ENCE have their way, but fnatic made them play.
One round separating these two teams, and I hope you're happy with this grand final. We got everything we wanted so far. May it continue in this fashion. ENCE now on the ropes. fnatic, they want to pick up pace, find something early, and Nate, you under pressure.
Oh, he's out. That's it. That HE more than enough to sail him on through. Nobody was able to trade him. Perfect start for fnatic. They take minimal damage onto Mattis during that. And SDY brought down, walking wounded. Potty at around half. 1 bullet headshot available for 3 out of 4 survivors. This is wild scenes, and fnatic should absolutely lock this one down. They must do it.
Let's see if Glaive has anything in store for us. What is the call, Mastermind? Oh, Pody dead, so is Kaspersky. ENCE players falling 1 by 1. Finally an answer courtesy of Glaive, but he's gonna have to do a lot more if he wants this round. SDY, good timing to take out the opposing team's in-game leader.
2 versus 3 now, and still can make this active, still have made this active. 45 seconds left. Crims holding for any ladder push, knows SDY might get up to some shenanigans, but that smoke, that's keeping Jambo interested. That could allow Glaive a further look in. It's all down to timing here, and he flicks well onto SDY and finishes the job. A vital round one off the back of Jambo.
There you go. We're going to all 24 as Fnatic tied things up. ENCE now in trouble economically as well. Glaive needs to think of something.
Yeah, that was really important, really impactful that they end up securing the frag on a Nachu. Imagine what Glaive could have done with another body, low that they may have been. The HP, not much of a factor if you get the jump on your enemies, and Jambo just had the right spider sense. When you were talking about economics, no bomb plant. ENCE, back to the drawing board, back to the bargain bin. Pulling out only Kevlar and 2 members. They're not here for a brawl, they're here to overwhelm, throw bodies at the problem. They've got 3 Deagles and 2 Tech-9s, and only a tiny spattering of utility to make this work.
Ooh, Glaive. Seems gonna try something. Pody found the first frag. Glaive manages to keep himself alive, though Mattis on the other side of the map doubles up and gives Fnatic the advantage.
Very important that Mattis gets those frags, and even able to triple with Kaspersky falling. All hope seems lost for ENCE in this round. And after all that, Mattis with the 4. Could you believe it? He's on for the ace, and he might just give Fnatic the edge that they need to clinch their own map pick.
It seems to be so. ENCE are gonna have another bye in round 24. Glaive, not a hope in the world with that Deag. He's had a stellar game so far. But finding 4 with the Deagle, that's a tall order, a tall task. Looking for the first, now his position known, revealed. And already Jambo repositions to get the final frag of the round. Fnatic on map point.
Even when Glaive's aim is on point, you're thinking of his rifle sprays. You're thinking of when he's got plenty of bullets to chuck at the enemy. The Deagle does not come to mind. Crisp, though, that his aim has been this round, this whole map of Mirage. Giving Fear a run for his money as far as fragging IGL is concerned. And conversely, you know, Mattis hasn't had a too quiet of a performance. He's on 18 frags, but it's worth noting that a lot of the typical stars, they're just a little bit, maybe 25%, maybe less, in terms of how stellar they were performing elsewhere in the tournament. And Fear has really been picking up the slack. He has an opportunity now. This could be the last round we play. And if ENCE have their way, it'll be overtime for map 1 of the grand final. Maybe we're not ready to say goodbye to Mirage just yet.
ENCE were in the lead for most of this map. That's something to keep in mind. That wasn't enough. Fair, good movement to escape the bullets and the fire. Oh, and he's just praying that Kaspersky misses, but at some point he needs to hit. That's a +1 now for ENCE.
You were asking earlier, Yuba, can they hear things? Can the crowd make enough noise to influence? I think maybe. Or maybe it was his 6th sense. Might have been an opportunity there. Oh, and Mattis doesn't get anything. We could be going extra rounds. It looks very likely here. This is a 3-on-5. Fnatic, they'd have to clutch this one out as a team.
Good start, courtesy of Jambo. That op firing away, stopping ENCE in their tracks. At least for the moment. 35 seconds on the clock. And Crim's looking for intel. That might cost him his head. Not only his, but Blame's as well. And Jambo unable to do anything. We're going to overtime.
Not done yet. Mirage plays on. There we go. Some cheers for Kaspersky after all that hard work. It's paying off for the Bull. Look at that. Finds the duel versus Fear, isolates the position, and even closes off the door behind them. ENCE has some fans in the arena after all. Vodafone paying homage to both finalists so far.
12 all after 24 rounds. We need the extra ones, and that's a way to have a grand final. There's still 1 or 2 maps left to be played. That's first blood drawn by Blame. SDY lurking through the smoke. That might be a chance. And will he expect it? Will he accept it? The answer is yes. Finding one, not the other. Matisse, only good for 1 though.
Yeah, the trade not there. He couldn't multi-frag. Jambo isolated, but Fears at least cut down Nachu. Oh, Jambo cannot afford to burn alive. Falls back, and Crims will trade places. Deep jungle, the line being held by Potty, and he'll find it.
1v1, Pody and Fear, both of their positions known, but more than enough time for Pody to escape. Bomb on his back. Will he opt to fight? That's the question. Against Fear, that's been having a really good game so far.
Less than a minute left on the clock, but that's more than enough time to rotate over, and Fear is bit on the idea, made enough noise that Pody knows he can take the opportunity, plant this bomb. Every time Fnatic have bit, ENCE were just baiting, just a mind game. Even the IGL not immune to such things, but 23 frags tells us he can absolutely clutch this one out. Pushing in through connector.
Oh!
Pody misses a shot. It's an opportunity for Fear.
He has a molly, he has a nade. That nade ain't gonna do much, but the molly might as well. As it's a T Molotov, it's gonna keep Pody at bay, but is the bomb planted for him? The answer is yes! And Pody gets the round for ENCE.
Impact, they found 13, took extra rounds for it, but first blood in overtime. A lot of the times that spells whoever's gonna win the map. And if ENCE steal away their opponent's map pick yet again, do we really think that we're going to train? Fnatic would have to dig awfully deep. They gotta do that right now, and they're not even done with map 1.
Oh yeah. A lot of Counter-Strike still left to be played in the last best of 3 of the Conquest of Prague. One of these two teams will claim the title. Not many have held in the history of the city, but Matisse wants it, as he's already got victories in this arena. That's a start, a +1 for Fnatic.
Yeah, they can build on that in a big way. Didn't invest that much utility even. Still so much time on the clock though. Glaive could get cut down here early. Crims looking for his 10th kill. Hasn't been a performance to write home about for the legend, but still gets information and stuffs that push. A little bit of damage through the wall. Nothing too significant though, as ENCE are just slowing things down. They've won rounds with man disadvantages before. In this very map so far, they can still do it again. Their T side sometimes has plenty of bite to it, and Pody is still active. Oh, Kaspersky almost lined up the double, but Menace was able to finish it off. We're in a 3-on-3 now, all equalized and now favoring the team.
Oh yeah, now ENCE have a lot of room to work with. Mattis, he wants to fight. He's gonna be the first point of contact on this CT defense. And should he die, his teammates are gonna have to make the quick rotate, but the rotate will not be as quick as they would like. A player going through Palace, and that was calamity for Mattis.
The timing not favoring the hometown hero. Had no idea, but Jembo, he's been playing well. Could he flick up? No! Pody's got his number.
All right, for a moment there, I was confused, though Crims still has the opportunity to take this round for Fnatic. Looking for something, 1v2, kit on him, no utility, and as you said, hasn't been the best performance so far from him, but this could pay everything back. Now he must make noise and he must hurry up, but the ENCE players, they're not biting, they're not budging. They have no intention of peeking him or facing him, not just yet. And when they do, he's a dead man. Finds the player, but where is Glaive? A bit late to the party, no time to work with, and it's 14 for ENCE.
Unwinnable scenes there on the A site. There's no hope for Crims when he can't get the duel. But hey, it's overtime, it's extra rounds. Fnatic will take that tactical timeout. Thank you very much. And remember that ENCE has another as well in the bank. Strategy plays a factor. How deep is your playbook? Everybody's played thousands of Mirages in their time with Counter-Strike. One of the most storied maps in the pool. Not quite as much as Dust 2, but pretty damn close at this point.
Fnatic gotta think of something, otherwise we might see ENCE on 3 map points. And then Fnatic are in a pickle, and then they're in a world of hurt.
The tension is palpable, and Pody is brought down below half HP just from utility. Hasn't seen a single enemy yet. But Fnatic trailing by 2 rounds yet again. They come back to get to OT. They've got to come back to stay in OT. That's certainly how it feels right now. ENCE They might have low numbers, they might have low HP, but these rounds still go their way at the end of the day. Individuals maybe not quite there, but the jump spot saw Pody. They're not going to post up against that sniper. Kaspersky, a menace since the late rounds have started. Flame caught and dusted. Oh, Kaspersky!
He's doing work. He's given ENCE a chance more than just that. He was vital in those last rounds of regulation, doing good work in overtime as well. +2 for ENCE. And what do you do if you're Fnatic now? You got to risk it. You got to search for something. And hence all the room to work with. They can concentrate on the site. That's a good peek from Kaspersky. He wants it all, and a 4K. An ace on the card's not gonna happen. Jambo with an all to do and nothing to make it happen with ENCE 3 map points as the teams switch sides.
It feels impossible for them to not secure one CT side, but we've been in this situation before, Yuba. We've seen teams chain together 3 in a row on the T side and not score a single CT side. In fact, ENCE have had such a fashion to them very recently. They played an online match against Paravision that ended in OT not in their favor because they simply couldn't hold on CT side once those extra rounds came to ferment. Will it be different on LAN, grand final? Different map, different opponent, but still a possibility. Do they know? Do they remember their CT game plan?
All right, first page.
Fnatic are storming.
First page of the playbook. Fnatic want to hit A. Nate, you waiting, finding one completely blind for the second. It's a 1-for-1. Fnatic are content with that, but they still have to plan. But Blame have tried a big play, but SDY was ready. Bomb not planted just yet. Fnatic still have to take control of the site. It's not going to be easy with utility raining in and doing a little bit of damage to Jambo. Now they're losing control.
If Blame had only waited just a moment longer, maybe this would be a different retake. Down a man. HP not quite favorable for SDY, but there's so many CTs to deal with, and Mattis needs to control them all. He clears 2. Still a possibility, and Kaspersky head in hands. Jambo's got his number. 2v1. Glaive, what more do you have for us?
Oh, he did so much so far. Not gonna happen this time around. Fnatic extend play on Mirage at least for a round more.
It's time for their tactical timeout in overtime. ENCE talking over their game plan. Fnatic, it takes some balls to storm A. Utility, be damned. The pace, the clock, be damned. Just moving on through like you had to hold W for your religion.
Tech timeout.
Works out phenomenally.
And still pressure on the side of ENCE, even though they're in a 2-round lead. 2 chances left for them to end this map.
Feels like there's so many more opportunities for this to go ENCE's way, but in fact, they only have 2 chances. And the OT does not give you a load of cash to splash necessarily. If they get full wiped here, it might be another scrappy buy in our final round.
It's a good setup. Matisse in trouble, finds the frag, burns alive, though SDY actually finishes. It's a 4v4. Do Fnatic want to take this with pace? The answer is yes, but they're all dying. Ooh, in trouble is SDY, but somehow still alive, and now covered by his teammates. Ooh, the attackers, though, biting back. It's a 2v2, but Jambo so low, 22 points of health. Same could be said about Kaspersky. And ooh, Jambo now in trouble, now in problems. He cannot miss. He has to fight this perfectly. Not gonna happen. And you can see the sigh of relief on NKJ's face as his team leads 1-0 in the grand final.
KFC patří ke hře.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
I mean, are we watching CS2 match or are we watching advertisement for CS2 match? Because I mean, this is epic.
I mean, both can go hand in hand. So I think you can say one and mean the second one. So of course, yeah, this is definitely an advertisement for CS2 matches. This is definitely an advertisement for online matches.
Well said. Hard to judge. Who was even better on this map, like even individually, almost everyone, it felt like had their life round at least once.
For sure, and I hope some of the atmosphere is also like being felt on a stream, because what's happening here in the arena, it's not a big place. Like I would say 200 people or something like that, but I got chills.
Exactly, Kaspersky Wado guy and the crowd chanting his name several times.
It's muted here for us. It's muted here for us, but we could still hear it from here.
Still hear it, yes.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, players definitely can hear at least some vibrations or something. And we were talking a lot about Fnatic being kind of a home team here with Mattis and everything. I'm hearing a lot of fans out there.
Yeah. Fans of success.
Oh,
so that's how you're gonna put it. Okay.
But let's talk the first map, right? I mean, it was mostly built on the usual suspects. Blamef maybe lacking a little behind, but Kaspersky very much visible. Mattis, of course, as well. Jumbo, we mentioned him a lot. But the IGLs, let's talk about those guys.
Ooh, Humming Glaive, we were talking about how Fear is fragging so much this tournament, but here comes the finals and here comes the Glaive in his best performance maybe ever I've seen. Honestly, in the first few rounds, I think I've noted that at 12th round he was 15-6, 122 ADR. Fear was not behind though. He was fragging, it was frag per frag. It's insane. They were actually both topping the charts for their respective teams at one point of time. So yeah, the impact was huge.
Let's remember the 13th round where Fear did the quad kill on short. Beautiful taps with USB. We sometimes even can't see them from the top rifles. And here an IGL who was putting heck of a show did it for Fnatic. But sadly for them it wasn't enough.
And he was pain in the ass the whole time when he was on CT side of the short. Of course, his position
was unbreakable.
Completely. And in the consequential rounds, he was still there, still being able to get those frags. And so ENCE actually had a lot of trouble getting into it.
I mean, we can look at the statistics of these two guys. Of course, Glavy on the winning side, so the KD is slightly better for him. But I mean, impact 1.62 and 173 from IGL.
Well, you say slightly. Look at that. Only 16 deaths for Glaive. That's phenomenal statistics for an IGL who is, of course, trying to go into the fights and then more likely support his teammates. Definitely, he is not meant to be the star player of his team. But, for example, this round when he danced around the lower con and mid and window and he surprised 3 of his enemies. That was beautifully played by Glaive. And the rest of the rounds well played by him, and we can praise him not only for the CT side, but he put beautiful show on T side as well.
He was consistent throughout the whole map, actually.
Yes, and we're not talking just open or just one position play. There were clutches. There was.
Oh yeah.
We can saw everything from these guys.
And he was so close in one of those clutches. I'm not sure what was the round. I think it was the 21st, I think, where Jumbo actually managed to win the duel. But still, he was so close and so impactful in those situations. It was not only about his anchoring the position on CT, but retaking as well.
Fnatic, for most of the time, they were trying to catch up to ENCE. ENCE got kind of a lead at the beginning of the map. Then Fnatic was always just behind until the very few rounds where they got us to overtime, of course. But then, in the overtime, I mean, it started very nice in first 2 rounds for Fnatic. Both rounds, they got open, but never was able to, like, make something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, the main important thing is, I guess, Kacpersky, who in the OT had, I think, 7 kills across the 5 rounds. And, of course, it was skewed a bit about the 1 round. He actually got 4K, but still, the impact, especially the last round. Of course, you can see the whole statistics now. I'm talking about the 1 player, but the last round, USP, 8 HP, he's just, I don't know how to even put it. It was just running and gunning with an USP, and he got the kill. I mean, how did he not die there? And that was the most important thing that actually happened in the OT. If Fnatic were able to actually kill him, they might have a chance still to clinch it, but they didn't.
Double kill in the end of the round, and I have to mention Poddy. He played very well during the overtime as well. Of course, sometimes he stood a little bit behind, but the kills he didn't get during the first 24 rounds, he managed to get during the most important ones in the overtime.
Including the clutch,
Yes, I mean, when I look at Poddy and Jumbo, they were tight, honestly. 22 kills on both sides. 4 assists, 17 and 18 deaths respectively. I mean, it can't get even more closer than that, right?
You said it yourself, it's an advertisement. And if not for this tournament, at least for the second map, because this was one hell of a map.
Yes, for sure, for sure. Let's talk about something that was maybe lacking on Fnatic's side, and that was, of course, the shooting man himself, Blame, because it took quite a while before he got into the rhythm.
Yeah, at least I again noted it down. I think around 7th, 8th actually rounds he had like 4 or 3 kills or something like that. And each duel we could actually see from the optics of viewers, of course, he didn't really have much impact. And usually it seemed like a bit of a confidence thing maybe in that game, because it just seemed like those bullets went straight a bit. Not as his usual self, and his skills were missing, of course. We were speaking about the importance of all the 3 heavy hitters of Fnatic actually pulling it off at the same time, at the same map. But again, it didn't happen.
Blame did the very first kill of this match, but then he was silenced for like 5 next rounds. He wasn't able to shoot with primary rifle. Then he somehow got out of the stomp, but well, it was kind of late. No, he has to do completely different on Anubis.
For sure. I mean, ENCE prepared a little feast for us here in a CS2. Let's see them feast on some Czech delights.
We have asked the players to taste some of our very special snacks.
Hello guys, it's Nechu, and today we are gonna taste some Czech specialties like food. So let's get it. Kofola. Smells like cola. It's like cola with meds. I heard about it because I had one ex-teammate named PR. He's a Czech player, and he told me that it was really, really good.
This one is really good. I already tried it before. 1, I think.
Okay, actually it's 3. It tastes like medicine a bit, I feel like. It's pretty special. Let's say it's 2. Tikao. How do I eat this? It's like toothpaste, right? Oh no, what is this? Oh no. No, this is good. So it's like 2. I could use it as for brushing my tooth, you know?
It's okay. I would give it like 2 maybe.
Okay, but it's pretty interesting. And I think 2 as well, it's pretty nice.
Let's check this one.
Smells good. I cannot like describe the taste, it's pretty special, but I would put it at 4 instantly.
It's good, I would give it 1.
It's decent, but a bit too sweet for my taste, so it's like 3 as well. Okay, time for the chocolate.
This one is not the best, but like okay, I would give it 3.
It's like chocolate with coffee or something like this. Not bad actually. 2.5. It's not that bad, but I wouldn't eat this every day. I would say 3. It's from coated cheese. It's cheese? No. Holy shit.
It smells not good. I don't want it. It smells very bad.
Okay, it smells like blue cheese a bit. Actually, it's not bad. 3, I would say. This I could eat with Pilsner, actually. This is the best one yet. I can give it 1.
Finally someone.
Let's now do something that Fnatic should probably do as well. Let's forget the last map and let's focus on Anubis. What can we expect there? Because yesterday they needed a little help, of course, to thrive over ENCE.
I think a good start would be good for them. They had a lot of trouble yesterday on the CT side, so especially on CT side, we know how Anubis can be skewed towards T's. So for them, it's going to be essential to get into it well. And I'm not sure, they are actually probably going to start on T, right? So that's maybe a bit of a positive for them, because they definitely have typology of the players to actually pull it through and forget about the previous match, manage to streamroll some defensives and you know, get the thing going.
And definitely utilize the entry kills and good early round, because there was a problem yesterday. Even Independent said that this was their fault, and there was missing for Fnatic in yesterday's duel between these two teams. So definitely stronger mid-round, probably maybe...
Especially late rounds.
Yeah, as you've mentioned. And probably maybe abusing Naku because he doesn't feel well in today's match, or at least his performance wasn't something we are used to on. So maybe this is the right choice. Well, hard to say, because yesterday we saw Poddy, who wasn't like the best one on the first map, but he was a good helping hand for Kaspersky on Anubis.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And maybe like move Glavy to, not Glavy, I'm sorry, Blamef to give him some confidence with a few open frags that would help, right?
And he was good at it too. Let's remember the double open in the previous match against 9 on ENCE, and he's definitely capable of it. He just needs to spark up a bit his confidence from before, and we know what he's capable of. Not just here, but overall how important player he is, and I think he's gonna show it again.
Maybe a little of luck for Krems, because he's sitting currently at 10 kills, something similar to Naku, as I've mentioned. We didn't see much from him during Mirage, so something has to happen on Anubis. He was the unlucky man during yesterday's match with the last kill situation, so hopefully something similar won't happen to him again.
And I think they had a lot of talks about it, that they have to be focused the whole time. They can really slip up these moments like yesterday, and it can happen, right?
We all know it. Take their time, chill, and then execute it properly.
Exactly, and I think they have actually something to build it from, because today they're playing much better overall than in the previous 2 days, I have to say.
If you're ENCE, would you allow, because it's Anubis, so T-side is usually the one who dictates the tempo of the map, who dictates where it's gonna happen. So as ENCE, would you let them do this? Would you play the defensive strategy, or would you maybe try to take over mid, take over A side?
I mean,
the problem on Anubis is that the choke points are too far from CT side, so you are in kind of disadvantage. That's why T side is preferred on this map. So you either have to outnumber people in B main or try to do something around mid, but you need to focus only on one part of the map at the same time. You can't just push on the every part of the map without any synchronization. So I think that's it. The most possible aggression, it's the team one towards the B main, or some team play around A wall or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what happens on Anubis, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it can be the last map. Let's hope not, because I'm honestly enjoying this match too much. Guys, take us to Anubis.
Mirage was overwhelmingly interesting. Hopefully that's going to happen in the remainder of the series, but now Pronago Fnatic have to deserve it. Losing Mirage, that's going to hurt them. That's going to sting a little bit, right?
They had a real possible look in here, Luba. It must be said there was an opportunity for them to close. They come back and unfortunately for them fall to overtime at the final hurdle. And then they're just not quite able to go on the same T-side streak once the extra rounds began. ENCE gave them maximum pressure, and eventually Fnatic folded. But we go from sand to sand. Anubis, a bit more sunny, a bit more tranquil with the oceanfront properties there. We are going to be seeing some very nice matches on Anubis, I'm sure. The problem is, Fnatic lost Anubis last time, right? Fnatic did not get it over the line. They need to have done the corrections necessary. And you brought this up earlier when we were talking about the veto and the differences therein. Dust 2, not the first map, instead Mirage. You said sometimes it's difficult to make adjustments in the same day. And I think stressing that here is important. Fnatic need to be different. They need to be better than they were yesterday.
Well, starting on the T side might give them second win. Let's see what they got and what this pistol will give us. Map number 2 of the grand finals, hopefully not the last, but as I said before, Fnatic are going to have to fight hard if they want to get us to the deciding map of the Conquest of Prague. Nate, you first point of contact seen, but the T is now smoked off. What is the decision? Do you want to go through that smoke? The answer seems to be yes. Once you break it, Glaive ready. He was fantastic, though BlameF and Crims fighting back. Pody as well on the side defending it, and the rotates are coming in. Not going to be so easy for Fnatic, even though the numbers are the same. SDY lurking with the dualies, trying to find something on close range. Crims ready with the Glock though. SDY still alive, and now this pistol could go to the side of ENCE unless BlameF makes things happen, which he's not gonna do. It's ENCE leading the charge at the beginning of the second.
Yeah, CT pistol round for ENCE puts a lot of pressure on the Fnatic very early on in this map. Their backs are against the wall. And it would be fitting in some ways for the Conquest of Prague, this very medieval style tournament, to be won by a man named Glaive, named after a medieval style weapon. I'm just saying there's some power in the names, and Fnatic are currently being crushed by it. They won't bother investing much into this round. Sans BlameF, who's got a Galil out. Clearly, there's something that some gears are turning. Fear might end up calling to use the bodies as decoys.
Oh, there's that Galil. Baited was SDY. And Fnatic get the flying start in this second round, but they're still gonna have to do some damage as they mostly have unarmored Glocks at their disposal. Right. That Galil is still gonna have to do a lot. And 56 points of health. Is BlameF battle ready for this?
He's got to be if they want to break the CT economy with an unlikely buy, but it does hedge their bets towards an investment into the next round. There would just be one player who would most likely drop BlameF a gun, as he has been performing fairly well, although last map maybe not so much. Long-range duel with the MP9s, but Nachu may yet get overwhelmed as he loses Pody off to the side, and it's just the Glock of Mattis.
How does that happen? The Galil was barely in the picture in that take of A. Now Kaspersky and Glaive need to do something, and they're gonna find two. It's all down to Fear. He's looking for his first kill in this map, and he's not gonna find it in this one. And saving themselves. That was close. That was interesting.
Even when it looks dire, even when there doesn't look like there's a way back in, they find the utility. Bomb plant secured, an investment secured for round 3. But Fnatic thought maybe they had a glimmer of hope, a possibility after Mattis gets 2 Glocks. He runs them down and even gets a couple cheeky burst fires for the second, but not enough to turn their fate towards a round win. Not yet. Maybe this will be theirs as Jambo has the AWP.
See what he's going to do with it. Could be the tip of the spear for Fnatic's offense, but I'm always wary when it comes to T-side ops on Anubis. Of course, a T-sided map, but doesn't mean that the op can be so effective, especially on those close distances. Already, the CTs want to fight, piling the pressure and getting intel that now nobody is in front of B. Ooh, the op misses, and Kaspersky lucky to be alive.
Yeah, information gathered. They have a sniper. They can change their game plan based around that. Very nice to see Glaive getting active here in the pointy site, if you will, the one with the giant pillar. B is a graveyard for CTs in the front there when they go pushing. If the Ts are wary, if they're looking for it, if the conditioning is there, it can be glorious. Glaive through the smoke, goes right through it, clears Mattis, and gets away without Jambo plucking him out. We might be in for a repeat of Mirage with the IGLs being the linchpins here. Glaive already up to 3 frags.
Not bad at all. He wants that trophy. ENCE have won a LAN tournament last year. fnatic, well, it's been a long time. Actually, I think both LANs for these two teams were in Espoo in Finland. Except for fnatic, it was 2022. Nate Yu not able to do anything in that defense, and Pody needs to tuck tail. Glaive already on the rotate from water. His point of contact needs to be a frag. Not gonna happen. It's Fear that wins the duel of IGLs. And fnatic are now sitting pretty on that site.
Yeah, very unlikely you're gonna get anything to look at. The remainder of ENCE, SDY just throwing a couple of bullets down range, but unlikely to result in even any eco damage. They are trying to essentially funnel fnatic into one location or the other. Will they go through camera? No, it looks like Fear wants to pave the way, but there's presence carpet for ENCE. They can catch some of these players by surprise, maybe grab a sniper for free. No, Jambo is ready. Well, ain't that just nerdy? Pody gets out, doesn't even get one, no credit there. Jambo opts his teammate. Crims is gonna have to walk that one off later. But still around for fnatic, they're on the board, and they even take away a lot of the rifles of the CT side. Very good.
Yeah, absolutely. Worked out well for fnatic, not letting ENCE stretch their legs on Anubis at this point in time, and already NKJ calling a timeout. They want to adjust. They want to change some things.
It's good to know, it's good to hear that the coaches are getting involved early on. We've seen this actually on Mirage as well. Remember, most of the tactical timeouts of the regulation were burned in that first half. Neither team really wanting to throw away the advantage. That tested our two teams quite a bit. ENCE came out on top just narrowly. 16-13. It's a very close score line, and some of these veterans feel like maybe it wasn't even overtime. What do you mean? You need 16 to win.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
It's been a long time since that change has happened. Ooh, that's aggression, and aggression pans out good for Pody, good for ENCE, though 2 for 2. In the end, not the best, but SDY collecting 2, and Mattis very low. Still, a good round seems to be coming for ENCE. Look at that, Jambo, though, through the smoke, finding SDY, and he might even get a chance to pick up the bomb. Rather, he's just waiting for his teammate. A pistol in the hand of Nate Yu, and of course that M4 for Glaive. That's what stands between fnatic and winning this round. That op is going to have to be instrumental. It's quick, and Matisse covering means fnatic are tying things up.
Listen, sometimes that early aggression backfires. You saw just how chaotic the opening round was. Credit to Poggy for observing and catching all those frags. It was very, very eclectic and difficult to figure out for fnatic's side what exactly is going on. The flashes are going off in our face. But with poise and with instinct, Jambo deals with so much of the threat, and that dismisses that investment from ENCE. We are down to just pistols. SDY has some armor. There's a single flashbang on the side of the CTs. They'll pop out of A so that they can maybe control water, but that's not where fnatic are going. This is a third one for them almost every day. Just a little bit of damage downrange, identifying where most of the players are. Pody has a deagle. Kaspersky's found Mattis. No way!
All right. ENCE making things work, grabbing that AK. The bomb is planted, but they can still think about at least taking a few more rifles with them.
Yeah, that's what I'd be thinking about right about now. Financing my next round investment. Crims won't let Glaive get away with such antics. Des talked about Nachu having an underwhelming series, not feeling the best in terms of his physical health. Hopefully he gets well soon. And I mean, what better way to feel reinvigorated than a nice trophy lift?
Oh yeah, you're gonna feel quite healthy.
Part of your team, but we do want to see more out of Nachu, and look at that with a pistol. He'll be happy with that. He doesn't get the gun, but that's all right. That does something to you psychologically, I think, Luba, when you're a player of this caliber and you just got double domed by a USPS. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, it always feels so awkward when an USB kills you in just 2 bullets. Not comfortable. And ENCE, they're gonna be quite happy with this round. Of course, they lost it. You can't really hope to gain anything with what? A Dig and 5-7, I think that's what they bought in.
Yep.
But grabbing 2 AKs out of it, it's not bad at all.
Not bad one bit. Fnatic is certainly turning the screws, but Nachu ready now. Heads up duel 1 against Jambo. Wasn't quite scoped up in the right timing, and Crims has a lot of pressure. He's got to watch 3 different angles.
Bit of an awkward position for Crims as his teammates want to go towards B. He's going to be vital in this attack should he survive before that attack begins. The attack commences now. Pody just making contact and making noise, though Crims on the backstab finds the frag, brings us back into 4v4. Now should be an easy sight take for Fnatic, but ENCE, they're going to be thinking about a retake. They have the utility and they have a man advantage courtesy of Kaspersky. He wants to double it. Not going to happen just yet, but Nate, you good positioning. Kaspersky dead, 3v3. And they lost the kit. They're going to have to get it if they want to claim this round. 2v2, but both Fnatic players quite heavily tagged. So that could be a freebie for ENCE should they find the frags. There's Mattis with 1, looking for the second. He hears SDY burning and gets the clutch for Fnatic.
And all 5 going down for the defenders. No money saved, no economic developments. Another round 1 for Fnatic. Luba, this is one of the reasons why Anubis is so damn T-sided. You lose 1 player elsewhere and still find a way to push forward. Nachu gets this very vital duel, defeats Jambo, but still the rotations take so damn long. You have no idea how many Ts are peppered throughout the map. Might still be there. You saw how long it took ENCE to rotate through middle. Even though there were no threats, you can't know that. It's an unknowable fact, information incomplete. The fog of war. That obscures just enough to force another tactical timeout out of NKJ, coach of ENCE, and we will be going in a little bit further into this T-sided map. Fnatic have the advantage.
Yeah, and now it begs the question, for when do you want to save that last tack timeout?
Yeah, when the CT's burn 2 in the first half, it almost feels like it might be just a little bit of a mistake. I mean, you're not predicted to win the majority of rounds, not even a plurality. You're supposed to go down 8-4, 9-3 and be able to come back. That's not satisfying for ENCE. They want to run and gun. They want to be able to maybe tie things up, and they've got a 2-man set up towards jail that clears Blame F. He's not alone, though. There's more where that came from.
Utility damage dealt just a little bit to Mattis. And Fnatic again want to strike towards B. Not going to be the easiest of takes, though. The attack should commence any second now, waiting for the smoke to fade, but through the smoke, Fear finds 1 frag. Pody needs to pull back. SDY, they've heard him, they know about him, but that auto shot will just blow them away and clean up connector.
They've got a minute. Fnatic can still salvage this round, make it active. Ladies and gentlemen, the alligator has arrived, and it has scored multiple frags. So much money and further, so much psychological damage. Nobody likes getting fragged by a shotgun. SDY on the timing of those peaks didn't confirm any presence there.
Glaive.
And Glaive will be too slow to stop the bomb plant as well. Jambo's ahead of SDY on the rotate. There's enough time for the bomb plant, but now Glaive's getting very close.
They're still gonna have to find multi-kills the Fnatic side if they want to win this round. Jambo whiffs the spray and no chance for Fear. Hence, you expected them to be broken after this round, but 4 alive and winning it means Fnatic might be in trouble.
Fnatic might be in trouble. Developing that economy, they can try to make things flush. If they chain together a second CT round and tie us up, Fnatic will be certainly in dark days. Remember, though, they did get the bomb plant down. Expect some kind of investment into this round. despite not having much in the way of loss bonus. And there it is, 2 AKs, 2 Galils, Crims on the Deagle. Last time Fnatic had a buy like this, they clotheslined a player. I think it might have been Nacho on the A side, actually, of Mirage. So maybe Fnatic can make something happen here.
Looking for something. Otherwise, we might see ENCE actually in the lead. Fnatic going back to B, but Kaspersky catches Jambo. That's the first kill of this round, and it belongs to ENCE.
No map control elsewhere. Fnatic cannot rotate back as liberally as they wanted to, as they did in the previous round. They won't be able to make it to A. Well, maybe they won't need to. ENCE are committing all the players over there. It's only Glaive. He's been a bit quieter than on Mirage, still present. But can he really deal with this much of a storm? It feels like Fnatic will be able to bowl him over, overwhelm the site, and get directly onto the bomb plant, maybe even recover a weapon for Crims if they keep everybody alive.
Yeah, well played by
Minute on the
Glaive.
clock.
Just pulling back because his teammates are checking basically every nick and corner of this map, and Fnatic taking their sweet ass time to go to the site. They still have a few pieces of utility to work with. That one smoke is gonna have to do a lot. And now already the rotates are in. Fnatic now under pressure. Fear relieving some of it, but gets traded right away. They know about Kaspersky's position, and Mattis is gonna find him, but he lost a lot of HP in the process. Bomb is gonna get planted, not gonna get stopped is the plan. 3v3, and trying to think of something. Finding that first frag could be vital. Mattis only 12 HP. He knows he needs to be the tip of the spear, and he is! That's a double, and they can know where Nayu is. That's the end of the round, and Fnatic take it, even though ENCE, it seemed like they had it.
Listen, Fnatic still had a little bit more time to get the bomb down, but Crims' repositioning there was so vital. It's such a small detail. He planted in a spot that Glaive was spamming and then moved away. And when Glaive went to go for that lineup through the smoke, he whiffed every shot. It's just an inch to the left, and that's all Crims needed. They'll take their own tactical timeout, Fnatic. They've got the 5th round. It hasn't necessarily been as easy as you like on Anubis, though. And you can tell there's plans, there's strategy, there's layers to this level of attack. Somehow, ENCE are fighting back, but not this time.
Not just yet. We're still early days into the second map, but look at that from Mattis. So much confidence. He knew what had to be done. He could have either waited and died definitely, or, well, try and fight. Take somebody to the grave with you. It worked out perfectly for him and his team, not letting ENCE tie up the scoreline, not just yet.
There we go. Another aim duel. Kaspersky up, very aggressive at the bottom of mid, but in a very open position. No trade available as there was only one facing him. Jambo brought down quite low as a result. Now in this 9th round, Fnatic looking for 6. They're gonna end up facing down the AWP, and Jambo was not ready for it, not even looking. Cody will slip away. A bit gutting for the AWP to pluck out the low HP player, but still works out at the end of the day. Glaive brought down so low and eventually taken out by his fellow Dane on the other side of the server. BlameF sails him on through. So we are in a 4-on-4, as if this couldn't get T-sided enough. A site now open for business, and Fnatic seem to be pressuring towards there, taking their water control. But they are also on a bit of a journey, a pilgrimage, if you will, back towards middle. They have not yet selected a target, 50 seconds on the clock.
Maybe overcomplicating his Fnatic at this point. Of course, they don't know what we do. We have the X-ray, we have the minimap. Fnatic have no intel, but neither does ENCE. And especially losing that one player on the CT side means you're a little bit worse for wear when it comes to manpower. You can't really play aggressive. You just need to wait, commit players to the site, and hope that somebody's gonna find the multi-kill in that defense of the side. Is gonna be A this time through camera. Mattis goes. Nate, you got on the first frag. Pody not, but Nate, you still alive and looking for more. There's the Frenchman. He's been missing, and now he's firing for ENCE. BlameF trying to salvage something. Not gonna happen.
The mid-air spray not good enough. The flying Frenchman will take it over. And that is perfect from Nachu. Multi-kill on the rifle hold, and ENG tap in the head. Are they in their heads? Is the mind game happening? We're not sure. BlameF gave it a valiant effort, honestly, even taking care of SDY on the rotate into mid. Worked out wonderfully at first, but at the end of the day, fnatic 1 round ahead and not in the economic department. Nature has another opportunity.
Oh, not gonna happen. Obliterated was the Frenchman. Pody in the smoke, he resides, waits for the timing, but his teammate's falling and so will he. That was beautiful for fnatic. Smaller guns for a big round, and ENCE need to tuck tail and run as fnatic are not letting ENCE come close, just keeping them at an arm's length throughout this map.
Yeah, pushing them back, keeping them going. fnatic up to 6 is very important for them. They need to be able to chain together, not just this round, but I think the next 2. And then they need to impress us on the CT side. ENCE have usually done their best work when attacking. I don't see why Anubis would be any different. Glaive will be decapitated. Jambo, a free upgrade given over. It's only Kaspersky to try to hold on to the AK. And doesn't look likely for him to get access to a duel anytime soon. He's hearing some steps, but it's incidental. A 6th round for fnatic off the back of a force buy rush.
Oh yeah, and ENCE, what do you gotta do now? Do you go for an eco? Just hope you can stand behind an AK, pick it up if the player dies, and continue to frag. That could be the case, and that very well will be, with Pody's dig being the other important factor that ENCE might have in this one. fnatic trying to get to a 3-round lead.
Yeah, Kaspersky has been so very far forward, and wow, he'll take Jambo out, but they also don't know how much of an investment there is. That's the only frag they've seen. Now getting peppered by pistols, they might be able to put the pieces together. Pody, though, with that deagle, you mentioned it, it'll be key. Kaspersky finds another frag. That AK, heroic indeed. BlameF is blind, he's blind, and he's overtaken by Natechu's USP. The default CT pistol has fragged out for ENCE. That's the 3rd one they've taken in a rifle round. Beautiful.
Fear, can he expect it?
Yes. Only barely.
Still a man advantage for ENCE, and fnatic not looking good. They have no intel, no info. The ENCE players could have scattered across the map, and you need to check every corner if you want to win this round. Though, a lot of pressure on Pody now. He needs to at least find 1 frag, but oh, he will!
Oh, no!
Finds 1, and late to the party is Fear on 30 points of health. Pody can take him out as well. Not gonna happen. Fear keeps himself alive, but only just. Smoke will give him a chance, but no, SDY won't.
The 4th USP frag to close it out. ENCE score another round on the board. On the CT side of Anubis, they're making this map look 50-50, and that takes a whole lot of guts and a hell of a good game plan. Kaspersky, pivotal, sprays down 2. Long range fights, and the second one not as favored, but still ends up making it happen. A clean tap from SDY on the below HP of Fear. This one's for all the marbles, lads. Is there even gonna be an advantage? ENCE say no. They've taken 2 frags already. Now a 3v5. How can fnatic come back into this?
Well, you try that awkward boost and not find anything from it. SDY is going to be the first point of contact on mid. Let's see what he can do. He also has a rotate coming in Pody. There's the up, and it's SDY fragging. Only BlameF left. You can meme him. You can joke around. You can say that he might have a chance, but you're going to be wrong. Though, finds the first, and there's the second. Maybe opening a window here is BlameF. Still 3 targets left to be found.
You heard about the BlameF 1 versus 5 clutch. Went a little something like this. Swings out, domes the first 2 players. Like something out of an HLTV forum poster's wet dream. The lurk ends up working wonders. Pushing on through to camera spots the shoulder of Natechu. Still a few more heads-up duels to deal with. 2 riflers waiting for him. Are they any match? Will they be enough? The answer is yes. A 1-for-1 trade. He makes it look close. But goddamn, that was beautiful.
And gentlemen, fans in the arena, the situation is pretty tense, the match is tight, so your support may be now the most important thing ever for the teams. So, who here cheers for fnatic? Okay, this may be actually surprising, because I gotta ask, who here cheers for ENCE? The situation is tight even in the arena. Make some noise for the players for the great final of Tipsport Conquest of Prague.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen.
When I said beautiful Yuba, I was talking about our great stage host. And his wonderful outfit for the stage. Fits right in, I gotta say.
I thought you were talking about the KFC buckets.
Listen, man, it's been a hot minute since I've had KFC. Somebody, I don't think that, what was that, Foodora was what Glaive was talking about earlier. I don't think they deliver to America. I'm not gonna be wrong.
Well, you can try. I think it's gonna be a bit cold when it arrives.
Hey, they say chickens fly, right? Sometimes.
Well, that's the only way you can make them fly. Kick a bucket of KFC.
6 for 6, all tied up. fnatic, ENCE. Certainly, we have one favor in the crowd, but we have another that's favored on the paper. T-side ENCE, they got a lot of ground to work with here, and they're going towards A initially, but it's a little bit tricksy. Not facing with all players just yet, working the angles, playing this like a tactical round instead.
Yeah. Not rushing, taking their time. They've saved themselves quite well at the end of the first half, tying up the scoreline, looking for the lead now. Jambo spot 2 players towards mid, but they're just going to disengage. ENCE is going to group up at some point toward a site. What site will it be? It might be B. Matis, that's a good flash from Fear as he draws for his blood. Might look for more. Now they're doubling up that position, looking for Pody as well, but he's dealing damage. He's being dangerous right now as he finds a dink and finds one.
Ooh, but Crims is able to clothesline. Nachu not able to move any further forward. Kaspersky might have a better opportunity. Close range with the Glock certainly starts to favor the T-weapon, but Crims makes it look like anything but. He does get caught on the reload. This is an opportunity for Glaive and Pody to double up. This would be a 2-on-4. Oh, he shot his own buddy. He's already taken enough damage, Glaive. That's just part of the tactics, and, well, the Dane is going to go down. Pody still has something to say here, something big to say. All on the blame, and the bomb is ticking down, but I think he's got enough time. And that will be a very tight pistol round win.
Oh, that was close. Pody fought against everybody, including his in-game leader in the end. Just enough time to get that defuse. We heard it in our ears. That was close in the end.
And even these pistols are so damn tense. These players putting on quite the show for our lovely crowd in the Vodafone Arena. Organized by PLAYzone, Tipsport Conquest of Prague has been delivering, especially in the land stage. And here we are. fnatic, they've got themselves a slew of rifles, not a single MP9. That's how serious this one is. With the bomb plant down, ENCE have a force, but they've already lost a whole lot of health onto Pody.
Oh yeah, you don't want that on a player wielding an AK. Of course, he'll toss it to his teammate. And who knows, maybe that Glock can hit somebody's head. ENCE just waiting for fnatic to make a mistake. Not gonna happen, not just yet.
Pody takes the deagle of his teammate, passing it over to Kaspersky. The AK has been very good in the Pole's hands. Is it going to continue to be now that we switch over to our second round of our second half of our second map, no less? blamef under a little bit of pressure.
Oh yeah.
Got some assistance from Jambo though.
Oh, not anymore. blamef fakes 2. Jambo did die, so it's a 2-for-1 trade. Still looking a bit worse for wear for ENCE, even more so when blamef claims a third. Nate, you're looking for something. That's a nice looking flick, and that from Haas is far and away not good enough. Now Glaive on 12 HP looking to do something with a Mac 10. That ain't gonna happen anytime soon with such little health on him. fnatic stand their ground.
Really good from Nature to get 2 there, though. They're definitely managing the economy of Fnatic. It's not easy for them just yet. And with another bomb plant, you could definitely see a cheeky invest coming into this next round. We'll see how tactically ENCE want to play this, as now Fnatic are up by 2 rounds. Is it a ghost of a lead, or is this how Anubis is going to be between these 2 squads? Remember, ENCE tied it up. Why can't Fnatic get 6 rounds on the CT side to at least guarantee us overtime?
Don't forget, ENCE, they were in the driver's seat of Mirage for the entire map. And in the end, Fnatic had a chance to claim it. Might be the similar situation here. A few pistols, a few SMGs for the side of ENCE, trying to do at least some damage in this one. But Mattis, he wants to push. Did he misread the opposition buy? Because he's losing HP and he's losing it fast.
Yeah, they're definitely applying a lot of pressure, keeping ENCE interested towards Connector. It's an opportunity then for Fnatic to get a bit more creative with their mid control. You can see Crims is going to be holding from camera. Jambo takes a peek out with the A4, and he's actually pushing the issue as well. He might drop down to flank them very quickly as the utility comes in. The exec is here. ENCE, they are going to storm the A site.
Yeah, but Jambo at least takes Bodhi down, and a few bullets hit already. Most of the ENCE players, they're tagged up, but Crims is dead. Jambo died as well, and now trouble looms for Fnatic as this buy, as small as it was, it seems to be working out for ENCE.
How has Glaive gotten a headshot frag with the MAC-10? That was a helmeted player. Jambo really fumbles the bag there with the A4. I think if he gets that frag, this is an on-round. Fnatic can go to 9, but ENCE, they're not supposed to win rounds in this fashion, and Fnatic are absolutely not supposed to lose them.
Blame, just get the hell out of Dodge. You want that M4 in the next round. You're not gonna have it though, as he gets swarmed. Only 2 rifles in the hands of the Fnatic players as ENCE inch closer to tying up the scoreline. Fnatic in trouble when it comes to finances as well.
A lot of composure on the side of ENCE as well. We are going to get another tactical timeout, of course, by Fnatic. After dropping around like that, they need to go back to the drawing board. Only 2 alive, not the best in financial terms. That's 2 rounds in a row where they've lost 3 players, so they really have to start thinking about what are they going to bring to the table here? What are they going to actually buy? And then where are they going to go with it? Because that last round did not work out for them. They tried that early aggression. Seemed ill-advised, but at least it was a risk worth taking. And then the mid-round, just everything collapsed. All down to the individuals here. The strategy might not be the worst problem, but Jambo getting dropped by Glaive, that was much worse.
This round, so important. If Fnatic lose it, you could see ENCE taking the lead. If ENCE lose it, Fnatic back in the driver's seat.
Well, even now, it depends on how they win it, if they win it. There's money in the bank for ENCE. They get a bomb plant down, they guarantee a very healthy buy in the next round, even if they drop round number 16. Fnatic want to build towards double digits here, but they have to do it confidently. That's a swing and a half. But is he going to be felled? No, Kaspersky brought down. Okay, Mattis has done his job and then some. Good damage to Pody, and also helps to drop Kaspersky.
What do you got to do if you're in Mattis at this point? Just have an MP9 and hope for the best. Hope that you don't get checked, don't get challenged. On 7 HP with an SMG, doesn't look good, but his teammates are there to cover him, at the very least. ENCE want to bounce towards B, even though they've lost a player towards that side already.
This is a good situation here for Fnatic to make things happen. The problem is the rotations are very far away. Mattis faces in spots too. That's information gained. Watch out for when Nachu interacts here. When he activates on the flank, we could absolutely see catastrophe on this site. Instead, Fear pushes the issue and secures the connector. And Jambo from Glyph, he's fragging out. All onto Pody, who's dropped so low, courtesy of Mattis. The heroics of the hometown favorite are not to be forgotten. 9 for Fnatic.
Oh yeah, Pody must tuck tail. He must run 20 seconds on the clock. There's not a hope in the world of claiming this round. Fnatic still just keeping ENCE at a distance.
One hell of a distance. Everything, every round, that matters. And you said it earlier, Fnatic winning this round absolutely could be catastrophic for ENCE, and Pody dying after time only adds insult to injury. The fist pump from the coach. Independent knows how important that round was. And only losing one player, there's some serious opportunity for Fnatic to build on that. They dealt critical economic damage to ENCE. There's no money left over on the Pody. And to make matters worse, Fnatic have kept so many alive that it almost doesn't matter what ENCE bring into this next round. We should be seeing double digits, but Glaive is very tricky on this map.
Yeah, 3 Tech 9s, that can run over a defense quite easily, and so can an AK. Already, the rest on B, now Fear in trouble. The rotates are coming in, but how fast will they be? Through the smoke, BlameF catches Glaive. That's a 4-on-4, but they've recovered a rifle and also took control of the site. Still need to plant the bomb, and it's quite far away. They're gonna have to take their sweet time holding this site. But the question is, will Fnatic start asking themselves if ENCE has rotated away to A?
Yeah, this might be an unintentional mind game, or for all I know, it is intentional, but either way, Fnatic are still interested. They have not bid on any potential mind game. Crims coming in through Temple to reinforce. All of the CTs are here. This is the most tense 4v4 retake we'll likely to see on Anubis. It's for all the marbles economically. Let's see what happens.
All right, BlameF tagged up at Pody as well. Most of the ENCE players are quite low. 1 bullet to death, and the bullets keep raining in. It's only Kaspersky, the only guy that had just the pistol, just the Tech 9. He needs to kill the diffuser as fast as possible. Not gonna happen. Just keeping him away from the bomb. No chance for Kaspersky. He's gonna die, and Fnatic claim double digits.
And keep 4 alive again. Back-to-back rounds. The bomb plant goes down for ENCE, but Pyrrhic victory. The first to double digits is Fnatic. 10 rounds, and now a lot of opportunities to seriously come back in a big way. ENCE had the driver's seat on the CT side. It's their T side uncharacteristically that seems to be faltering. Late stage in map number 2, Fnatic are a different beast, and we could be seeing Train after all.
Yeah, and everybody wants to see that map number 3 take us to the distance.
Certainly an opportunity for it, as we have a half-buy, pistols and armor, but no helmets. Didn't see those in the bargain bin. ENCE gonna be pushing in with the last of their utility already. And Jambo, oh, that's a big whiff, but he does end up escaping through the smoke. And that's information gained. A lot of footsteps made. They're going in through CT spawn. They're going to force the issue and wrap around towards B.
Oh, that's so dangerous for Fnatic at this point. Even though they're just facing pistols, they need to destroy the players in water, and they do so right away. Fear takes one on the site, but the bomb is going to get planted. A few extra dollars in the back pocket of ENCE, though. The CT's very disciplined, just waiting for the ENCE players to enter their crosshairs and not losing a single player. Barely any HP lost on Fnatic in this one as they hit 11. 2 more to go if they want to go to Train.
Oh, I think you're in cruise control now, but I don't think that ENCE are going to be able to avert this, what feels inevitable. That's the final tactical timeout from NKJ called as we relive these last few moments. Mattis, the very dangerous push, you called it out, him and Fear tag teaming, and they're also able to avert any would-be disaster. No casualties sustained. You mentioned it, barely any damage. I think Fnatic might have done it. They might have been able to come all the way back and finish the job on the CT side. It's so weird to say about Anubis, but if that's how good their CT looks now, wait till you see Train.
Well, let's see if we're gonna see Train, as 4 rounds, definitely something you can come back from. Statistically speaking, Anubis is a T-sided map. So if Glaive had something in his back pocket, an ace up his sleeve, you can expect him to pull it out now.
Let's see what we have in store for us. Round number 19, and yet another very important round. Money in the bank for Fnatic. They can buy it into the next. ENCE, on the other hand, they're going to be approaching max loss bonus now, so they might not have the sniper into the next round without a bomb plant, but even then, they can be dangerous. Now, Pody does have that big green. He has had some very nice impact on Anubis, but also offered up to the Wolves perhaps an equivalent amount of time. Now holding this angle. Fnatic have gotten pretty active in this position, but they're holding steady now.
Ooh, Pody, not quick enough. autopilot aiming and thinks Nate you. That's calamity for ENCE, catastrophe, as they've already lost 2 players. Damage dealt to Mattis and Fear, but does that count? Unless you find the full HP players. Crim's already in a good position. Kaspersky relieves some of the pressure. BlameF on the swing was so close to catching Kaspersky. He might get caught himself as well. And Fear is dead, 3v3, and still in this round.
Well, Glaive's been spotted by Crims. He's gonna fall back now. He had the bomb that was on the radar for just a moment. Information for Fnatic vital, as Crims basically avoids any A push. He can burrow in towards Carpet or even in towards Market and be in a better position. But right now, the 2-man team, you were talking about HP. Well, Mattis doesn't have any left, but SDY not able to convert. Kaspersky finds the veteran. It's all on the BlameF, 1v2.
And they already know where he is. He can't stop the plant. No hope of doing that. He's gonna have to fight both of them. Finds the first, looks for the second. Not gonna happen. And ENCE are still alive on Anubis.
They sure are. Bomb plant and 1 member staying alive. I don't think they'll recover the sniper, but very important round there for ENCE to win. And BlameF, once again, so close but no cigar. There's been a few cases like that where he's put into a clutch situation. He's always money to make it interesting, but it's been a few near misses on that. It goes the way of Glaive. And the last tactical pause burned by Independent. This makes a lot more sense now, seeing how neck and neck this is, how tense it is on LAN. The Vodafone Arena paying homage to many different teams so far, but these 2 are clearly the creme de la creme, the best of the bunch. And now we've got not a single timeout separating us from either overtime or the end of the map.
Oh yeah. How much room do you have to maneuver?
STY on the Mac 10. Not a whole lot of utility for Kaspersky. Ooh, Mattis still so ballsy. He wants it all. Fear will trade him and manage to escape from Nate Chu's crosshair.
That's so vital.
+1.
So important for Fnatic that they have a man advantage, even though Fear's on a half HP, below half HP rather. They still have a chance. The site holder, wherever ENCE go, needs to take just 1. In theory.
In theory. ENCE are about to put their theories to practice. Nachu cut down by Crims, and the double is there from the veteran. BlameF finding his 23rd frag afterwards. And that is it, map point. Decider point, forcing the issue onto Train. 1 more round.
And you can hear the Fnatic supporters. They're ready to go to Train. They can't wait for it. 4 chances for Fnatic to take us right there.
We got to find out. BlameF, he's actually going to force the issue now. It's not going to be Mattis, and he cuts Glaive down. Oh, 2 down. Well, he is eventually traded, and that might be an A4 for the side of ENCE. But they've lost so many members, and their game plan foiled already. Kaspersky, the antivirus has been breached. Fear will escape containment. SDY puts him down. Jambo, though, boosted.
Ooh, that's nice. That's looking good, and that might be it. It is! That was wild, but it was enough, and Fnatic claim map number 2. We're going to the decider as ENCE have lost the map they expected to lift the title on.
Chugga chugga, I hear a train coming. Let's go to the decider, ladies and gentlemen. We are not done with the grand finals yet.
KFC patří ke hře.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký. Co rád? Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv. Jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
First half 6-6 and I was already thinking, oh my god, I know where this is going, but what a performance for Team Fnatic on the CT side. They allowed only 2 rounds, 2 ends, and after amazing step up by PLAYzone, they took us to the 3rd map. I mean, that was just insanity what we saw. There are so many rounds to be discussed, so many things to go through, and Kote has 1 round prepared for us. I don't even know which one, because again, there were so many.
Oh, guys, you're here. Sorry, I didn't notice that because I was planting bomb, because there was apparently problem in round number 17 for ENCE. What a sad story for them, because as you can see on the right side of your screen, they went into the forest. They invested every single penny to buy either a primary rifle or the secondary one, and they hope that Fnatic won't get onto the double digits. But sadly for ENCE, they did. It all started in connector, where Mattis knew that the best timing possible to get Fortis into there is around 143, so he threw an instant molly, but sadly for him that didn't work out, as DY together with Pody got into the bomb site. And of course, the reaction came by fear, but it wasn't enough to stop their enemies into proceeding into the bomb site. But let's take a look at the minimap right now, at what is going on the map. You can see the C4 dropped right here on the medic spot near the medic doors, and that's the problem, which caused that ENCE didn't utilize their utilities. Here on CT, there is a smoke. Here in Temple is a smoke. Players Fear and PLAYzone are currently blocked from the gameplay. They can't push through because the B is controlled by ENCE, and of course the other players, Jumbo and Crims, have a long way to rotate. But the bomb was the problem. Actually, Neku had to go all the way around from T-spawn to get into the action. So we can take a look here at Pody. He's taking a space. ENCE have all the bomb site under control, but the smokes are already up. We can take a look at the buy. Here is currently a smoke and molly on the Neku, smoke on Kaspersky, and flash on Pody. They have some kind of utility. Fnatic are also they're ready for something with retake. Jumbo can use smoke, of course, to block off main. PLAYzone ready with molly. Those are the utilities that could help in theory in favor for CTs, but that wasn't necessary after all, because Neku managed to get into the bomb site, but the rotation was too long that he couldn't work with the smokes already up. And honestly, I don't know why the utility was there and the bomb was on medic, if ENCE probably didn't trust themselves enough that they won't take a control into the connector. I don't know. So Neku resmoke CT, Molly's temple to block all of his enemies, and now they have a pretty good postpone position. 1 player in cave, or connector if you want. One player playing around Ninja and Dark, one player JL and Netju coming into the bomb site. All guys are in the bomb site. All guys from ENCE are ready to take these duels, but sadly it won't work out well for them because SDY currently on 5 HP, Netju on 22, and sadly Poddy, who should be the main star here with 87 HP and M4, took unfortunate position. We'll see this exact moment in couple of seconds when PLAYzone goes into the bomb site after the Netju's molly ended. We can see PLAYzone swinging out, spotting Poddy, giving him some damage. Okay, it was Crims, not PLAYzone, I'm sorry. But the end was, well, unlucky for ENCE. fnatic got into 10, then of course 11th round, and that's the story how ENCE lost their own map pick, and that's the story how we got onto the decider.
Amazing analysis as always. I mean, this wasn't the only round that was decided by maybe the early or the aggressiveness of fnatic in the beginning stage of rounds. The HP, I mean, I don't remember many rounds where there would be just before the attack on the site full HPs on all sides. Yeah. I mean, there was all spraying, all utility, all aggressive pushing from the very beginning.
Yeah, essentially all the fighting in the early rounds usually take place around the canals, of course, to the connector, and that's what happened both sides. A lot of nade usage, of course, there's a lot of nade stack spots, so there was a lot of HE damage. So that was one of those points. But what I want to say is that fnatic, aside from yesterday, where they were not able to actually do it properly, they managed to, you know, change the tempo, especially in the 10th round when they were kind of losing previously. They had mediocre buy. They just swing through the A main and completely obliterated the defenses and got the bomb plant, got the round, and eventually got more rounds from it.
For sure. I mean, we also saw one man from who didn't do too well on Mirage really stepped up on Anubis, and of course I'm talking about PLAYzone, who led his team in kills, but also impact, I would say.
Oh yeah, definitely 25 kills from the Dane and only 13 times someone caught him off guard or just finished him, whatever. But great performance by PLAYzone. His name was shouted in the arena as well. Few attempts on clutches. Sadly, some of them didn't end well. But overall, I think he's the man who should fnatic and their friends thank for the result, because he was the difference maker.
95% cast, I mean, he was everywhere within this map, and 101 ADR. As you said, a lot of clutches, sometimes it didn't work out, but he had impact, which he didn't have on the previous map, and that was one of those reasons that actually, and so we're able to take the first one.
Well, sadly, totally different story was Glaive.
Oh yes, yeah. The in-game leader definitely lost some momentum from the previous match.
From top to the bottom, but of course you can't really presume that your in-game leader is gonna top off the charts all the time. Yeah. So, but the drop-off was essential, of course. Those frags were missing, but I don't think it was the main ingredient why actually ENCE lost this one.
Let's talk about something you mentioned, and that was so many clutches. I mean, so many rounds went to, and it started 30 seconds before 5v5, 4v4, and then in few seconds we were down to 1v2, 1v1. There was no like clean wins, clean rounds, almost.
Yeah, but I think it's kind of typical for Anubis, where you have the early damage, as we've talked about that, and then of course the clutch potential is higher thanks to the hits and damage that fell from utilities and so on. So maybe that's why we've seen so many situations, but of course despite damage given, for example, Mattis showed us on T side, phenomenal clutch around the pillar on B-bomb side, so maybe sometimes HPs are not a difference maker. Well, overall we can say that this map was a nice one as well, and I think this match is really finals we wanted to see.
Yeah, especially in the 6th round. I remember Mattis getting actually 3 kills, but the 2 kills, he was on low HP, around 15. He almost got killed by Molly. He transferred from B side with planted bomb. Of course, he was on T side to connector, ran away, and ran back into the side. No one was aware he would actually do this. It was a cheeky play, and he got 2 more kills and a round for fnatic.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm ready for the decider. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a little break and we'll be back with Train.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál playzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
Yesterday we didn't quite make it to the last map. That was also Train as a decider, but today we are here. We are on Train. We only saw it once by fnatic, of course, in the first day against 9, and that was just a really, really quick map where they showcase again their aggression, their awareness of the map situation. And though they are not a weak team on Train, definitely not weak. They recently just defeated Paravision, that's not a weak team as well. So they have like 60-70%, I believe, on Train.
Yeah, something like that, but fnatic, they steamrolled over 9 during their match, so fnatic will come into this map with a ton of confidence. I think so, because they've played this map here. On the other hand, ENCE is a different enemy than 9, so the playstyle maybe won't work, and of course ENCE really experienced team on Train, 17 maps played during the last 3 months across the HLTV tournaments. fnatic as well, they don't have that less maps played, 14 on their sheet, so I think this will be a banger of a decider.
I gotta agree, honestly, the win rate itself is not that far off considering the map, so I think, yeah, banger is on the plate, banger is on the plate, boys. Hopefully, but the confidence is gonna be the key. I think fnatic actually are gonna carry on the momentum we're talking about quite a lot, because it's a really important feature, especially in CS2, and they have in their heads that they finally managed to beat ENCE on this particular map. I mean, Anubis, of course, and it's definitely not gonna be as the match between fnatic and 9 on this map. It's not gonna be a roll over for any of those sides. But I do think that fnatic are gonna not be able to push as excessively as they did against 9. Gleif is not gonna allow it.
I think so. Just for comparison, we've mentioned 71%, 17 maps. What it is in reality, that's absolutely shocking statistics. 12 wins to 5 losses. That's a huge number, because of course we know that the more you play the map, the more you tend to lose, and the statistics are not that good, of course, if you're not Vitality, for example. But yeah, ENCE will be definitely a huge enemy for fnatic. We are praising them for the map against 9, but this will be totally different story.
Both teams actually met. Oh, sorry. Both teams actually met in Thunderpick, and it was 16-14 for Fnatic. It was extremely close match. So as we predicted, I think we're gonna see this translated to the online environment. And Jambo was an instrumental part with Crims, which you probably wouldn't expect. But as we have seen against 9, around the B side, he's extremely aggressive and great.
I mean, I have like 7 more questions here, but I'm getting info that the players are ready. So, I mean, do we talk or do we watch some amazing CS? I think we watch some amazing CS, ladies and gentlemen. Juba, Pronogo, take it for the last time this tournament. Take us there.
It had to be map number 3. It's going to be Train, and after Train, we will find out who will be the conquerors of Prague. And it is sort of serendipitous, emotional for Fnatic. They opened up this LAN with a 13-2 victory on Train. How will they close it, Pronaga?
I don't think it'll be 13-2. I do think they have what it takes to take it in regulation, to do it maybe 13-10, but it will be a much closer affair. When you contrast that, when you compare that with their match against 9, ENCE, you brought this up. They're on a bit of a win streak, aren't they, on this map?
8 maps in a row has ENCE won in the previous Train games they've played, but I really hope you're ready, ladies and gentlemen. Last map of the tournament, last map of the LAN, ENCE versus Fnatic. Let's see what it brings us as the pistol round begins. BlameF almost gets his head blown off, but his teammates are going to the other side. Pody, first point of contact, manages to escape. There's Nate Yu as well. There are the rotates, 1 for 1. Is that enough? Or is Fnatic rolling back? Kaspersky on the backstab, though.
Yeah, they're going back into it, being very slow now. They have no idea Kaspersky's there. Crims has maybe an inkling. He's going to go for the check, but that works. That's the shadow advantage. Oh, yes. This is going to get a lot more awkward now for Fnatic. Not only are they down a man, but they don't know where the next duel is coming from. They have to clear Kaspersky. They have to.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it. They're going to swarm, and they're going to find the kill. One of their players solo Fear on 8 HP. BlameF already in main, waiting for SDY, and this turns the tide of the pistol round. Pody needs to find something. Not gonna happen. Nate Yu, the only one that remains. 1v3 gets decapitated by BlameF, and Fnatic are in the lead.
That P250 had big impact, covering both the CTs that were rotating in. Very solid stuff from the Dane, and that is Fnatic's T pistol. Remember, Anubis turned out to be a little CT-sided, didn't it, between these two squads? Well, maybe the inversion will continue and Fnatic will go on a tear, T-side Train. But I wouldn't necessarily bet on it. ENCE are happy with the result of the knife going their way. They're able to say, hey, let's do it. Let's make this on the CT side. But Blame, he's going to make it clean up on ILA.
And Nate Yu, what can you do? What can you give us? The answer doesn't seem to be ambition, as he really doesn't want to go into this gun duel. Matisse awaits, and Fnatic collects.
Yeah, CT force by crumbled, now down to just pistols for the side of ENCE. Maybe they can get away with a frag or two. Maybe they can get away with a weapon that they can save into the next to make their rifle buy a little bit more affordable. The Fnatic are on a tear, and they should be able to start things off very successfully on Train. 3-0 should be the scoreline after this next round.
Oh, yeah. Doing quite well, not losing a single player against the force buy. That's the way you want to start your T side. Only 1 dig on the side of ENCE. That's the only way they're going to deal a little bit of damage. Nades could be used as well. The first one, not going to connect. Jambo sees Kaspersky, that's the dig.
Yeah. He had a very nice performance in that last map, but Kaspersky not likely to find anything in this round. You never count out the Deagles, but with everybody else going the way of the dodo, it looks like ENCE are going to be extinguished here. The SMG's hunting, spraying through smokes wildly, and that is more than enough. It's Galil and AK frags to finish us up. The crowd favorites up to their old tricks on Train. But it'll be an opportunity now for Glaive and the side of ENCE to figure out what they're doing on the defense.
Oh yeah. BlameF, well, that's pretty good timing for him. And he's hitting the ground running on the decider. 7-0-0, that's a reverse James Bond. That's always good to see. Will ENCE grab their first now that they actually have a buy? They have an off in the hands of Pody, rest of the players on rifles. Utility not looking too good as they've expended most of it.
I heard they were casting BlameF as Jack Reacher for the remake. That would be his way of being an agent. It wouldn't be the more infiltrative type. More like the guy who rips the car door off and gets to the bad guy that way.
Guns blazing. Oh, that's crappy smoke. Let's see what it can do. It kind of favors the side of Fnatic.
Yeah.
AU has been blind for such a long time. Oh, Fnatic are disintegrating ENCE on train. SDY striking back, but only for one so far. Needs to find more, not gonna happen. Courtesy of BlameF, his dome is busted. And Pody, you don't want to stay here. You want to go away and save that op for better times, as Fnatic are gonna hit 4.
I promise, guys, train is supposed to be CT-sided. It might be a while before we see why. Fnatic are on their 4th, and they have mulched the economy, mulched the players. You mentioned it, ENCE are dematerializing before our very eyes. Been a while since Endgame release. The spoiler is, apparently ENCE go with them.
Well, that's a Thanos snap.
Max lost now. They have an opportunity to rally, but it won't be with the AWP again. Pody taken out. So let's take a breather. ENCE have NKJ on the mic. Their tactical timeouts are beginning in the first 4 rounds played. Man, they are having a rough go of it so far. And it's early days still in the half. Remember, there's 12 rounds each minimum or maximum once that second half rolls over.
And the
it
problem
still feels like right now, I mean, they're running on borrowed time.
You can't really fault ENCE at any point. Fnatic has just steamrolled them in the first 4 rounds. Just going through the walls, breaking open that defense.
It's been wild for the side of Fnatic to see them activating so much, and so much of it off of proactive play from BlameF and Mattis. ENCE have to develop some kind of response to this. If it comes from this round, it would be miraculous. We've got 3 upgraded pistols and 2 MP9s. SDY and Glaive have the best guns in the server for their team. The CT side definitely poorly equipped, but they had a little bit of utility. They'll take some forward positioning. Fnatic will potentially sacrifice a few aim duels if they want to grab that control back.
It's going to be a slow one, as Fnatic know that ENCE does not have a lot of nades to work with. Only 2 pieces of utility left on ENCE, both smokes though, so that can keep them at bay for a bit. If ENCE can hold on to them, that could actually slow Fnatic's attack down and maybe give them a chance at close range.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Fnatic are going to get A control for free here, A main pushing through. Nobody yet spotting it, but holding very close. SDY looking for pop, but he was covered by Pody, and the pistol goes a big way, but unfortunately the HP, Fear hangs on. Him and Jambo doubling.
Ooh, Kaspersky, what do you want? What are you gonna do with this position? Might actually catch somebody off guard. It's a 3v3, and now the Fnatic players, they're sweating a little bit as the CTs are coming closer and closer. Crims on the swing, not finding anything just yet. Timing might be working out for him as he catches Glaive, but does he expect the backstab? Now the Fnatic players are running, and Nate, you good only for one. Kaspersky needs to get some heroism.
No
There's
way.
one. 1v1 versus Crims, but Kaspersky 1 bullet away from dying. Crims just needs to check the angles. Not even gonna tap that bomb, not just yet. Not able to connect. And
The
no
time is
time
up.
to finish the round.
Oh, after time too. What a way to bamboozle the veteran.
And that pains, that stings if you're Fnatic. The first 4 rounds went into their favor so easily. This one was a bit of a dumpster fire, right? A bit confusing, as they didn't know where they want to go. So little time left on the clock. And then Kaspersky just rubbing salt in the wounds. Money is not the issue for Fnatic. But mentally speaking, this could be the game changer unless Fnatic pick up some pace and run over ENCE's defense.
Well, Kaspersky's gone down. That's big from Crims. A little redemption from how that last round went. So Popdog now a problem. Got opportunity though. They're gonna abandon Ivy, as many T sides have since CS2's Train remake. Shadow spotted, Pody knows, and oh, he whiffs the center! That could cost them dearly, but STY tries to claw back. He's traded almost immediately, and I just don't know if ENCE can hold here.
Yeah, that's the question. Good trades needed by Fnatic. Pody needs to find the frag. There's the flick, and he has support from the Rifler. Looking for another 3v3. Fnatic need to get to the site. Less than a minute left on the clock. Crims finds one more. BlameF already deep towards the site. Nate, you good damage. No kill confirmed just yet.
Look at what's happening with Glaive. Oh no, Crims! He knew exactly that there was another CT there, and Nachu on 6 points of health. He's gonna have to clutch it up. They're gonna plant the bomb right in front of him. They don't care. The HP certainly not on the Frenchman's side, and he's hunting, he's looking, desperate for anything that Fnatic will give him.
They're not gonna give him squat. Now they know his position. Completely known as the Frenchman, looking to put this into a 1v1. He has a smoke, he has a kid, but is there the matter? No. As Crims fixes the mistake made in the previous round, gets 3 in this one, and that must feel a lot better.
Man, such a weird round because of the way that the Popdog utility ended up getting used. There's a lot to talk over, a lot to think about. But what matters right now is that Fnatic, they've got 5 rounds on the T side. And there it is, the 3rd and final frag for Crims.
Oh, no, 4.
Never mind, it was 4.
Lost count.
Finishes the job, the veteran's been here before. Up by 4 rounds, ENCE definitely need that crowd energy, that infusion.
Oh.
And there's a little bit of something to talk about. Kaspersky clotheslining BlameF, but he's brought down immediately in response. And Ivy now collapsing.
Yeah, the defense crumbling. Can they even get to something? They have a rifle to use. That rifle needs to pay itself, but not gonna happen as Pody hits the deck. The rest 2 players, they don't have armor. Aim punch will be an issue unless they can catch somebody off guard, and there you go. 1 frag found.
No way.
And another, courtesy of Nate Yu. Still up against 2.
Oh, but he has advantage, HP advantage. Mattis had to look with the AWP. He's been clotheslined. Nachu walked into the tripwire. Oh, it's all smiles, all laughs, and another tactical timeout. This time from Fnatic. I wonder if they're just helping them stew in it. Independent doesn't even have much to say right now. He's got smiles. He's getting into it now, but at the start of that tack, he was just laughing with his team. Energy and high spirits. ENCE needs some of that. Whatever Fnatic have been drinking today.
Just wants to add the finishing touches to this fantastic T side so far. He wants to break ENCE completely. That was a good looking headshot. Got traded right away, and Fnatic, of course, they outgunned their opponents. Wasn't even a question. Nate Yu, a heroic performance. In the end, not enough. And Fnatic, they're sitting comfortably at the moment. They're in the saddle.
Yeah, when Ivy collapses like that, you have no guarantee that there's only 2 Ts there, right? And so for him to end up not thinking about team main, abandoning it for the time being, that line down from the back train, there's no opportunity there, really. Nachu did all that he could. Would have been a 1-on-4 that he would have won. And maybe he had a better chance if he had dropped Mattis, who was so very low, but it was not to be. And now they have rifles, but not a whole lot of utility. Oh. And again, Kaspersky's fouled again by Jambo this time. Was that a wallbang lineup? I'm not quite sure how that ended up coming to be.
Well, we might see it
on the replay.
On the replay, and Fear already collecting a lot of ground. Timing for SDY, good enough, not the op repeak. though, as he gets traded 1-for-1. That's not good enough for the CT side, and Crim's on the prowl, but the frags go to the courtesy of ENCE. It's a 2v2, still an active round for ENCE.
I don't think they know that Pody's on the AWP, but does that matter? 45 seconds and the bomb will go down well before any of those tick away. They're still very nervous, though. They don't know where those defenders are. One of the reasons why Train can be such a CT powerhouse is the rotations can be so quick and also so sneaky. BlameF might back into the crosshair, but instead he burrows in, and he'll have the first shot. He'll have the first opportunity. Jambo looking for the unexpected trade, and there it is. But now position known, upgrading to the AK. Oh boy, Pody, what do you have against your fellow sniper? On the other side, you know where he is. Oh. He finds him! And ENCE will get up to a second round. They just need to find where that bomb is, and it'll be a 10-second stick, and they've got more than enough time.
Well done by Pody in the end. Hit or miss performances. But this round was really good from him. Of course, that first was a freebie. The second one, a bit more of a struggle. Oh, that's
yeah, this
fun.
Is what I was thinking.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's cheeky.
Nerdy and dirty. Jambo gets a great advantage there, and now Kaspersky has to know he can't stand right there. What if they try that every time there's a tee up?
Oh yeah.
And with the money on the side of Fnatic, they've got another one in this round.
Not the buy ENCE we're hoping for after winning a round, so Fnatic can break this defense once more. ENCE need to speed things up. They need to be a bit more aggressive, especially with these SMGs, and they're looking to do just that. Also pressure piled on Ivy as well, as DY might get caught in no man's land. Escapes with the correct timing, but repeats and finds the frag. That's a +1 for ENCE. Fear struggles as well. And ENCE, they're firing back, not letting Fnatic extend their lead further.
2 kills found with lesser weapons. You gotta write home about that one if you're ENCE. It's been a tough first half on the decider. Fnatic have been running the ropes around you. Now stuck in a 3v5. The T's might be favored to take this map after all, but maybe it won't come in this particular round. Pody has the AWP once again. Kaspersky just watching right now, and he knows that Jambo is there. Hasn't spotted the bomb yet.
2 players defending that B-bomb site. Not going to be an easy take for Fnatic, as they've failed so far to find a frag. Still have a few pieces of utility left to try and execute toward this site. 30 seconds on the clock, so they're going to need to speed up at some point.
Yeah, and if they make any false moves, any missteps, Glaive will hear it from his position as well, so hard to justify speeding when you know there's somebody ready to give you a ticket. I think they might just decide to call it off.
Oh yeah. Seems to be the case. Fnatic don't want to risk it. ENCE will claim their 3rd round on this CT side, but they're going to need to do a hell of a lot more if they want to have a chance in that second half.
Well, they're kind of set up for it if you think about it. They save all 5 members. Sure, they don't upgrade every gun, but that's a big windfall economically. They just need some rounds that look more like that if they want to tie things up on what's supposed to be the favored half. Fnatic threatening to win their T side. I mean, wild scenes, but maybe I shouldn't count them out just yet, because if you think about it, I said it earlier, Anubis looked CT sided in this duel. But maybe that's how Train is as well, inverted from what we know.
HE grenades just softening Nate you up as the Frenchman needs to pull back. The only defender of the B-bomb site, he's gonna get support right now. The Fnatic still undecided. Missed shot, that was close, but Crims claims first blood.
Crims has been rolling back right now. 7 frags, only 3 deaths. Been very impactful in some of these round wins for Fnatic, and he finds the opener against the sniper. That is no small feat. Well, I mean, I'm sure Crims has big feet.
Now the defense needs to consolidate. They're gonna even contemplate risking towards the site. Just leaving Glaive.
This is dangerous. Glaive has a lot to do here with this AWP. And he's smoked off from the back site. Holding for it. Oh, quick enough on the trigger finger, but can't flick up to take out Crims. The Titan of Blame F has fallen, and that's a jump spot. Nature's got to get out of dodge. The A side under duress. Rotation's available here.
Yeah, Glaive still posted with that up. They know his position. They want to take him out, or rather smoke him off. Will he dare go through the smoke as Jambo collects SDY? Do ENCE falter? Do they fall? Kaspersky, he's thinking of going through that smoke. Maybe a Hail Mary play, not going to be made so far. Fnatic on the verge of getting 7, securing a lead at the half.
They've got it.
Yeah.
This looks like a save more than anything. Glaive finally moving a bit closer to the site. Scoped up in case anybody is very close. There's 2 kits available, but I don't think they're going to be pressing too far forward unless they find a kill early.
They're going to have to do it. Like, if they want to commit to this round, they're going to have to find the frags, and unable to do so as they lose all their guns, except for Nateyu, who collects an exit frag. That's not enough. He's going to have that AK in the next round. The Fnatic hitting so okay, not going to happen, though. The bomb radius still yet to be learned.
I was so sad for Nateyu when I saw where he was and what his HP was like. Heartbreaking, because the op was right there, tantalizing. Everybody goes down with the ship. Glaive decides to go for it. He remembers all of those miraculous comebacks on Train from Astralis' yesteryear, but it's not to happen. At least not yet. Another tactical pause. We've got 1 left, but this time for Fnatic.
Yeah, what are Fnatic thinking? This is the second tactical timeout they called in a match where they're really doing well.
No, that might have been overlay. It looks like it was ENCE instead. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
I was going to say that. I mean, what are you're really turning the screws psychologically if you're calling it now. But here we go. Fnatic still have a couple rounds to play for here. ENCE, on the other hand, they definitely need to avoid a 9-3 scoreline. They need to get every single advantage they possibly can. And then they need to impress us, dazzle us even on their T side.
Oh, that's away! That's a collapse from Pody, and Nateyu collects 1 as well. Finally an answer from Fnatic, but short-lived. It took a lot of time to get it. 4v2 and Mattis, like, between a rock and a hard place. Jambo finds 1, looking for the other, and that repeat this time ain't gonna work. We spoke about his over-ambitious repeats with the op. Not gonna work this time.
I think that qualifies. Pody gonna peek out, and, well, Mattis is at least sighted. I don't know if the damage has been quite calmed over. We saw an HE try to sail him out, but at this point, it's just been the AWP facing him. He's swapping up to an AK, and, oh, the USP is out. I like that better. Really, you just want to avoid damage right now. If Pody goes down, this gets a lot more hairy on the investment, and Mattis knows it. Oh, he knows it. Ring around the Rosie, ring around the Pody. Mattis will eventually fall. It's the no-scope. 3 kills in the round. Technically only from 2 bullets.
Oh, yeah. That gives you a little bit more confidence. And there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played if ENCE want to complete the comeback. Now it seems a lot more doable. You got a 5-7 scoreline at the half, well, you give yourself more than enough chances in the second.
Those cheers, they need to be there for the side of ENCE, giving them energy as the crowd. Oh, strugglesome push through the fire and the flames. The smoke is too late, and that's 5 for Team ENCE.
Of course, this wouldn't be Czech event in Prague without beer contest. I have a Fnatic fan, I have ENCE fan, or Glaive fan, I would say. Guys, take your beer. Who sips it first wins Train, and everybody in the arena, support them right now. 3, 2, 1, go! And it's ENCE! Never mind, it's fine. You are winning this Train map, printed map. Red Bull, it's yours. Good job, bro.
Absolute scenes there as we get back into our second half of our third map, no less. We've had some serious spray downs on Train. ENCE were not quite on the receiving end of what you normally would say is the CT-sided nature of this map. Instead, fnatic with 70 rounds. They have so much room to work with here now that the half is switched, Duba.
Oh yeah, then I got a shot a comment for that beer competition. Only in Counter-Strike will you see that. That's why this is the best esport in the world, ladies and gentlemen.
Got lots of value for your dollar when you attend an event like this, I'll tell you that much. 3D printed map of Train, something to remember. Already had his signed jersey. It might have been for the wrong team, but you know, we can forgive that for now as the pistol is kicking off in style. Pody trying to charge them down. He's had a late game resurgence on this map. Let's see if he can continue it.
All right, fnatic is going to be a 5v5 retake. Sorry, BlameF took care of Glaive, so a man advantage short-lived though for fnatic as they want to inch closer to the site. Bomb already has been planted for a bit, so they're going to have to hurry the hell up. Jambo finds one and knows about another one. They know as well that one was in connector. Now they take care of him. Kaspersky though, still alive and kicking. Ooh, struggling to finish off the player, and now the T's are in trouble. Ladder the T when Kaspersky falls. That's a pistol for fnatic.
And these teams have been neck and neck when it comes to pistol rounds, but no more. fnatic take both pistols on Train on the decider. And ENCE might have gotten that bomb plant, but their force buy needs to shatter fnatic. Otherwise, we might be seeing a one-sided decider after all.
Oh yeah. We talked about this in our previous best of 3. You get a 7-5, or rather 5-7 scoreline, and it seems like you're very close. Like a few rounds and you're right back into it, but it's very surprising how quickly it's gonna run away from you if you're not careful.
Well, check this out. This time it's a real fnatic tactical pause. We got one left in the map. Independent has some things to say. When you do that after a pistol round win, I think that really shows you the level of tension. They're going over last-minute adjustments, alterations, calling audibles, whatever they need to do to anticipate ENCE's game plan. They know the force buy can be deadly. They were on the receiving end of that in this series.
Force buy in the hands of ENCE. 2 rifles at their disposal, 2 SMGs and a Tech 9. They're gonna be looking to change up tempo. And fnatic seems to be ready. They got 4 rifles at their disposal. Not a whole lot of utility to use, but more than enough, given the fact that ENCE have barely a few grenades.
Yeah, very rarely on Train do you see so little spent on utility. They'll take the weaponry instead. Lots of utility here to stall if fnatic need to, if they feel the pressure in the first place. 3 members towards that A site. But Jambo, a bit isolated. A duel coming up here for SDY. Wasn't so solid on the other side, but oh! This is a potential, a B side. No, BlameF! The bouncer closes the door.
Not gonna get in there. Not just yet. Pody tries to bring one back, and he does. Left, though, on 10 HP. SDY through the lines, already expected by Jambo. That Tech 9 on long distance. What is it going to do? The answer is 50 points of health. That's not enough. And Pody on 10 is hoping for a miracle.
He's not being watched, but they're not making any sound as they creep up. The timing, it could favor him, but he needs to get rid of Jambo early and fast. And it's not going to happen. The way it started is the way it ends. BlameF lighting up the scoreboard. The kill feed sings his name.
fnatic aren't doing quite well. ENCE, what do you got to do now? Glocks? Is that all they're going to bring to the table? As fnatic threaten to take double digits.
Tells a lot about the team's mentality. Are they confident in the long game? The comeback that seems impossible. The answer is kind of. They've got a bit of a half pie with pistols, but SDY has already hit the deck. Some die young indeed. Kaspersky not able to do anything else as Mattis is farming them in T-main. And they're double digits.
3 left. And don't forget, ENCE were the favorites. They won yesterday against fnatic. And there's a common
they
rule.
Can count their lucky stars, Yuba, that they didn't have to play train against these guys.
Oh yeah. There is a common rule in esports and in sports as well. You can't beat the same opponent on one tournament twice. It seems to be the case.
We very rarely get to see these intra-tournament rematches, but I love that that's what we get now. Oh, that could have been it, but Mattis, he takes him out. That's 2 frags, a +1 for the defenders, and they can play around this information. Look at Fear. He's so far out Ivy already.
Oh yeah. Info gathered, and that might be a potential backstab should he be fast enough. Glaive brings one back. A 3v3, but they're taking their sweet time. Now they need to cover their backs, and Glaive has an idea of what could happen, but the timing, will it be on his side? The answer seems to be no. Fear might claim him, and that's gonna be the case. Now an advantage, short-lived as Pody brings one back. Crims heard the footsteps, he knows what's going on, and he's looking for the player toward that position. Fear still in main, did not make a step. It's Crim's time to do something here, and he might do just that, but Pody turns around. Correct time. Fear, that HE is gonna blow up Pody. 1v1 against NateU. Who's gonna take it? This could be so important for ENCE, and NateU saves them.
They're still in it, boys. They wiped the deck. Bomb plant, 1 man surviving, and it's NateU. Très bon. Crazy stuff the way that this started. Mattis with the 2-man spray down, only barely traded. A lot of impact from Glaive. Getting that kill into Blame, there was almost no way into the site otherwise. And miraculous from NateU. Nice try indeed, but Blame F knows. That one kind of stings. Maybe that's the start of ENCE's comeback.
Maybe. They're gonna have to work hard for it. This round could be crucial as DY starts it quite well. Both teams facing a reset. Keep that in mind when we decide who the winner of this round will be, but it seems to be that ENCE are crawling back. Mattis only with a P250, but he's done well so far with this sidearm. He's gonna be tested once more. All 3 fnatic players located on A, searching for something. Finding a way to bring something back. Can they do it though? Mattis wants to face that SMG, will take him down. Did damage, that wasn't enough. Blame F takes 2, somehow still alive, and on 100 HP. Crims though, unable to take down NateU. And now Blame F with an all to do, needs to find an ace clutch.
It would have to be every single frag, and he might be good for it somehow. 6 Sense telling him NateU is up there. Still, ENCE going directly to that bomb site. They know that the bomb wasn't spotted by Blame. HP so far in his favor for that first kill, not the case now. 2 full health players that he's got to deal with. Glaive on the MAC-10. He didn't swing from T-main when he could have. The trade could have been there. It wasn't. Has to be better now, and Glaive spots him out. That opens the door. STY can hit the backstab. I think noise was made. Blame knows. But is he locked in here with you, or are you locked in here with him? STY, a bullet to the back of the dome for a 7th for ENCE.
And Blame F, he made him work for it. Good try, wasn't enough. And ENCE, they're not done with this tournament just yet.
The ENCE cheerleader right there, ladies and gentlemen. Glaive's #1 fan in the Vodafone Arena. Fresh off his beer contest victory. Hoping to channel a little bit of energy for his favorite IGL. We'll take it. Just pistols. This is an easy one. Should be.
Yeah, seems so. See what fnatic have in store. Did they plan something with these pistols? Because they're rushing down Ivy now. Pody awaits them, but they take him out. Kaspersky, next point of contact. What will he find? Oh, the answer is 2 of them. And the teammates rotate back to help. They did lose 2 guns, but that is unimportant at this point in time, simply given that ENCE need the rounds. And Fear, what do you got? A USP versus 3. Not high hopes.
Certainly not high hopes, but this could be an extended tactical timeout almost. I believe you've called them poor man's tactical timeouts before. And well, that does describe the situation. Money will be a little bit brighter after this for the defenders, as they have lost now 3 in a row. ENCE trying to come back in a big way. Oh, They did not guard the weaponry. Fear gonna get away with an AK. That is brilliant for him. And so that will definitely supplement their next buy. Might be the best gun that's on the server for the side of Fnatic. And Blame could theoretically get a better one, we'll see. Depends on whether Jambo is even interested in fielding the big green. This could be big for Nachu. Great timing, there it is. Fnatic's captain won't save a thing. 8th round for ENCE.
Not gonna happen. ENCE clean up Fnatic. 2 rounds left to go to tie things up. It does not seem as commanding, the lead of Fnatic, and 3 rounds was all it took to tilt the complexion of this one.
Kind of wild so far. The scenes are intense. ENCE, they are on the comeback. They break Fnatic here, and they might as well have tied us up. But Fnatic won't go easy. Not quietly into that night. And Blame F opens us up. Miraculous shot through the smoke yet again. A menace on all sides of the map, but especially that A site.
It's a +1. That's a good start. That's something you're hoping to have when your opponent is getting some momentum. And it's going to be a
momentum
slow one.
Indeed. Look at this. They are ahead of this play in a big way. ENCE are down a man, and even still, numbers are on their side, but only for a moment. Those rotations can be quick. Fear's already on the way.
And the CTs, are they seeing this through? They have 3 defenders on this site. Crimson Blame F take on 2. And that might be the end of this attack from ENCE. They're trying to build something, but it's all falling apart. And Jambo puts the finishing touches for Fnatic's 11th.
One step closer, man. They just need 2 more rounds. How about something to slow us down? Get the coaches on the mic for another time.
Do you have something up your sleeve, NKJ? You're gonna need to pull it out right now. Last tactical timeout from the coach of ENCE. Needs to think of something, needs to find a way, find an opening in Fnatic's defense.
That's the last one. NKJ will not be able to get on the mic again. Hopefully for his team, he doesn't have to. But this was a little bit too predictable. Fnatic had all they needed after that first frag. Blame F through the smoke. Pody's been on the receiving end of that one too many times. You can see Blame getting pretty vocal. He's helping to call the initial positions or give any information that he's gleaned so far. Often a player put into the most important informational roles, looking for that info. Well, right now, Crim's here is just 1. A little bit of a spray between. Fear back on an MP9. Money has not been kind to really either team here. We've got 2 SMGs and of course Glave's Tech 9 on the server.
Oh, that's a good nade. Kaspersky on 43 points of help. This is the time for Fnatic to shine. This is their chance to break ENCE, finally.
Oh, Jambo getting away with his life there, but SDY is the only one spotted. Pody also starts to fall away, and they're just going to reset for a more passive angle in case anybody gets curious towards Ivy for the side of Fnatic. They are crawling over this A site, though. Trusting Crims a lot here. He's had a very solid T side, but his CT side, he hasn't really been required as much. And there's the swing from the defenders, but Mattis brought down immediately. They spot multiple players, information, but still no idea where the bomb is.
Yeah, ENCE could be coming from anywhere, and it seems that Ivy will not be the way they're going to try and get to the side. They want to break open that A-side defense. Fear, good position, finds the first, but no way out. He's going to have to fight. His teammates there to support him, and Jambo does. Fear still dancing around the ball. Blame Meth, and everybody collects, everybody chips in to get Fnatic the 4 championship points.
The trophy lift could be happening sooner than we thought. I thought maybe we'd have a chance to get extra rounds again, but not so, say Fnatic. ENCE need so many rounds in a row. They need to get 4 straight. Otherwise, they will be exiting in 2nd place, and it will be an emotional dismissal for Glaive.
What do you got? Pistols only, hoping to steamroll the defense. Let's see, will this be ENCE's last hurrah in Prague? Fear already coming to a backstab, no X-ray. We don't know what's going on. Fear doesn't either, but finds the first and looks for more. Now fnatic, do they want to bounce or just play it defense?
They go right through.
They're gonna collect them all. They came, they saw, and they are the conquerors of Prague.
Beautiful, gorgeous, Krasny. fnatic will take it on home soil for Mattis. Wonderful, splendid. And Prague, moc děkuji. Thank you for having us. We have seen a new set of conquerors this time around, but one friendly old face.
Yeah, Mattis knows how it feels to win in this arena. He knows how it feels to win in front of this crowd, and deflated is ENCE. They played amazing Counter-Strike throughout this competition. They were the favorites coming into the finals. That was not enough. When it was the most important, fnatic had done it. And for the first time in a long time, lifting on land, fnatic will be.
Look at the smiles on their faces. ENCE may be deflated, but they played very, very well. And just another layer fnatic had. We're going to go to the stage for the trophy lift. Give it up for fnatic.
What a tournament, what a finals. And the winners, the champions, the conquerors of Prague, Team fnatic! For these players, and specifically for us, home fans, for Mattis, finally winning something in this arena. And I think for all the home fans, that's the craziest journey of all. Mattis, if I can ask you if you can come over here. After getting the medal, of course, yeah. Get the medal and come over here, please. After winning Czech Championship, you finally won something in this arena. How does it feel?
Yeah, just fucking amazing, yeah, finally.
You beat ENCE, so you paid them back after the first loss. What was the match like? In which ways was it different?
I think we just played way more relaxed, to be honest, compared to any other matches against them before, even online, or the first match on this line. So I think that was the biggest difference. We just were playing chill and playing confident and making good calls, so it was nice.
After you won a Czech Championship when you were 0-2 down, today you were down again, so you love these reverse sweeps, right?
Oh, bro, I'm used to it already, yeah, that's for sure.
Of course, you are not only the winner of Tipsport Conquest of Prague, you are also the winner of MVP of the tournament. Congratulations! And no problem. By the way, we know how much you struggle with your mousepad, so we got you 3 new mousepads!
Thank you, I love it.
But I got a feeling you are not gonna use this, right?
Nah, I think there is no chance, buddy. I will try maybe.
Okay, let's keep it for the future. Thank you so much once again, Mattis and Team fnatic! Champions of Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Guys, enjoy your moment, take some photos over there, because we are going to invite the other team, or over there actually, to my left, because we are going to invite other team. I think I'm going actually to them, that would be better. Team ENCE, second place. Glaive, I can actually stand like this. I think that would be maybe better. I know this is the moment for Team Fnatic, but please support also Team ENCE for being second in the tournament after playing this nerve-wracking final. Glaive, what do you feel like was the thing you lacked in the third map?
I mean, it was a tough game. They played well. Should probably have closed it on Anubis because this is like one of our best maps and we beat them like 3 times on this map. But this time around we didn't beat them. I think they were hitting more shots than us, and that is what cost us the game in the end.
I know this moment might be bittersweet, but I gotta ask for the optimist side, for the positive side as well. How did you enjoy the whole tournament in Prague?
I mean, Prague has been nice in general. We've only been here for a few days, but it has been extremely nice. So, of course, the result is not what we wanted, but as you know, with CS2, you cannot win every game, and some games you will lose, and you have to move on from those. But of course, when it's a grand final, it's really tough. But I'm sure we'll come back from this.
I'm sure in the end the fans were 50-50 for you, ENCE, and for Fnatic. So is there something you want to say to the fans, to your friends, family?
I mean, thank you for the support. It has been a pleasure to play in front of you all, both at home and also the guys here in Prague. I hope you will continue to support us, and hopefully we'll see you another time here in Prague.
Thank you so much. Once again, big applause please for Team ENCE, second place of Tipsport, Conquest of Prague. And that's it from the stage. Thank you so much for being here, cheering for all the teams. And guys in the studio, take it back.
What an amazing story that was. I mean, defeating their nemesis from the previous round on the map. They were not favorites to win, let's say, and then coming back on Train, of course, Train, where Fnatic, like, they were unstoppable. Such an aggression, such a always pushing forward, no matter what side, no matter what position, they were just always at the enemy's throat.
And again, it was blamef and Mattis from the beginning, 7-0, 5-0 in the first few rounds, and there was no reply from ENCE. I think up until the 4th round, ENCE only had like 3 kills across the whole team. So I think that actually answers the question, how the hell did it happen at the beginning? Because we were wondering that. It was extremely fast, and we have seen it, no pun intended, from the Train, because 4 or 5 rounds, and it took like 2 minutes. And that's what ENCE were feeling at the beginning, and of course from that, it's extremely hard to get back on track.
Well, notes on the paper are already rolled. That means story is over, but well, what a story for our MVP, because he had to go to international scene to win finally something here in Prague.
Yeah, finally winning in Prague and also getting the MVP, because when he was still playing here in Czech scene, it was always between him and Neo Prague, you know, they were chasing each other, but now he finally made it. And honestly, I cannot agree. I can't agree more with the chat, because the votes for Mattis, well deserved.
I mean, we were talking about Kaspersky, of course, before this match started from ENCE. Even now, after they lost, he still was the only one in green numbers, 116 rating, but Mattis, oh man, plus 13, 91 ADR, 83 cast, and 134 rating. I think it's really deserved, because across the board, when it comes to this best of 3, he was extremely good.
And of course, blamef with him, great rating for him as well. And Jumbo, who powered up, who bloomed later in the tournament, but his numbers went straight up. And I'm pretty surprised by the final, let's say, roster of the top players here in Tipsport Conquest of Prague, because after these grand finals, for example, Rainwaker or Red Star popped up towards the statistics, so the players who were there before suddenly dropped down, but Mattis and blamef, they stayed consistent, and of course Kaspersky as well, he was pretty well ahead of them, but these 2 players of Fnatic are the reason why they are the Conquest of Prague.
And of course, both pistols won on train.
Oh yes, that helps.
For fnatic, that was ENCE, and I have to say again, mention those two names from fnatic. Blamev and Mattis are complete monsters in pistols, and they prove it right after time, all the time, and it could be seen on this LAN in each and every match, I think.
Well, Storm, do you know why we always have to put fnatic in favor on this map?
Tell me.
Because you have Olaf there. It's obvious. Like, if you have position in there, fnatic will be always favorites here in these environments.
And Fear actually used the Olaf position in one of those last rounds that actually, with Jumbo from Ivy, they had perfect crossfire, and they managed to close down the push, and that was what propelled them to victory.
They totally destroyed the enemy's financial status, so yeah, actually Olaf helped them.
Yeah.
Despite the fact he's being benched for, I don't know, 10 years in FaZe already.
He's been there spiritually.
He's been there spiritually, but now we are ready to hear from the winners themselves. We have an interview lineup with a member of fnatic.
Independent, huge congratulations for winning the tournament. Turning down the things because now you looked like a different team from yesterday. What was the biggest difference in the end?
I think on the first day we played similar how we did today, and on second day I think we took some things for granted that they're gonna happen again on the second day. You know, we became very, very sloppy because on the first day we had good bounce, good comms, and we understood we still need to try very, very hard and give 110%, but sometimes it's just subconscious that you feel it's gonna be the same, you know. And we fixed our mistakes. We spent a lot of time talking to each other and making sure that this doesn't happen again, and making sure that it's not about looking for wrong things, but improving the good things that we have. So that was the key difference.
Do you feel like maybe the key factor was also the depth of your map pool, since you still got your map pick stolen, but it didn't shook you off?
Yeah, for sure. I think we went more, how to say, more entertaining way for the veto to enjoy maybe some maps that we haven't played in a while, but we have practiced them for sure. And no secret that we picked us two in this tournament twice. Both times we lost, and it wouldn't really make sense to pick it again. And we are very confident with our map pool. Like I said in previous interview, we can play 7 maps, and yeah, we showed our real game today, I think.
From your analyst position, you acted this whole tournament as a head coach. How did you personally enjoy this experience? And you won the tournament, so 100% accuracy?
Yeah, right now it's 100% win rate, not only for me, but in general for this roster, because this is the first LAN together. Of course, we played RMR, but Freddy wasn't with us, and that's not really our LAN, you know, but we were boot camping. And the experience was very good. Amazing tournament, guys. You're taking very good care of us. And it was never really uncomfortable for me by any means, because my team trusts me a lot, and we have a belief in our system, and we have a very good bounce with my captain.
First of all, thank you so much, and second of all, I gotta ask for the future as well, because this roster has so much potential with the pickup of Fear and Jumbo. So what is the main goal? What are you trying, or what do you think you can achieve?
I don't want to predict what we can achieve. I don't want to predict the future. Surely most important thing is the progress. And of course we have international team. We come from different cultures, especially CIS. Rodion comes from Passion UA, you know. Blame comes from Danish scene, where it's way more structured, and it's all about finding the balance, you know, and we are trying to build and build and build and build, and maybe now, slowly but surely, we are showing some promising results. I hope we can make it consistent.
Thank you so much for the whole tournament, and enjoy the victory. Congratulations yet again.
Thank you, guys.
I mean, smart words, of course, but let's look at the stats of the last map. Let's look at what happened on train in numbers. Natu stepped up for sure. He was definitely one of the pillars for ENCE, who almost took it on himself to bring ENCE back into this map, but it wasn't enough in the end.
After the struggle during first 2 maps, he finally woke up in the most important map, but sadly other players dropped out. Kaspersky, who we were like counting on, and even his teammates, only 10 kills compared to Blame's 24 or Jumbo's 17, Mattis 16, and so on. And of course, sadly, SDY took his worst day?
I think especially Glaive went ham on his gunpowder in the first map, and then in the next two it just didn't. It fell flat when it comes to his aim. And yeah, these two guys not fragging, Kacpersky not performing to his usual perfect self. It all meshed up to a cocktail that just didn't taste for ENCE fans.
I mean, when we look at the story that Fnatic wrote here, losing to ENCE 2-0, then losing another map in the finals, then, I mean, 6-6 on Anubis, let's be fair, that's not ideal when you start on T side. So, a huge amount of pressure on them, and they still were able to came back and then win Train. I mean, very, not easily, but with such an aggression, such a drive. And one of the main players in their roster who was part of this huge comeback was, of course, Mattis. So we can now look at stats of this MVP of Tipsport Conquest of Prague for the whole tournament. Let's see what he achieved here on this Prague stage. 169, lovely number kills, and almost 3 KD.
Yeah, 60 kills combined in the finals. That's a heck of a performance, and a great KD and other stats as well. Impact really high up there, and it shows that Mattis is a really good expert from the Czechoslovakian scene, and really good sign up for Fnatic. Yeah. We are always scared if our players will succeed in Europe, but Mattis is
proving to be a successful product.
Oh yes, yeah. That's a good expert.
Extremely good, and of course, I mean, for him, this probably will hold a special place in his heart, given that, of course, there was a topic of how he never won here, etc., etc. But winning a first trophy with Fnatic in this regards, I mean, that's gotta be special, right?
For sure. I mean, and they don't have to worry about how to get the big shield trophy back home, because it can just stay here with Mattis, right? They don't need to explain at the airport, like, what is this, guys? Yeah, it's just going to stay in Prague with Mattis. That's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's recapitulate what we've been through these past few days. Let's see the bracket, let's see the heroes, let's see the teams that didn't quite make it. 500 was the first one we lost this LAN, and then 9 followed them earlier today, and then of course the big battle between ENCE and Fnatic, where it was Fnatic who took it all in 3 amazing maps.
Phenomenal turn of a script for Fnatic, especially after losing yesterday 0-2. It was rather convincing, even though it was close on the scoreboard. But today, man, that was different Fnatic. And we can speculate if it was because of the first match that actually they were able to get it rolling against 9 and carried on the momentum. That's a question, I guess. But still, they showed that their recent form is extremely well.
Yeah, and they exactly copied our words that you can't win only one match and say you're the best team. You need to prove it at least twice, 3 times or more, and that didn't happen for ENCE.
Yes. Well, I mean, we have to do it at some point, right? Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here on Analyst Desk in a language that we barely speak, let's be fair. So what a bravery for you too. I mean, thank you. It would be very sad if you were not here with me. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks also go to all our production team, everyone here in the arena who took care of you visiting and, of course, you on stream. Thanks for all the players who gave us a chance, because honestly, like I said, this is the first international LAN for us, or first international tournament altogether. So thank you all, and of course, thank you all to all the viewers from all around the world. It's amazing to see the numbers that you provide and how many people watch these amazing matches. So thank you guys. Have a good one. See you on the next, and Yiki.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady, jsi správně.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Začít něco novýho se zdá vždycky těžký.
Co rád?
Ale ať ti to půjde jakkoliv, jedno je jistý. Že si to užiješ. Vítej v největší komunitě sázkařů. Tipsport.
Enjoy the Conquest of Prague. KFC, game on.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.